Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's journey into Sleep Enigma, the channel where the mysteries of the world unfold as you drift into a realm of curiosity and wonder. Before we begin, take a moment to comment below. Tell us where you're tuning in from, what time it is for you, and if you'd like, share how your day has been. And if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Enigma so you never miss a story designed to unravel secrets, ignite imagination, and lead you into the calm embrace of the unknown. I've seen things they never wanted me to see. When Ethan Jacobs, former tech engineer for a top-secret government agency, stumbles into a life he never imagined, it all begins with a cryptic email from an anonymous source. The satellites aren't what they say they are, it reads. Ethan chuckles nervously. A year ago, he would have dismissed such messages as nothing more than the ravings of a conspiracy theorist. But the unsettling truth is, Ethan knows too much. And that's why he's sitting in a dimly lit diner in a small town in Nevada, the smell of burnt coffee heavy in the air, typing away at his laptop like a man on the edge. His life, once calm and predictable, was now a string of mistakes and regrets. The tech company he'd worked for, the one that had boasted of its cutting-edge satellite technologies, wasn't what it seemed. Ethan had learned this the hard way. At first, it seemed like just another project. Design some software, tweak a few satellites to enhance communication systems. He'd never questioned the use of his work, assuming it was nothing more than typical military or civilian applications. But then, the strange bugs started appearing in the system. Software glitches, unexplained codes that seemed out of place. Eventually, a conversation with a colleague, someone who would never speak out of turn, led Ethan to a terrifying discovery. These weren't just communication satellites, they were something else entirely. Ethan remembers that conversation vividly. His colleague had hesitated, a glance over his shoulder as if the walls were listening. "You're not supposed to know this," they had whispered. "The satellites are monitoring more than just communications. They track everything. Everything." A simple word, but in that moment, Ethan felt his skin crawl. The satellites were watching, listening, recording. But for what purpose? Who was really pulling the strings? Weeks later, after Ethan began connecting the dots, he found a trail of encrypted files buried deep in the company's database. They led him to a network of satellites far more advanced than any known to the public. But it wasn't the technology that disturbed him most. It was the purpose behind it, and the realization that his every move was being monitored from above. Now, sitting in that diner, Ethan stares at the email again. His heart pounds. This is his last chance, an opportunity to expose the truth or to retreat into the safety of his old life. The problem? He knows too much, and there are eyes on him. Eyes that have been tracking him long before he ever figured it out. With a shaky breath, he clicks on the link in the email. The screen flickers for a moment, and then it opens. A video plays, a grainy clip that makes his blood run cold. It's a satellite feed, capturing a moment in time that Ethan can't explain. A seemingly ordinary street, somewhere in America, with a crowd of people going about their day. But then, a flash. The image cuts to static, and a distorted voice crackles through the speakers. "You're not safe, Ethan." He freezes. That voice. It's familiar. Too familiar. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. It's a message. "You've been warned. Stop digging." Ethan's hand trembles as he stares at the screen. Who are these people? Why are they watching him? What do they know? Diner's door chimes as it swings open, the cold air cutting through the warmth inside. Ethan looks up instinctively. For a brief moment, he locks eyes with the figure entering, a tall man in a black jacket. It's a brief moment, but Ethan can feel the weight of it. This is no coincidence. The man's gaze shifts quickly to the counter, as though searching for someone. Ethan's pulse races. He doesn't know if he's being followed or if the man is just another traveler, but he does know one thing. They're here. Ethan quickly stands, grabbing his bag and rushing toward the exit. As he steps outside, the chill of the desert night slaps him in the face. His car is parked a few feet away, but as he fumbles with the keys, he hears it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him. Before he can turn, his phone rings, a withheld number. Ethan hesitates, then answers. His heart hammers in his chest as a cold, calm voice echoes in his ear. "You're running out of time. Drop this now, or you'll never get the chance to walk away." He doesn't recognize the voice, but he knows one thing for sure. They're coming for him. Ethan slams the phone down, his mind racing. Who's behind all of this? Why are they so determined to stop him from exposing the truth? And what do these satellites really track? As he drives away into the night, he doesn't know what the next step will be. But one thing's for sure, there's no turning back now. The truth is out there, and it's closer than ever. What could these satellites really be monitoring? And why are they so desperate to keep Ethan quiet? Stay tuned, because the truth is more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. I never thought I'd be the one to uncover this. But now that I have, there's no going back. Ethan's hands grip the steering wheel as he speeds down the dark, empty highway. The neon glow of small-town Nevada fades in the rearview mirror, and he's left alone with his thoughts and the unnerving knowledge that someone is watching him. The man in the diner? He wasn't just another passerby. Ethan is certain of it now. The warning was real, and the people behind this, whoever they are, don't take kindly to nosy engineers. His phone buzzes again. Another anonymous message. This one is simple. A single line of text. "You're digging in the wrong place. Stop." Ethan doesn't reply. He can't afford to. Every word feels like it could be a trap. Instead, he focuses on the road, his mind racing through the strange footage he had watched earlier. The satellite feed of a seemingly ordinary street, followed by that cryptic warning. "You're not safe, Ethan." Who would know his name? Who could possibly be monitoring his every move so closely? The chilling thought lingers in his mind as he takes the next exit, heading towards a rundown motel he'd stayed in during one of his past projects. It's the kind of place where no one asks questions, a perfect hiding spot. As soon as he checks in, Ethan locks the door behind him and collapses onto the bed, pulling his laptop from his bag. His hands shake as he opens the encrypted file from his old company. His heart sinks as the familiar lines of code load onto the screen. For weeks, he'd been sifting through the same patterns, the same strange characters. But this time, something is different. The code, it's evolving. A sense of dread crawls up his spine as he scrolls through the lines, searching for something, anything, that might explain why he's being targeted. Suddenly, one sequence stands out, like a hidden message. Ethan freezes. It's a list of coordinates, dozens of them. He clicks on the first set, copying the numbers into a map search. The location pulls up on the screen. It's a remote spot in the middle of the desert. No roads, no landmarks, just nothing. But there's something strange. The coordinates don't point to a place on the surface. They lead straight into the earth. Ethan's pulse quickens. What's buried there? And why would the satellite's code be linked to these spots? Moves to the next set of coordinates, then the next. Each one leads him deeper into a sprawling, desolate landscape. It's a maze, an intricate web of numbers, dots on a map that seem to form a larger, hidden picture. His mind races as he tries to piece it together. Each of these locations, he realizes, are marked in such a way that they almost form a pattern. But the more he studies it, the more it feels like a jigsaw puzzle with pieces that don't quite fit. The pattern shifts, too deliberately to be a coincidence. Suddenly, he feels a chill run through him. The lights flicker. A faint knock at the door. Ethan freezes, his body tense. For a moment, he's paralyzed with fear. No one knows where he is, right? but his instincts tell him otherwise. He slowly gets up from the bed, his footsteps muffled on the cheap carpet as he moves toward the door. His fingers hover over the doorknob, but before he can make contact, the knocking stops. A strange silence fills the room, but Ethan can feel it, the watchful eyes. Slowly, he backs away from the door and returns to the laptop. There's no time to waste. He has to focus. Another notification pops up, an alert from the email account he'd set up for his research, one he'd used to communicate with the anonymous source. The message is brief, but its contents send a jolt through him. They're tracking your every move. You need to get out of there. Now. Ethan's heart races, but this time it's not just fear. It's a deep sense of urgency. Whoever is after him, they've been following his every step. The satellites are far more than tools for observation. They are an entire network, a system designed to control, to watch, and, if necessary, to eliminate. His phone buzzes again. This time, it's a photo. A grainy image of a rooftop, taken from a high vantage point. In the distance, just beneath the clouds, the shadow of something metallic can be seen. A satellite, larger than any he's ever seen before, its shape obscured by the fading light. But it's not the satellite that catches his attention. It's the figure standing on the rooftop staring directly at the camera. A tall man, dark hair, black jacket, just like the one in the diner. A cold shiver runs through Ethan. The man is getting closer. But who is he working for? And why is he hunting? Ethan down? Suddenly, his phone buzzes once more. This time it's a text from a number he doesn't recognize. It's a simple message, but the meaning is clear. Your life is in danger. Do not trust anyone. The words echo in Ethan's mind as he stares at the screen. He doesn't know who to trust anymore, but he knows one thing. His discovery is much larger than just a few rogue satellites. Whoever is behind this web of surveillance has orchestrated something far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. As Ethan begins to pack up his things, preparing to leave the motel before it's too late, he can't shake the feeling that he's already too deep into this conspiracy. The trail of codes, the hidden locations, and the ominous warnings are all pointing to one thing. There's a shadow government in play, and it's bigger than anything he ever signed up for. But who's really in control? And what happens if he exposes them? The clock is ticking. Who is watching Ethan? What's the significance of the coordinates he uncovered? And how far will they go to keep their secrets hidden? Keep watching to uncover the next piece of the puzzle. I thought the truth would set me free. Now, I'm not sure what it's going to do. Ethan can't shake the sense of urgency clawing at his gut as he drives through the winding desert roads. The flickering lights of the motel have long since disappeared, replaced by the endless stretch of black asphalt and the occasional dot of a distant star. The world feels eerily quiet, as if the very earth is holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. His laptop sits open beside him, still showing the encrypted map of coordinates, hundreds of them scattered across the globe. Each one leads deeper into a labyrinth of shadows, more intricate than any puzzle Ethan's mind could have prepared for. The coordinates are a trail, but where does it lead? And why is it so carefully concealed? The deeper Ethan digs, the more the pattern becomes clear, but it's not a pattern he understands. It's as though someone or something has been laying the groundwork for decades. A covert plan, decades in the making, hidden in plain sight, and the worst part, it feels like he's been walking into it his entire life, completely unaware. Ian pulls into a small roadside diner to refuel, hoping to clear his head. The desert air is heavy with the smell of dust and oil. The place is quiet, but there's a certain tension that hangs in the air, like the calm before a storm. As he fills his tank, he notices an old man sitting at a nearby table staring into the distance with a faraway look in his eyes. It's strange. He seems out of place, like he doesn't belong here, but before Ethan can think any more of it, the man shifts his gaze toward him. Their eyes meet, and for a brief, unsettling moment, Ethan feels a chill run down his spine. The man doesn't speak, but there's something in his eyes, something knowing, almost like he understands Ethan's struggle. Without a word, he stands up, shuffling slowly toward the door. Ethan watches as the man exits, his weathered figure swallowed by the endless horizon. The strange encounter lingers in Ethan's mind. Could the old man be connected to this web of secrets? Or is it just a coincidence? Shaking off the unease, Ethan opens his laptop again. There's no time to waste. He needs answers, and the coordinates are the key. After hours of scouring the map and cross-referencing the locations with satellite imagery, something begins to emerge. A collection of spots, all linked by one thing: unmanned military bases. Hundreds of them, hidden in the most remote and uninhabited parts of the world. Each one is a dot on the map, seemingly insignificant on its own. But when viewed together, they form a larger picture, one that Ethan can't quite decipher yet, but feels disturbingly close. His fingers fly across the keyboard, typing in code after code, but it's the same thing: uninhabited. No signs of life. Yet the sheer scale of these places is undeniable. Thousands of square miles of land, built with the latest technologies and designed to be invisible to the naked eye. And then it hits him. The satellites. The satellites are monitoring these locations. Not just watching, but actively involved in, controlling the area. Could it be that the entire global surveillance system is linked to something more than just communication or military defense? Something much more insidious? Ethan's heart pounds in his chest. What if these unmanned bases aren't just about security? What if they're research facilities? His thoughts race, but there's no time to speculate. As he zooms in on the satellite images, a chilling detail catches his eye. One of the coordinates leads him to a familiar place, an old facility he remembers hearing about in passing years ago during his time working with government contractors. It was an abandoned military site, closed off and sealed up for good. Or so they told the public. But what if that was a lie? Ethan's breathing quickens as he recognizes the name. Sector 57. He had heard whispers about it, rumors that circulated among tech engineers. A place where the most secretive projects took place, deep underground, hidden from prying eyes. Some said it was a place for experimental technology. Others claimed it was the site of unsanctioned experiments that could change the course of history. Suddenly, Ethan's phone buzzes again. He's not surprised to see it's from an unknown number, but what shakes him is the message. "You're getting too close, Ethan. Walk away now, or you'll regret it." His skin goes cold. Who's behind this? And why does it feel like the deeper he digs, the closer he gets to something that could cost him everything? Ethan stares at the screen. The coordinates to Sector 57 now burned into his mind. This is it. The place where it all started. And it's the place he's been led to buy the cryptic patterns in the satellite data. He doesn't know how, but he knows he has to go there. If there's one place that will give him the answers he needs, it's that remote, forgotten facility. But as he stands up to leave, his phone buzzes once more. This time, it's a photo. Taken from a distance, blurry but clear enough to make out the figure standing at the entrance of the diner. The man, the old man. He's holding something in his hand, a slip of paper with a single line of text. Sector 57. Go there. You'll find what you're looking for. But beware. The truth is a prison. Ethan's heart races. The message is clear. He's been led here by forces far more powerful than he can imagine. And now, the question isn't whether he should go, it's whether he can survive the truth that waits for him. As he exits the diner and heads back to his car, Ethan feels like a pawn in a much larger game. The satellites, the patterns, the hidden bases, everything points to Sector 57. But what will he find when he gets there? And who else knows about it? He doesn't know how much longer he has before the truth catches up to him. But one thing is certain. The conspiracy is much larger than just a few satellites. And if Ethan isn't careful, he might be the next piece in the puzzle. What's waiting for Ethan at Sector 57? Who else is involved in this global conspiracy? Stay tuned as the mystery deepens. The deeper you go, the harder it is to turn back. Ethan drives through the night, the vast, empty desert surrounding him. The sun has yet to rise, leaving the world shrouded in a haunting darkness, only broken by the dim glow of his car's headlights. The hum of the engine is the only sound, except for the pulse in his ears, a constant reminder that the deeper he gets into this conspiracy, the more he's risking, and he knows it. The coordinates for Sector 57 are burned into his mind. He can't stop thinking about the strange messages, about the man in the diner, about the warning from the old man. Whoever is watching him knows his every move. The closer he gets to the truth, the more dangerous this all becomes. His phone buzzes. Again. You don't understand what you're getting into. It's the same number, the same cryptic voice from the shadows. He should ignore it. He should turn around. But Ethan knows better now. There's no going back. The roads are getting quieter, more desolate. His fingers tap nervously against the steering wheel. The silence of the desert is suffocating, and every mile feels heavier than the last. It's almost as if the land itself is warning him to stop. But he can't. Not now. Not after everything he's uncovered. He turns onto a dirt road, the GPS, directing him further off the beaten path. The only signs of life are the occasional cactus or small cluster of dry brush. No cars, no lights, just the endless expanse of nothing. As he drives deeper into the wilderness, the sense of isolation starts to weigh on him. The feeling that he's being watched creeps up again, but this time, it's not just paranoia. Ethan stops the car a few miles down the road. There's no one around for miles, and the only thing that breaks the quiet is the sound of the wind, rustling the scrub. He looks at his phone, trying to connect to the satellite images he'd downloaded. His heart skips a beat as he zooms in on the area marked as Sector 57. It's close. Too close. He doesn't know how he feels about being this near to something so secret, something so dangerous. Then, as if to confirm his unease, he hears it, a faint crackling noise, followed by a distorted voice coming from the car's radio. Turn back, Ethan. It's not worth it. He freezes, his breath catching in his throat. The voice is familiar, but he can't place it. It's not the same as the anonymous texts. It's deeper, older, almost personal. The crackling continues, and then the words come through clearly. You're already too far gone. You think you're doing the right thing, but the truth you seek will destroy you. It will destroy everything. His hand trembles as he reaches for the dial, desperately trying to turn off the radio. The voice doesn't stop. Sector 57 is a lie. It's a prison, a dead end. And the satellites, they're part of a much bigger plan. A plan that's been in motion for decades. The words seem to sink deep into his bones, sending an icy shiver through him. Who is this person? And why does it feel like they know so much about him? Ethan, you're being played. They want you to uncover the truth, but only so they can control you. This isn't a game anymore. The system, the satellites, they're everywhere, watching you, watching all of us. And if you expose it, the voice cuts off abruptly, and the radio falls silent. Ethan's heart is pounding in his chest. He sits still for a moment, the weight of the words pressing on him like a physical force. Was it a warning or a threat? The air outside is cold, biting, as if the desert itself is holding its breath. Ethan grips the steering wheel, torn between the urge to drive away, to leave all of this behind, and the undeniable pull of the truth. There's no way to go back now. The phone buzzes. again pulling him from his thoughts. You were warned. Do not go to Sector 57. It's a trap, a place of no return. If you go, you'll be just another victim of the system. Ethan swallows hard, his mind racing. Could it be true? Is Sector 57 really a trap? Or is someone playing him, trying to keep him from the truth? He looks at the map on his phone. The facility is less than an hour away, and then he remembers the photo from earlier, the image of the figure standing on the rooftop, the same man from the diner, the one who seemed to know everything about him. That man has to be connected to all of this somehow. But how? Ethan looks around, the emptiness of the desert pressing down on him. He's at a crossroads. He could turn back now, leave the mystery behind, walk away. But then what? Would he ever be able to live with the questions in his mind? With the fear that there's more to this story than he'll ever know. His phone rings again. He doesn't need to look at the number to know it's another warning. He answers anyway. Ethan, listen to me, a voice says urgently. You don't understand what's at stake here. The satellites are only the beginning. Sector 57 isn't what you think it is. It's a facility for control, mind control. The government has been experimenting with ways to manipulate people, control thoughts, behaviors. This is bigger than you can imagine, but they won't stop unless you stop them. Ethan's heart is hammering now. Mind control? Could it be true? Could this entire conspiracy be about more than surveillance? You're not the first to stumble onto this, but you might be the last. If you want to stay alive, you have to stop. Leave now. There's no turning back once you cross that line. The line goes dead. Silence fills the car. Ethan sits there for what feels like an eternity, the weight of the warning sinking into his bones. He's been told to stop. He's been told to walk away. But the question is, can he? The truth is within his reach. But at what cost? The distant silhouette of Sector 57 looms ahead, a dark promise of answers and dangers. Who is trying to stop Ethan from uncovering the truth? Is Sector 57 really a place of control and manipulation? Or is there something even darker waiting for him? You don't always get to choose the truth you find. Sometimes it chooses you. The wind howls through the barren desert, carrying the sting of dust across the empty road. Ethan's hands tremble as he grips the wheel, each mile dragging him closer to Sector 57, each moment heavier than the last. The warnings are echoing in his mind, each one more chilling than the last. It's a trap. You're being controlled. You won't survive the truth. But none of it is enough to stop him. Not anymore. The truth is within his grasp. He can feel it in his bones, the undeniable pull of something larger than himself. Something bigger than a conspiracy of satellites. Something that goes beyond even his understanding. He takes a sharp turn off the main road, his tires kicking up dirt as he moves deeper into the heart of the desert. The GPS on his phone keeps flashing. Sector boundary crossed, as the screen grows dimmer in the dying light of the day. Soon, the vast expanse of nothingness is replaced by looming, shadowy figures in the distance. An old chain-link fence, its rusted edges barely visible in the twilight, stretches across the horizon like the jagged teeth of some great beast. Sector 57. It's real. Ethan's pulse quickens. His body hums with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. He's here, at the site that could either answer every question he has or destroy him in the process. He parks a few hundred yards from the fence, hiding the car behind a cluster of scrub trees. He steps out, the cool desert air biting at his skin. There's a heaviness here. It's like the land itself is keeping a secret, one that's been buried for too long. He crouches down behind the brush, his eyes scanning the perimeter of the facility. The high fence is topped with coils of barbed wire, and floodlights cast long shadows across the compound. It's quiet, almost unnervingly so. The only movement is the slow swing of the floodlights as they pass over the darkened landscape. There's a small break in the fence just big enough to slip through. Ethan swallows, heart pounding in his chest. His mind is spinning with everything he's learned about the satellites, the hidden bases, and the unnerving warnings. But now that he's standing here, about to cross the threshold into the heart of the mystery, doubt claws at him. What if they're right? What if this place really is a trap? What if, by uncovering the truth, he's walking straight into a nightmare from which there's no escape? But he can't turn back now. Ethan slips through the gap in the fence, his breath shallow in the cold night air. The hum of hidden machinery fills the silence, but there's no sign of movement. The facility looms over him, its dark concrete walls reflecting the dim light of the nearby stars. There's a sense of unease here, a palpable tension, like the place itself is holding its breath. His eyes dart around as he moves deeper into the complex, careful to stay in the shadows. He can't afford to be seen. He's already gone too far, and if he's caught now, everything will be over. A series of doors line the side of one of the buildings. Some are locked, others are open slightly, as though waiting for someone to step inside. He chooses one of the slightly ajar doors, his hand shaking as he presses it open. It creaks in protest, but no one seems to notice. Inside, the air is thick with dust and the smell of stale air. The hallways are long, sterile, and devoid of any warmth or character. It's as if the entire facility was designed to be anonymous, to blend into the background, out of sight, out of mind. He creeps through the corridors following the dim light that seems to come from nowhere. As he walks, he starts to see signs, symbols etched into the walls. They're strange, almost unrecognizable. Letters and numbers that don't make sense, like a code, a language meant to be forgotten. Ethan's heart skips a beat as he steps into what looks like a control room. The walls are lined with rows of monitors, each one showing a different location. Streets, buildings, parks, each one familiar, but from angles that couldn't possibly exist from the ground. Satellite images. But these aren't ordinary satellite feeds. These are live feeds. Ethan steps closer to one of the monitors, his eyes widening in disbelief. The image on the screen is from a street in downtown Los Angeles. He recognizes the location, a familiar intersection near his old apartment. But the angle is wrong. The camera is positioned far above, a bird's-eye view that can't be replicated by any normal drone or camera. This is coming from a satellite. But then something catches his eye. A flicker on the screen. A figure standing on the corner of the street. He can barely make it out, but there's no mistaking it. It's him. Ethan's heart slams in his chest. His hands are shaking as he backs away from the screen. This can't be happening. The satellites, they're watching him. This whole time he's been under surveillance, a pawn in someone else's game. But who? And why? The door behind him suddenly creaks open and Ethan spins around, his breath caught in his throat. Standing in the doorway is the last person he ever expected to see. The old man from the diner. Ethan's eyes widen. The man steps forward, his face serious but not unkind. "You shouldn't have come here," the old man says, his voice low and gravelly. "You don't know what you're messing with." Ethan opens his mouth to speak, but the words catch in his throat. The man's eyes are filled with something both compassionate and dangerous. He knows what Ethan's about to ask, and he's not giving him the answers yet. "They've been watching you from the beginning, Ethan. You were always meant to find this place, and now that you have, there's no way out." The words hit Ethan like a punch to the gut. He thought he was in control, that he could uncover the truth. But now, standing in the heart of the conspiracy, he realizes that the truth was never meant to set him free. It was meant to imprison him. Who is the old man, and what is his connection to the conspiracy? What is the true purpose behind Sector 57? And why is Ethan's every move being watched? The answers are closer than ever, but so is the danger. The truth is never just the truth. It's a weapon, a key, and a prison all at once. Ethan's head spins. The old man's words echo in his mind like an endless drumbeat, growing louder, drowning out everything else. He was always meant to find this place. He was always meant to uncover the truth. But that truth, it's like a living thing, twisting and shifting, constantly out of reach. And now that he's here, in the heart of the conspiracy, Ethan can't shake the feeling that the very air around him is charged with danger. His every move feels like it's being watched, not by one person but by a system, a network far larger and more complex than anything he could have imagined. The old man steps forward, his face grave. There's something almost familiar about him, something that makes Ethan's skin crawl. The last time they crossed paths, it was in that diner, an encounter so brief, so fleeting that Ethan barely thought twice about it. But now, standing here in the dark, with the flashing lights of the monitors casting ghostly shadows on the walls, he realizes that their meeting was anything but coincidence. You've come all this way, Ethan, and now that you know, there's no going back, the man says, his voice low, almost mournful. But you've got to understand something. This isn't about you. You're just a pawn in a game much bigger than you, a game that's been in motion for decades, and you've stumbled into it. Ethan's pulse quickens. His mind is racing, trying to piece together the puzzle. Every detail, every clue, every encounter, it all leads here, to this moment, to Sector 57. What do you mean? Ethan asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Who's behind this? Who's controlling everything? The old man looks at him, eyes filled with a mixture of pity and something darker. Fear? Regret? He hesitates, as if weighing the consequences of his next words. It's not just one person, he finally says. It's a network. A group of individuals with too much power. They've been watching the world for years, manipulating events, controlling information. The satellites, they're just the beginning. They've been using them to monitor everything. Every movement, every conversation, every thought. And now, they've found a way to control minds. Ethan feels a chill crawl up his spine. His mind flashes back to the encrypted map, the strange symbols, the anomalies he'd discovered in the satellite images. Was it all leading to this? Was the government really capable of something this monstrous? But why me? Ethan asks, his voice trembling. Why am I part of this? Why have they been watching me? The old man's gaze softens, but only slightly. Because you were always meant to see it. They knew you'd come eventually. They were counting on it. Ethan's mind races. What do you mean? What does that mean for me? The man steps closer, his face now only inches from Ethan's. It means, my friend, that you've been groomed for this moment. Your entire career, your time working in tech, your curiosity, all of it. It's all been part of the plan. You were selected long ago. This was always your path. Ethan stumbles backward, feeling the weight of the revelation press down on him. He wasn't just some random tech engineer who stumbled across a conspiracy. He was part of it, an unwitting pawn in a much darker game. And now, the deeper he digs, the closer he gets to uncovering the full scope of the conspiracy. The question is, will he be able to handle the truth when he finally finds it? Listen to me, the old man says, his voice now urgent. If you keep going down this path, you'll be just like everyone else, a cog in the machine. You'll never escape. They'll use you. They'll make sure you can't walk away. You'll either join them or you'll disappear. Ethan's chest tightens. He wants to believe the old man. He wants to believe that there's a way out, that he's not trapped in this web of lies and surveillance. But deep down, he knows the truth. There is no escape. The old man's gaze hardens. They'll come for you soon. They'll track you. Down. Just like they've tracked everyone else who's ever gotten close to uncovering the truth. You won't be able to hide. The satellites are already watching you. They know everything. Ethan feels a shiver run through him. The satellites. They aren't just watching the world. They're watching him, every move he makes, every step he takes, and as much as he wants to run, to escape, he knows that's not an option anymore. The truth is too close. The answers are within reach. But every answer brings more danger. The monitors flicker, showing an array of satellite images. Each one seems to represent a different location. Major cities, military bases, government, buildings. But there's one image that catches Ethan's attention. It's of a secluded mansion, tucked away in the mountains. He recognizes the place. It's been on the map, hidden among the other coordinates he's been following. But now, seeing it up close on the screen, it feels like something has shifted. This is the heart of it all. The nexus. The place where it all begins. The old man's voice interrupts his thoughts. That's it. That's where they're hiding. The real control center. The place where they've been pulling the strings. For decades. If you want the truth, if you want to bring this down, you need to go there. Ethan feels a surge of adrenaline course through him. This is it. The final piece of the puzzle. But he knows it comes at a cost. The closer he gets to the truth, the more he risks losing himself. The more he risks losing everything. The old man looks at him one last time, his eyes filled with sorrow. If you go, there's no coming back. They will stop at nothing to silence you. They've already seen you. They're already on their way. Ethan doesn't hesitate. He doesn't have time to be afraid anymore. He's in too deep. And now, there's only one thing left to do. What's waiting for Ethan at the mansion? Is this the final confrontation he's been racing toward? Or is it something even darker than he could imagine? The truth is now within his grasp, but so is the danger that comes with it. You can't unsee what you've already seen, and you can't undo what you've already done. The mansion looms in front of Ethan like a dark monolith. Set high in the mountains, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, it sits silently in the night, its windows dark and unwelcoming. The jagged peaks of the surrounding mountains seem to close in around him, creating a suffocating sense of isolation. This is it. The place where everything begins and ends. The control center. The heart of the conspiracy. His pulse races as he steps out of the car, the cold mountain air biting at his skin. The old man's warning echoes in his mind. They will stop at nothing to silence you. Ethan glances around, his breath coming in quick bursts. There's no turning back now. His every move has led him here. And if what the old man said is true, then the danger is already here too. As he approaches the mansion, he notices something strange. The place is silent, too silent. The kind of silence that feels unnatural, like the calm before the storm. There are no guards, no patrols, no signs of life. Just the heavy darkness pressing in on all sides. Ethan's heart pounds in his chest as he moves closer to the front door, his footsteps muffled by the soft snow beneath his feet. He reaches for the handle, his hand trembling. And then, without warning, the door swings open. A tall figure stands in the doorway, silhouetted by the faint light spilling out from behind them. The figure is wearing a dark suit, their face obscured by shadows, but there's something disturbingly familiar about them. Ethan's stomach churns. Not again. It's the man from the diner, the one who warned him to turn back, the one who knows far too much. "You're too late," the man says, his voice cold and detached. "We knew you'd come, and we've been waiting." Ethan doesn't flinch. He's come too far to back down now. He steps into the mansion, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of a trap, any hint that he's walking into a setup. But there's nothing. Just the cold, sterile elegance of a place designed to blend into the background, to disappear into the world. The man steps aside, gesturing for Ethan to enter. "We've been monitoring you for a long time, Ethan. You were always part of the plan. And now that you've found us, there's no going back." Ethan's blood runs cold. "What plan? What is this all about?" The man smiles, but it's not a comforting smile. It's a smile that tells Ethan he already knows the answer, even if Ethan doesn't. "This is bigger than you can imagine," the man says. "This isn't just about surveillance. It's not just about satellites or controlling information. This is about control of the human mind. The ability to influence thoughts, actions, decisions, all from a distance. And we've perfected it." Ethan's mind races. "You're using the satellites to control people's minds?" The man nods. "We've been using them for years. The satellites, the networks, the covert operations, all of it was leading up to this moment. And now that we've perfected the system, there's no stopping us. No one can escape." Ethan feels the walls closing in. His stomach churns with a mix of fear and anger. He's standing in the center of a conspiracy so vast, so far-reaching, that it threatens everything he knows. His thoughts flash back to the strange symbols he found in the facility, to the encrypted files, to the images of people walking in patterns, behaving as though they were being controlled by some invisible force. It was never just about surveillance. It was always about manipulation, about mind control, about bending people to the will of the unseen hand. The man steps forward, his voice lowering to a whisper. "You've been a part of it all along, Ethan. Your work, your research, everything you've done in tech, it was all a stepping stone for us. You were meant to find this place. And now that you've found it, you're part of the system. You can't leave. You can't stop us." Ethan feels the weight of the words settle on him like a crushing burden. His entire life, his career, his passion, his curiosity, has all led him here to this moment, where he's faced with the reality that he's nothing more than a pawn in a game much larger than he could have ever imagined. But he won't accept it. He can't. "I choose what happens next," Ethan says, his voice trembling but resolute. "This ends tonight." The man laughs, but it's not a laugh of amusement. It's a laugh of knowing. He's seen this before. He's seen people like Ethan try to fight back, try to regain control. But the truth is, they never succeed. "You can't fight us, Ethan," the man says, his voice cold. "The system is already in place, and once it's in place, there's no undoing it. You're already under our control." Ethan takes a step back, his eyes scanning the room. The monitors, the hidden cameras, the satellite feeds, they're everywhere. He knows that, at any moment, they could activate, sending him into a spiral of manipulation, turning him into another cog in the machine. But then, something clicks in his mind. The solution, the weakness in the system, the satellites. The same satellites they've been using to control everyone. The same satellites that have been tracking his every move, watching his every step. He rushes forward, grabbing the nearest monitor. "If I can take this down," he mutters to himself, "if I can disconnect it from the system." The man steps forward, his expression hardening. "You really think you can stop it? You think you can just turn it off? You're too late." But Ethan doesn't listen. He knows the truth now. The satellites, the control system, the manipulation, it all hinges on one thing: breaking the connection, disrupting the signal. With a few quick keystrokes, he starts, shutting down the system. His fingers fly across the keys and the screen flickers. But as he watches, the man moves toward him, his hand outstretched, a faint smile on his lips. "Too late," the man whispers. And then the lights go out. Ethan has made his move. But as the lights go out and the system teeters on the brink of collapse, what happens next? Can he really stop the satellites, or has he fallen into a trap he can't escape from? The final confrontation is about to unfold. Some truths are like bombs. Once they're detonated, they can never be undone. The mansion is plunged into darkness. Ethan's heart pounds in his chest as the glow of the monitors vanishes, leaving only the faint outline of the tall figure standing before him. The silence is deafening, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. Machines that, for now, seem to be powerless, their control lost in the chaos. His hands shake, the last few lines of code still lingering in his mind, desperate to finish what he started. But the air around him feels heavy, suffocating, as if the mansion itself is holding its breath, waiting for something, for someone. Ethan's eyes strain in the pitch-black room, searching for any sign of movement. The man, his enemy, his former ally, moves just beyond his line of sight, but Ethan can feel the presence of his every step. This isn't over. It can't be. You think you've won? The man's voice cuts through the silence like a blade, calm but filled with an unsettling certainty. You think you've stopped the system? The satellites? You can't undo what's already been set in motion. It's too late for that. Ethan steps back, eyes narrowing. His fingers still twitch, as if they can sense the terminal's keys in the dark. His mind is a storm, everything he's learned, everything he's fought for, swirling in a vortex of questions. Was it all in vain? He pushes the thought aside. There's no room for doubt. He came here to expose the truth, to break the system, and he can't stop now, not when he's this close. I'm not done yet, Ethan says, his voice steady but strained. I can still stop it. You're not in control anymore. You've underestimated what people can do when they fight back. The man laughs, low and humorless. You're naive. You think you're the first person to try this? There have been others, Ethan. People who thought they could disrupt the system. People who thought they could take down the satellites. The control network. But they're all gone. Every single one of them. Ethan's stomach twists. The weight of those words hits him like a physical blow. If others have tried and failed, if they're all gone, then what makes him different? What makes him so sure that he can win where they didn't? The man steps forward, his figure slowly becoming clearer in the dim light. His voice lowers, and a cold, almost pitying tone creeps into it. You're just another piece in the puzzle, Ethan. You're nothing more than a means to an end. Ethan's hands curl into fists. No, I refuse to believe that. You're wrong. I choose my own fate. I choose to expose the truth. For a moment, the world feels like it holds its breath, the air thick with tension. Ethan's eyes flick toward the nearest terminal, where the glow of the screen flickers faintly. He moves toward it, one step at a time. The weight of everything, pressing down on him. The truth is close. It's so close he can almost taste it. If he can just get to the system, disconnect it for good, then maybe, just maybe, he can turn the tide. He reaches the terminal, fingers hovering over the keys. His mind races as he types furiously, his heart beating louder with every second. He can hear the man's footsteps behind him, but he doesn't turn. He doesn't have the luxury of time to look back. The world is about to change. One final keystroke, and the satellite network could be destroyed. No more surveillance. No more mind control. The power would be gone, severed. The entire operation would crumble like a house of cards. The old man's voice comes again, quieter, this time, as if he's resigned to what's coming. You really think you can stop it? You really think you can turn it all off with the press of a button? Ethan's fingers fly across the keyboard, the words almost a mantra in his mind. Disconnect, break the link, sever the control. You have no idea what you're dealing with, the man says softly, his voice full of regret. You can destroy the system, but you won't destroy the idea. They've already won, Ethan. They'll just rebuild. It's inevitable. Ethan hesitates, the cursor blinking on the screen, taunting him, daring him to make the final decision. Can he really end this? Or is he just another pawn, caught in the web of a system too big to fail? But then, in the back of his mind, he remembers the words of the old man from the diner. If you keep going down this path, you'll be just like everyone else, a cog in the machine. You'll never escape. Ethan slams his hand down on the final key. The screen flashes, the system trembles, and then the world changes. The monitors in the room flicker violently, showing the images of the satellite feeds. Streets, buildings, people walking, each one starting to distort, glitching, breaking apart, as if the very fabric of reality itself is being torn. The lights in the mansion buzz erratically, their hum rising in pitch until they finally go out. For a moment, everything is still. Then, the silence is broken by a deafening sound. A low, mechanical hum that seems to come from everywhere at once, and then nothing. Ethan stands there, breathless, his heart racing. Has he done it? Has he truly destroyed the system? Or has he just triggered something far worse? The uncertainty is almost unbearable. The screen in front of him shows nothing but static. Now, the images that once filled it, the people, the satellites, gone. The man doesn't move. He stands, watching Ethan with cold, empty eyes, as if the battle is over, as if he's already accepted defeat. "You've won, Ethan," he says, his voice tinged with bitterness. But the game doesn't end here. It's already begun again. Ethan feels the weight of the words sink in. Has he really won? Or has this just been the beginning of something even more insidious? The satellites might be down, but what if the control isn't in the machines, but in the minds of the people? As the room remains dark, the hum of the system silenced, Ethan realizes that the truth, no matter how powerful, is never as simple as it seems. Some secrets are far too dangerous to uncover. Some powers, once they've been exposed, can never be put back in the box. Ethan turns away from the flickering screen, his mind clouded with doubt and questions. The mansion around him seems to close in, its walls now eerily quiet. It's over, for now. But in his heart, he knows the truth. The fight has just begun. The satellites are down. The system has been severed. But Ethan's journey doesn't end here. What does the future hold now that the veil has been lifted? Will the truth lead to freedom, or has the real battle only just begun? What if you could change everything with one decision? Would you dare? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. It started with a whisper, a passing comment in a late-night chat, one that shouldn't have sparked any more than a fleeting thought. But for Maya, the newest sensation in the indie music scene, it was enough to plant a seed. She was sitting in her dimly lit studio, headphones on, scrolling through playlists. The sound of her guitar hummed quietly in the background as she sifted through tracks for inspiration. That's when her friend Jack, a self-proclaimed conspiracy theorist, made his offhand remark. "You know, the whole music industry's controlled by the Illuminati, right?" he said, with the same half-joking tone he used when discussing alien conspiracies or hidden government agendas. Maya laughed. She had heard the joke before, seen it pop up in memes, or maybe even heard a rumor or two about pop stars flashing occult symbols in their videos. But to her, it was just that. Rumor. Nothing more. Still, the words stuck with her, nagging at the back of her mind. What if? The next day, she started noticing things. Little things. First, it was the symbols on album covers. The all-seeing eye, the pyramids, the strangely consistent themes of power, control, and fame. It wasn't like she hadn't seen these before, but now they had a strange weight to them. But it wasn't until she was watching the music video for a top-charting pop song, Starfall, that something truly bizarre happened. The screen flickered for just a fraction of a second, a quick blink like an error in the film. She rewound it and froze the frame. It was subtle, so subtle most people would have missed it. In the background of a lavish party scene, amidst all the glamour and flashing lights, a shadowy figure stood in the corner of the room. Maya squinted. There, just barely visible in the corner of the frame, was a small, intricate symbol. A triangle with an eye in the center. The unmistakable Illuminati symbol. Her breath caught in her throat. Coincidence, she thought. But deep down, she knew it wasn't. Maya had always been a skeptic, but there was something about the music industry that didn't sit right with her. She'd always been told there was more to it than meets the eye. But what could a small-town indie musician like her possibly know about the secretive world of corporate pop music? Yet, here she was, staring at the screen, feeling as though she had just cracked open a door to something much, much darker. Is this really happening? She whispered to herself. That night, her mind raced. She couldn't sleep, couldn't shake the feeling that she had stumbled onto something massive. The more she thought about it, the more questions piled up. Were the biggest pop stars being controlled by shadowy forces? Were they really that powerless, forced to hide secrets in plain sight just to stay on top? Could it be that the songs she listened to, the ones she had admired for years, were hiding messages, covertly pushing a hidden agenda? She didn't know what she had uncovered yet, but she knew one thing. She couldn't stop now. In the early hours of the morning, Maya made a decision. She was going to dig deeper. The world of music, fame, and power was far more complex than she had ever imagined. And if there was even a shred of truth to what Jack had suggested, Maya was going to find out. The hunt for answers had begun. But there was a danger, too. What if someone was watching? What if the very people behind these hidden messages were paying attention to those who dared to question them? The music industry had its rules, and those who broke them often found themselves erased from the spotlight. But Maya didn't care. She had to know the truth, no matter where it led. As she prepared to dive into the dark side of the music world, she couldn't help but ask herself, what was really behind those flashy music videos? What were they trying to tell us? And more chillingly, what would happen if she uncovered the truth? The next few days were a blur for Maya. Between recording her own music and performing at local bars, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something much bigger was happening beneath the surface. The flickering symbol in Starfall, the Illuminati eye, kept playing on a loop in her mind. She couldn't get over how subtle it had been, like a shadow waiting to be noticed. If there was one thing she knew, it was that nothing in the music industry happened by accident. Every detail was meticulously crafted, every word, every beat, every image on screen, deliberate. So, she dove in, head first. She began pulling apart every music video she could find. Pop hits, indie anthems, even the most obscure underground bands. She pored over lyrics, zoomed in on album covers, and rewatched videos frame by frame. She was looking for something, anything out of place. It didn't take long for her to find another one. This time, it was in the music video for Electric, Heart by the biggest rising star of the year, Jenna Devereaux. Her fans worshipped her. Her glossy Instagram feed, her flawless public image, the way she seemed to live in a perpetual state of joy. But when Maya watched the video, it felt wrong. In the middle of a close-up shot of Jenna, as she sang about the power of the night, Maya saw it. A flash of another symbol hidden behind her on a wall in the background. A dark red circle, and in the center, a black pyramid, its eye glowing faintly. A chill ran down Maya's spine. She rewound the video and paused, frame by frame. There it was again, clearer now. The symbol was everywhere, on the backs of the dancers on the wall behind the stage, even in the cutaways between scenes. It was too much to be a coincidence. There was no way a pop video for a song about love and light should be wrapped in such ominous imagery. Maya's stomach turned. Jenna Devereaux was the queen of the mainstream right now. Everyone loved her, adored her, followed her every move. But now, Maya had to wonder, Was she just another puppet in the hands of something far more sinister? With trembling fingers, Maya scrolled through Jenna's social media, looking for anything that could give her a clue about this strange connection. Her feed was polished, perfect, filled with glamorous photos of her at exclusive events, private jets, and sparkling red carpet appearances. But there, hidden in plain sight, was something more. A strange post from a year ago. A cryptic photo of Jenna with a group of well-dressed older men, all standing in front of a towering, ancient-looking building. The caption read, "In good hands, Shat, trust, the process." The post had received thousands of likes and comments, but Maya's attention was caught by one comment, one that stood out from the others. It was from a user named The Watcher, and it simply said, "You're on the right path. Don't forget the signs." Maya blinked. "The signs?" she whispered under her breath. Could this be some kind of coded message? But why would anyone risk leaving these clues out in the open? Were these artists so deep into this Illuminati control that they couldn't help but hint at it? Or was there something more, something darker that Maya had yet to understand? Her mind raced as she scrolled through the comment section again, hoping for another clue. But that was the last one. All the rest of the comments were congratulatory, full of praise for Jenna's empowering message. No one else seemed to notice the hidden messages Maya had uncovered. Frustrated, but more determined than ever, Maya decided to dig deeper into Jenna's past. She pulled up an old interview from when Jenna was just starting her career. The interviewer had asked her about her sudden rise to fame, how she'd gone from being a small-town singer to a worldwide sensation in a matter of months. In the interview, Jenna had smiled and replied, "It's all about connections. You meet the right people, you get in the right room, and things just happen." Maya paused the video. There it was, connections, the right people, the right room. The words sounded so casual, but Maya knew they meant something more now. Could it be that Jenna's sudden success wasn't just the result of talent and luck? Had someone, or something, been guiding her rise from the very beginning? Her pulse quickened as her thoughts spiraled. What if this wasn't just about symbols, or hidden messages in music videos? What if the Illuminati's influence went deeper than she could imagine? What if entire careers were being shaped, manipulated by these mysterious forces? And then, the worst thought crossed her mind. What if they were coming for her next? Maya had only just begun to scratch the surface of this dark world. The more she uncovered, the more dangerous it felt. Was she already in too deep? Before she could process it, her phone buzzed. A new message from Jack. "You're onto something, Maya. I can feel it. But be careful. Some things, they don't want to be found." Maya couldn't shake the feeling that something was shifting inside her. As she sat in her dim studio, eyes locked on her phone, Jack's warning echoed in her mind. Some things, they don't want to be found. She should have listened. But curiosity, no, obsession, had taken root. She was already too far gone, tangled in the threads of a conspiracy she hadn't asked for but couldn't ignore. The more she looked, the more things started to line up. Symbols, themes, patterns that had been right in front of everyone's eyes but were too easily dismissed. Now, they all felt connected, like pieces of a puzzle she was too close to solving. The next clue came during an ordinary trip to the record store. It wasn't anything dramatic. In fact, Maya almost missed it. She was flipping through vinyl albums, the smell of aged paper and plastic filling her senses when a bright cover caught her eye. Moonlit Magic, by a legendary artist known only as Lucius Kane. The album cover was striking, golden eyes glowing against a backdrop of a darkened city skyline. But it wasn't the artwork that grabbed her attention. It was the tiny, almost imperceptible detail in the lower right corner. A symbol, just like the one from Starfall. A triangle with an eye in the center. Her stomach dropped. Lucius Kane, one of the most influential figures in pop music. The man who had practically defined modern rock, who had written the anthems for entire generations. Yet, here he was, endorsing something. No, participating in something far darker than she had ever imagined. She couldn't resist. She bought the album, hands shaking as she made her way to the counter. On the way back to her car, her thoughts raced. Was Cain one of the earliest puppets, a star so powerful that even the Illuminati couldn't ignore him? Or had he sold his soul to them years ago? His influence merely a tool to further their agenda. Back in her studio, Maya spun the record and settled into the worn leather chair in front of her desk. The sound of the needle hitting the grooves was a welcome distraction, but she couldn't stop glancing at the album cover. It haunted her. Lucius Cain's voice poured through the speakers, smooth and hypnotic. The lyrics were poetic, full of dark undertones and references to dreams, illusions, and the chase for power. But something felt off. It wasn't just the music, it was the feeling the song evoked. A creeping sense of unease, like it was pulling her under, like the words were laced with a hidden message. As she listened more closely, she realized the same patterns she had seen in Jenna's music videos. Hidden symbols, references to power, control, and enlightenment were present in the lyrics too. It was as if the entire album was coded, a blueprint for those who knew where to look. But the most chilling discovery came near the end of the album, in a track titled Eyes Wide Shut. The beat slowed, the tone became darker, and then a whisper, barely audible, buried deep within the mix. It sounded like a chant, a phrase repeated over and over. Through the door, you'll see the truth. Maya's heart raced as she rewound it, played it again, and again. Through the door, you'll see the truth. The voice was distorted, but unmistakable. It wasn't part of the music. It was a secret message, hidden beneath the surface. Maya sat back in her chair, her thoughts spinning. Through the door. What door? The door to what? Could this be another clue? Another piece of the puzzle? Eerie thing was, the phrase didn't seem out of place. It blended so seamlessly into the track that anyone who wasn't listening closely would have missed it. It was the perfect example of what she had begun to see. Hidden messages wrapped in layers of sound, symbols embedded in album artwork, clues scattered across the most popular songs of the era. The more Maya listened, the more she felt like the music was speaking to her directly, as though it were telling her that the truth was right there in front of her, just beyond her grasp. But the deeper she went, the more anxious she became. These messages weren't accidental, and she wasn't the only one who had noticed them. Few days later, Maya received a strange package. No return address, just a plain, brown box. Inside, there was a flash drive and a note that simply read, "You're not alone. The truth is in the music. Be careful who you trust." She stared at the note, her pulse hammering in her chest. Her fingers hesitated over the flash drive. Who had sent this? Was it Jack? Was someone watching her? Ignoring the growing dread in her chest, she plugged the drive into her computer. A single folder opened labeled The Patterns. Inside were dozens of music videos, audio files, and files upon files of documents. Some were from obscure artists, others from household names. The more Maya scrolled, the more she realized these weren't just random pieces of music. They were files that connected the artists she had been looking into. Lucius Cain, Jenna Devereaux, and many others. Each artist had their own cryptic, hidden messages, their own connections to the Illuminati. She was seeing the bigger picture now. This wasn't just about symbols in pop culture, it was a coordinated effort. Music, at its highest level, was being used to push a specific agenda. Her breath hitched as she opened one final file, titled The Master Plan. The screen flickered and the document revealed a list of artists, dates, locations, and specific moments in time. But the thing that chilled her to the bone? Her name was on the list. Maya's eyes widened. Her name was on the list. Suddenly, the room felt smaller. The walls felt like they were closing in. Were they already watching her? Maya sat frozen in her chair, the file still open on her screen. Her name, Maya Coulson, was right there, neatly typed under a section labeled Upcoming, Prodigy Activation. The blood drained from her face as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The file listed not only her name, but also specific dates and places. One of the dates was just a few weeks away. She couldn't breathe. How was this possible? She had never signed anything. She had never agreed to any sort of deal. But there, it was, right in front of her. The Illuminati was watching her. They were aware of her, tracking her rise, and they'd already decided when her moment would come. The thought struck her like a fist to the chest. Had she already been chosen and clawed at her insides? She reached for her phone, wanting to call Jack, but her hands trembled too violently to dial. She needed to think. She needed to breathe. The walls of her studio seemed to close in, and her head spun with all the information, all the connections she was starting to uncover. Her mind kept racing back to Jenna Devereux, Lucius Kane, and all the others she had been studying. They weren't just artists. They were soldiers in a game she hadn't even known existed. And now, she was part of it too. Maya jumped when her phone buzzed again, this time with an unknown number. Her heart skipped. She wasn't sure if she should answer. Every instinct told her to ignore it, to run. But she had to know. She had to understand what was happening. "Hello?" she whispered, her voice shaking. "Maya," a gravelly voice said on the other end, so low she could barely hear it. "You've been poking around too much." Her blood ran cold. It was the kind of voice that carried authority, the kind of voice that demanded you listen, whether you wanted to or not. "What do you want?" Maya asked, her throat tight. "Who are you?" The voice chuckled darkly. "That's not important right now. What matters is that you've discovered things you weren't supposed to. You've seen the symbols, the connections. Now you're asking questions that don't have answers." Maya's grip tightened on her phone, her knuckles turning white. "I won't stop. I need to know what's going on. Why my name is on that list." The voice grew colder, more threatening. "You don't understand what you're dealing with, Maya. The people behind this aren't just powerful. They're untouchable. They don't want to be found, and if you keep digging, if you keep asking questions, you'll disappear, just like the others." Maya's stomach twisted into knots. "The others?" she asked, barely able to form the words. "Who else?" The voice didn't answer right away, but when it did, the silence between each word felt like it was stretching for eternity. Jenna Devereux, Lucius Kane. They all played their part. And now, it's your turn. Maya could hear the faint sound of static on the line, the hum of something off in the background. It was like the whole world was watching her, waiting for her to make her next move. If you walk away now, Maya, you can still get out. You don't have to be part of this. But if you keep pushing, if you keep going down this path, you'll never get to choose again. You'll do as you're told, just like the others. Maya's mind raced. Could she turn back? Could she walk away and pretend like none of this ever happened? The thought of abandoning everything, of erasing the last few days, seemed impossible. There was too much at stake now, too much she needed to uncover. "I'm not going anywhere," Maya said, her voice steady despite the terror swirling inside her. "Tell me who you are. Tell me who's behind this." The voice on the other end laughed again, but this time it was cold and mocking. "You don't get to know that, Maya. Not yet, but you will. In time, you'll see the truth. The door will open for you. You'll know what you need to know, and you'll regret it." Maya's heart pounded in her chest. She wasn't sure if she was scared, angry, or just completely overwhelmed. All she knew was that she couldn't let this go. Not now. Not when. She was so close. "Is that a threat?" she asked, her words laced with defiance. The voice was silent for a moment, and then it said, "It's a warning. You've been chosen for something much bigger than you understand. The doors are open. Don't say I didn't warn you." With that, the call ended. The line went dead. Maya stared at her phone, her hands shaking. The words hung in the air like a heavy weight. The doors are open. What doors? And where did they lead? She had to keep going. She couldn't stop now. She was already too deep, and there was no turning back. The truth was waiting, just beyond her reach, and she couldn't let fear stop her. But there was something else gnawing at her, a sense of dread that made her question every decision she'd made so far. Was she playing into their hands? Were they watching her every move? Who could she trust? Her eyes wandered back to the screen, to the master plan document, where her name was still listed. The doors were open. But what was waiting on the other side? Maya sat motionless in the quiet of her studio, the phone call still echoing in her mind. The voice had been cold, almost too calm, as if it were speaking from a place of absolute control. "You've been chosen," the words repeated in her head like a drumbeat. She felt the weight of the warning settling over her like a thick fog. Every instinct screamed at her to walk away, to pretend none of this had happened, to bury the flash drive, the file, the symbols, and the whispers from the music. But something deeper inside her resisted. The truth, she couldn't stop. Not now, after. The call, Maya had spent hours staring at her computer, poring over the files, the hidden messages in songs, the pattern emerging from these artists who had seemingly sold their souls to the Illuminati. But this wasn't just about fame. This wasn't just about selling records or creating art. She now understood that there was a bigger game being played, a game that operated in shadows, one with consequences far greater than she had ever imagined. It wasn't just the artists who were pawns in this system. It was the fans, the followers, the entire world that was being subtly manipulated by these hidden forces. But the more she dug, the more her anxiety grew. She couldn't unsee the connections she was making, the truth slipping through the cracks. It was too dangerous, too much. She had to take a break, clear her head, do anything to push it all aside. That's when she saw it. The email came through at 2 a.m., when the world outside her window was still. No subject, just a message. "They know you're looking, and they don't like it. Be careful." There was no signature, no clue as to who had sent it, but Maya knew exactly what it was. It wasn't just a warning. It was a sign that the game had escalated. Her heart raced as she clicked on the attachment. It was a video file, nothing more, nothing less. She hesitated, fingers hovering over the mouse. Was this another warning? Or was it the answer she had been searching for? Taking a deep breath, Maya clicked play. The video began with static, then flickered to life. For a moment, she thought the footage was corrupted. The camera was shaking, the quality poor, grainy, blurred images of an underground parking lot. A man in a dark suit stepped into frame, his face shadowed, unrecognizable. He spoke in a low, urgent tone. "Maya Coulson, you don't know who you're dealing with. You think you've discovered something. What you've found is only the beginning." Maya leaned in closer to her screen, her heart pounding. Was this real? Was this someone involved in the conspiracy? The figure continued, the voice now unmistakable, though still distorted. "This game, this machine, it's bigger than you can imagine. The Illuminati doesn't just control the artists. They control the minds. The messages in the music, the symbols in the videos, the accidental clues, they are a blueprint, a map leading people like you toward something far darker." Maya's stomach tightened as the figure's words sank in. Every song, every video she'd watched, was it all part of some grand plan? And why had she been targeted? "You've got to stop now," the figure said, his voice filled with a mix of fear and regret. "If you don't, they will come for you. They know you're onto them, and once you've opened this door, there's no going back." The video ended with a jarring static cut, leaving Maya in stunned silence. She sat there for a long time, trying to process what she had just witnessed. Had it been a warning from someone inside the system? Or was it just a threat to keep her quiet, to make her back off? But then her thoughts turned darker. What if this was real? What if this entire music industry was just a facade? One designed to keep the world distracted, entertained, and in the palm of powerful hands? What if all the artists, all the musicians she admired, were just playing parts, telling stories of rebellion and freedom, while secretly enslaved by a system that controlled everything? Maya knew she had to confront the truth. She could feel it in her bones. She was no longer just a witness to this conspiracy. She was part of it. The Illuminati had their eyes on her. They had seen her potential, her rise in the indie scene. They had planned for her to be part of their machine. She leaned forward, her fingers trembling as she scrolled through the rest of the files on the flash drive. But there was something new now, something she hadn't seen before. A document titled The Initiation. With a deep breath, Maya opened it. The words were clear and chilling. "Every star is born, but some stars are made. Your rise is not an accident, Maya. It has been orchestrated. Welcome to the fold. The door is open for you. It is time to choose." The document went on to describe the process of becoming a true star in the industry. A star that was not just famous, but controlled. The rituals, the deals, the secret gatherings that shaped the trajectory of these artists' careers. And the price of admission, complete obedience, total surrender. But the scariest part? Maya's name was already written on the list of new initiates. The date? Next week. Her head spun. She felt like she was suffocating, her pulse racing. How could she ever escape this? Was this what had been happening to all the artists she'd admired? Had they all been chosen, manipulated, and coerced into playing this game? And now, it was her turn. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She jumped, heart pounding. "Are you okay?" Jack's voice came from the other side, hesitant but concerned. She didn't answer immediately. Was she? Could she ever be again? Maya stood up, staring at the screen one last time. There was no turning back now. The path had already been set for her. The question wasn't whether she would play along, but whether she could survive the game. She walked toward the door, her thoughts swirling. She had only one option now, to confront the truth. But who could she trust? The knock at the door was soft but insistent, pulling Maya from the deep pit of her thoughts. She froze for a moment, the weight of the initiation document heavy in her hands, a stark reminder of what awaited her. Jack's voice drifted through the door again, this time more forceful. "Maya, open up. I know you're in there." The words hung in the air like an unspoken threat, like the calm before a storm. She had been in this studio, alone with her discoveries for days now, unable to escape the web she had found herself tangled in. But now, Jack was here. The one person who still seemed like an anchor in this madness. She didn't know what to say. Didn't know how to explain the paranoia, the terror that had built up inside her. How could she? Jack had no idea what she had uncovered, how close she was to discovering something so enormous that it made her question everything. The Illuminati, the manipulation, the artists she had once admired, all of it was part of a machine so massive, so intricate, that it was almost impossible to comprehend. And yet, Maya had seen the evidence. She had touched the truth. The dark underbelly of the music industry was now etched into her very being. The door creaked open, and Jack stepped inside. His worried gaze locked onto her, his brow furrowed. "Maya," he said gently, walking toward her, "you've been off the grid for days. What's going on?" She swallowed hard, her throat dry. It was difficult to even look at him, knowing what she was carrying in her mind. The truth felt like a burden too heavy to bear alone. And yet, she couldn't drag Jack into this. He had no idea how far she had fallen into the rabbit hole. Maya. His voice was soft but persistent. What happened? I saw the look on your face the last time we talked. I know something's wrong. For a moment, Maya considered telling him everything. The symbols, the messages, the music that was filled with coded language. But how could she explain something so insane? She wasn't even sure she understood it herself. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. Instead, her eyes fell to the desk, to the flash drive, to the initiation document still sitting open on her computer. Jack noticed, his eyes narrowing as he followed her gaze. Is that it? He stepped closer, now noticing the trembling in her hands. Maya, you found something, haven't you? You've seen something. She looked at him, his face full of concern. He was too close to the truth, and yet he had no idea what that truth actually was. She opened her mouth again, but all she could say was one word. Jack. Suddenly, the room felt colder, darker. The walls seemed to close in around her. For a split second, she could almost feel the presence of something else, something watching. She wasn't alone. Maya, Jack said again, this time more urgently, his voice rising. What's happening? You're scaring me. And that's when she saw it. The small detail, the one she had overlooked earlier, but now stood out like a glaring red light in the corner of the room. The security camera. It had been there the entire time, perched on the far corner of the ceiling, so small, so unassuming. But now it was active. The red light blinked steadily, recording her every move. Her blood ran cold. Jack, we need to leave. Now. Maya's voice was sharp, panicked. Jack looked at her, confused. What are you talking about? They're watching us. Her voice trembled, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Everything we've done. It's all been watched. The music, the emails, the messages. They knew I would find this. Jack froze, his face slowly draining of color. What do you mean? Who is they? Maya's mind raced. Was it too late to pull Jack out of this? Was it already too late for her? The video on the flash drive had made it clear. The Illuminati had a tight grip on every aspect of the music world, on every major artist. And now, it was coming for her. I don't know exactly who they are, but I know they've been tracking me. My rise, my music, it's all part of their plan. They have a hold over everything. Every artist, every video, every song. I think they... She broke off, unable to finish her thought. The weight of her discoveries felt like a boulder crushing her chest. Jack stepped back, his eyes darting around the room, his gaze finally landing on the flashing security camera. Maya, we need to go. We need to get out of here. He was right, but where could they go? The walls of the world she once knew had already closed in, and now there was nowhere left to hide. Before she could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway outside the door, heavy, deliberate, like they had been waiting for this moment. Maya's heart stopped. No, it can't be. They're here. The door to the studio swung open abruptly and a figure stepped into the room, silhouetted in the dim light. He was tall, dressed in black, his face hidden by a dark hood. Jack's instinct was to step in front of Maya, his body rigid with tension, but the man didn't move toward them. Instead, he stood still, his gaze locked on Maya. His presence was suffocating. You've been chosen, Maya, he said in a low, calm voice that sent chills down her spine. And you've been found. The door has opened for you. Maya's pulse hammered in her chest. It's too late. There's no escaping now. The man stepped closer. Your initiation begins tonight. The air in the studio was thick with tension, each breath Maya took feeling like it could be her last. The figure, in the doorway, tall, cold, and unyielding, stared at her with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The way he spoke, with that low, deliberate voice, made it clear that this wasn't a man she could bargain with. "Your initiation begins tonight." Maya's pulse hammered in her ears as she stood frozen. Jack was still positioned between her and the man, though it was clear from his rigid posture that he didn't have any more answers than she did. He was out of his depth. "Who are you?" Jack demanded, his voice wavering. "What do you want with her?" The figure didn't respond to Jack. Instead, he took a slow step forward, his gaze never leaving Maya. "Maya Coulson," he said again, his voice smooth, almost hypnotic. "You've already begun to understand the power that controls this world. The symbols, the songs, the hidden messages. You've been unraveling the truth for weeks now. The door is open for you. Now, you must choose." Maya's thoughts spun. Her mind raced through everything she had uncovered. The strange coincidences, the hidden messages in pop songs, the powerful elite that seemed to pull the strings behind the scenes. The Illuminati wasn't just an idea. It was a force, a shadow, that loomed over everything she had come to know. And now the man was standing in front of her, offering her a choice she knew would change her life forever. "What if I don't choose?" Maya asked, her voice stronger than she felt. "What if I refuse?" The man's lips twitched into the slightest of smiles. "Refuse?" "There is no refusal, Maya. You were chosen long before you even knew it. You've already been part of this game since the first note you ever sang into a microphone. The system doesn't give you the luxury of choice. You're in the game, whether you accept it or not." Jack stepped forward, his voice shaky but determined. "If you think you can intimidate her into this, you're wrong. We won't let you." Maya's heart ached for Jack. He was trying so hard to protect her, but this wasn't something he could fight. No one could fight the Illuminati, not directly. This wasn't a battle of strength. It was a battle of power, control, and influence. And they were losing. "Maya," the man said softly, turning his gaze back to her, "you think you have a choice. But the truth is, you've been a part of this system for longer than you realize. The truth has always been hidden in plain sight. The songs you've listened to, the performances you've seen, they've all been part of the grand design. You're either going to be a part of it, or you're going to be consumed by it." Words hit her like a slap to the face. Consumed. Was that the price? To be part of this twisted network of influence and power? To be nothing more than a puppet, controlled by forces she could barely comprehend. But there was something else. Something she couldn't shake. The way he spoke. It wasn't just a threat, it was a truth. The system was inescapable. She'd already felt the pull, the tug in the back of her mind, guiding her, pushing her toward something she hadn't yet understood. Maya's eyes flicked to the door. She couldn't run. Not now. Not anymore. "Titiana." Man seemed to sense her hesitation, and his voice dropped lower, more insistent. "You think you're in control, Maya. You're not. They all say that at first. The artists, the musicians, the ones who make it on their own. They believe they can break free, that they can keep their integrity, that they don't have to be part of the machine. But they all fall in the end." Jack's jaw clenched, but he didn't move. He was trying to understand, trying to process, but Maya could see the fear in his eyes. He knew she was deep in this web now. "You can't hide," the man continued, his eyes narrowing. "You can't run. The door is open for you, Maya. The path is already set, and the longer you fight it, the harder it will be." Maya swallowed, hard, the weight of his words sinking in. Everything she had uncovered had led to this moment. The clues, the patterns, the symbols in the music. It was all building toward this. But what if the truth was worse than she thought? What if there was no way out? She turned to Jack. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I've dragged you into this." Jack shook his head, his expression a mix of fear and determination. "I'm not leaving you, Maya. Not now. You're not alone in this." For a moment, the man seemed to consider Jack's words. Then he looked at Maya again, his face unreadable. "It's too late for him to. You both think you can escape, but there's no escaping the truth." Maya's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the finality of the situation. There was no more pretending, no more hiding. She couldn't run from this. This was her reality now. The man stepped closer, and his voice dropped to a near whisper. "Tonight, you'll come with me. You'll meet those who control everything, and you'll understand what it really means to be part of the machine." No. The word was a raw, guttural sound that escaped from Maya before she could stop. It was the word that broke her free from the trance she'd been in, the moment when she realized what had to be done. She wasn't going to be part of their game. She couldn't. Not like this. "No," she repeated, this time with more conviction. "I'm not going with you. Not tonight. Not ever." The man's eyes flashed with something dark, something menacing. "You don't get to make that choice anymore, Maya. You're already a part of this." And with that, the door slammed shut behind him, and the room plunged into an eerie silence. Maya and Jack stood there, breathing heavily, their minds spinning with the weight of what had just happened. The door had closed on them, but the war was just beginning. Maya stood motionless in the darkened studio, the weight of her defiance settling heavily on her shoulders. Jack, too, was silent beside her, his face pale as he processed the confrontation. They had just survived. The man, whoever he was, had left as abruptly as he'd arrived, his ominous warning hanging in the air like a poison. "You're already part of this." The words kept replaying in her head, but Maya refused to let them define her. She couldn't be part of that. She wouldn't. But as the minutes passed, doubt crept in. Could she really escape the grip of the Illuminati? The system was vast, its tendrils far-reaching, controlling everything from the top of the charts to the clothes people wore, the films they watched, the very ideas they thought were their own. "Do you think they'll come for us?" Jack asked, breaking the silence. Maya didn't answer immediately. She couldn't shake the image of that red light, the security camera that had been recording her every move. The realization hit her harder now than it had in the moment. They had known. They always knew she would find this truth. And now, they knew she wasn't backing down. "We need to leave," she said finally, her voice a mix of urgency and fear. "We can't stay here. They're watching us." Jack didn't argue. He nodded, his eyes dark with the same realization. They grabbed their things quickly, but as they prepared to leave, Maya's eyes fell on her laptop. She had all the evidence, the songs, the documents, the videos, the files that detailed the Illuminati's reach in the music world. She had to keep it all. She had to hold on to the truth, even if it meant risking her life. But before she could grab the flash drive, a loud knock echoed at the door. Maya's heart leapt into her throat. "Who is it?" Jack's voice was a tight whisper, his hand instinctively reaching for her arm. No response. Just silence. "Go," Maya whispered urgently, pushing Jack toward the window. "I'll handle this. Go out the back." Jack hesitated, his face filled with uncertainty. He didn't want to leave her, not after everything that had happened. "Maya, we don't know what they're capable of. If you stay..." "I'm not staying. I have to do something," she said, her voice firm despite the tremble in her hands. "I'll find you. I promise." Jack didn't argue. He grabbed his bag and went for the window, his face etched with worry. As he disappeared into the night, Maya stood frozen in the center of the room, staring at the door, waiting for whatever was coming next. Another knock, this time louder. Maya knew this wasn't just some coincidence. This wasn't a friendly visit. The door was opening whether she was ready or not. She approached the door cautiously, trying to steady her breath. She knew the moment she opened it, her life would change forever. It didn't matter whether she was ready for it. There was no escaping what she had uncovered. Her hand gripped the door handle. Before she could turn it, the door swung open on its own. And there, standing in the doorway, was the same man from earlier. The one who had threatened her. The one who had told her she was already part of the game. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, watching her with that cold, calculating gaze. "I told you," he said simply. "There is no running from this." Maya's heart pounded as she backed away from the door, her mind racing. This is it. This is what I've been running from. She had made her choice. She had defied them. But the consequences were now unavoidable. "You know," the man continued, stepping into the room, "it's not just about control. It's about legacy, power. The world needs leaders. It needs those who can influence and shape its future. The music industry, pop culture, everything you think you know, is just the tip of the iceberg." Maya swallowed hard, her throat tight with fear. "What are you saying? That this is bigger than just music? That everything in this world is controlled?" He nodded slowly, as though the truth was so obvious that it didn't need explaining. "Music is only the beginning, but you were never meant to just be a musician. You were meant to lead, to control." Her stomach turned. She could feel the weight of his words pressing down on her, suffocating her with their meaning. "I won't be a part of this. I'll expose it all." The man took a step forward, and Maya instinctively took a step back. But he wasn't threatening her, at least not in the way she had expected. His voice dropped, almost gentle, as he spoke again. "You already have, Maya. The moment you started uncovering the truth, the moment you began to put the pieces together, you became a part of this, whether you want to be or not. There's no turning back now. The Illuminati doesn't simply control the stars, they shape the world, and you are no exception." He paused, his eyes piercing into hers. "You'll see the truth soon enough. We all do. But by then, it will be too late." Maya's blood ran cold. There was nothing left to say. No argument, no plea, no reason to fight anymore. This wasn't a game anymore. This was her life. The man smiled, a slow, almost pitying smile. "You'll come around, Maya. They all do. It's only a matter of time." And just as quickly as he had appeared, the man turned and walked out of the room, leaving Maya standing alone in the silence, the weight of her choice settling over her like a shroud. She didn't know what to do next. Her world had shattered into a million pieces, and all she could do was stand there, trying to hold on to the fragments of her sanity. The truth was now inescapable. She had stepped into a world far darker than she had ever imagined. The Illuminati was real. It controlled the music industry. It controlled the world. And Maya was now a part of it. But there was one thing she knew for certain. The fight wasn't over. She wasn't going to be their pawn. She couldn't let herself be swallowed by the system, not without a fight. The game has come full circle, and Maya's fate is sealed. She's part of something much larger than she ever imagined. But will she bend to their will, or will she continue to defy the Illuminati? The answers are uncertain, but one thing is clear. The truth may set you free, but it can also be your greatest prison. What if everything you knew was a lie? How much of your reality is controlled by unseen forces? Is it too late to fight back? Or is Maya already too far gone? The choice might never be hers. If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. You're not supposed to see this. Those were the last words Adam Price heard as the mysterious man in the dark suit disappeared into the shadows of the Yale campus. It was just before midnight, and the eerie silence that covered the university was only broken by the distant hum of a streetlight. Adam, a recent Yale graduate with a sharp eye and an even sharper mind, had always been a student of history. But what he'd stumbled upon this time was beyond anything he could have imagined. He had been back on campus for a reunion when he found an old, forgotten file wedged between dusty history books in the library's basement. The file was unmarked, just a simple manila envelope, but something about it felt wrong. It was heavier than it should have been, almost as if it contained more than just paper. His heart raced when he opened it and saw the familiar symbol, a skull with crossed bones beneath it. Skull and bones. The name whispered through his mind like a secret, something from the darker corners of Yale's history. Founded in 1832, the exclusive secret society had produced some of the country's most powerful figures. Presidents, senators, business magnates, the list of members seemed like a who's who of American influence. But Adam had always dismissed it as little more than a relic of the past, a quirky tradition. Now, here was evidence that it was anything but forgotten. His curiosity, as it always did, took over. He began flipping through the pages, and the weight of the document started to settle in. Photographs, names, dates, locations. The file was filled with cryptic notes, references to power moves, and influence on everything from political elections to major financial decisions. But the real shock came when he reached the last page, an unsettling list of names he recognized, and one name stood out, Adam Price. His own name was written in an innocuous margin, connected to a strange event that had occurred at Yale years earlier, an event Adam had long buried in his memory. He had thought it was just a coincidence at the time, but now it seemed like it was no accident at all. His fingers trembled as he looked over the page again. This couldn't be real. Could it? How had the Skull and Bones Society tied itself into his life? Why was he involved? And who was watching him now? Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. A chill ran down his spine. He turned, his eyes scanning the empty library. It was too quiet. But then, just as quickly, a shadow darted past. The door, followed by a sharp knock. Adam froze. His heart pounded in his chest. A man in a dark suit stepped into the room. Adam could barely make out his features in the dim light. "Did you find it?" The man's voice was low, and though his words were soft, there was an unmistakable tension behind them. Adam's mind raced. This was no coincidence. The society knew he had uncovered something that was never meant to see the light of day. I don't know what you're talking about," Adam stammered, hoping his voice didn't betray the fear clawing at him. The man smiled coldly, stepping forward. "You do, and you've made a dangerous mistake." Then, just as quickly, the man turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Adam with more questions than answers. The room seemed to close in around him as he clutched the envelope tighter. His instinct told him to leave, but another part of him, the part that had spent years studying history's unsolved mysteries, told him to stay. The answers were in this file, and Adam wasn't going to let fear stop him now. But the question lingered. Was this the beginning of his search for the truth, or was it the beginning of something far more dangerous? What is the true extent of the Skull and Bones Society's power, and why does it seem to have a personal connection to Adam? The answers were out there, and Adam was about to find out just how deep this conspiracy ran. The next day, Adam found himself back at the library. The events of the night before lingered in his mind like a fog, clouding his thoughts and making it difficult to focus. He kept replaying the encounter with the man in the dark suit. Was it a threat, or just an attempt to scare him into stopping? But there was no going back now. He couldn't ignore the file, the strange connection between his name and the Skull and Bones Society. Something was buried in those pages. Something that, if uncovered, could change everything. Adam had always been drawn to the mysteries of history, but this was different. This wasn't just about learning. It was personal. He needed to understand. What had happened all those years ago? Why him? Why had the society singled him out? He walked quickly, almost unconsciously, toward the back of the library, toward the basement. The flickering fluorescent lights above cast long shadows along the narrow hallway, and the air smelled like old paper and dust. It felt wrong, like he shouldn't be here. But he had no choice. The pull of the unknown was stronger than his fear. When he reached the basement, the familiar rows of aging shelves greeted him, but there was no sign of anyone else. The silence was unnerving. He'd always felt a kind of calm in the basement before, but now it felt like the walls were closing in. He glanced over his shoulder, half expecting the man in the dark suit to be lurking behind him, but the corridor remained empty. Adam approached the same shelf where he'd found the file the night before. He hesitated for a moment, then ran his hand along the dusty spines of the books. His mind raced. He knew there was more to the story, something important he had yet to uncover. As he reached for the file again, he felt a strange, cold sensation crawl up his arm. It wasn't just the chill of the air, it felt intentional. The file was still there, wedged between two thick volumes of early American history. He pulled it out carefully, his fingers trembling as he opened it to the first page. There was one photograph he hadn't noticed the night before, buried in the back of the stack. A black and white image of a group of young men standing in front of a stone building. They were all wearing dark suits, their faces unreadable, their eyes shadowed with secrets. And in the middle of the group stood a familiar figure, James Whitmore. Adam's heart stopped. James Whitmore, his college roommate, the one person he had completely lost contact with after graduation. A man who had been almost too perfect, brilliant, charming, and always just a little too good at fitting in. Adam hadn't thought about him in years, but now, seeing his face in the photograph, everything came rushing back. James had always been a mystery to him, never revealing much about his background. There were rumors about his family connections, about his secretive behavior, but Adam had never pressed him. After all, they were just friends, right? Or so he'd thought. Adam's breath quickened as he flipped through the pages, searching for more information. But as he scanned the text, something caught his eye. A date, April the 16th, 2008, the night of a bizarre ritual that took place on the campus. It was the same night that Adam had witnessed something strange, something he'd dismissed as a bizarre college tradition, but now, in hindsight, seemed like the first hint of the society's reach. The document listed an address, a location, deep in the woods outside New Haven. It was tied to a specific ritual involving the Skull and Bones members, a rite of passage, one that Adam had witnessed without understanding what it truly was. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. James Whitmore wasn't just a student at Yale. He was part of the secret society, and Adam had been right there, unknowingly, as a witness to one of their most sacred and dangerous rituals. The puzzle pieces began to snap into place, but there was one more thing that unsettled him. What if James wasn't the only one involved? What if other familiar faces from their past had also been drawn into the web of Skull and Bones? Adam's mind raced. He knew what he had to do. He had to go back to the woods. He had to see the place where it all began. But there was a problem. James was no longer reachable. It had been years since Adam had heard from him, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized how little he knew about his former friend. What if James was involved in something far darker than Adam had ever imagined? As Adam left the library, clutching the file tightly against his chest, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Every turn he made, every step he took, felt like someone, or something, was lurking just out of sight. And that's when he heard it. A voice, faint and distant, but unmistakable. "You shouldn't be doing this, Adam." He turned quickly, but no one was there. The days following his discovery were a blur of unease and frantic research. Adam had never been one to shy away from uncovering uncomfortable truths, but this was different. His nights were filled with restless dreams of shadowy figures in dark suits, and his days spent combing through old yearbooks, hidden journals, and the university archives. The more he dug, the more patterns began to emerge. Patterns that pointed to something far more sinister than a secret college society. It wasn't just the photograph of James Whitmore. It wasn't just the ritual. The deeper Adam went, the more he started to see connections he hadn't noticed before. Familiar names from Yale's past linked together in strange ways. Mentions of the Skull and Bones Society in documents about political decisions, business mergers, and financial crises. At first, he chalked it up to coincidence, an isolated group of powerful men flexing their influence in quiet ways. But the more he uncovered, the more obvious it became that the society's tentacles reached far beyond Yale's ivy-covered walls. The turning point came when Adam stumbled upon an old letter in one of the archives. It was dated April 17, 2008, just a day after the strange ritual he had witnessed, and the date his name had appeared in the file. The letter was addressed to someone named Michael Ashford, a former Skull and Bones member, now an influential corporate mogul. Adam's heart skipped a beat as he read through the contents. The letter, written in an elegant script, outlined a series of financial strategies that Ashford had helped orchestrate, with specific references to global economic shifts and insider trading tactics. But buried in the last paragraph were two words that made Adam's blood run cold. Initiation complete. The letter was clear. Ashford, along with other members, had been part of a far-reaching conspiracy, one that spanned years, and it was tied directly to the ritual Adam had witnessed all those years ago. But what did it mean? And why was his name linked to this web of secrets? He turned the letter over, looking for any trace of a sender or return address, but the back was blank. No signature, no date, just the eerie phrase, initiation complete. It felt like a warning. Adam's mind raced. Had he been unknowingly brought into this network of power? Was his connection to the Skull and Bones Society more than just circumstantial? Was he, in some twisted way, part of their game? He remembered that night, the night of the ritual. He hadn't understood it at the time. What young college student could? But now, in the light of everything he had uncovered, it was beginning to make a terrifying amount of sense. The symbols, the chants, the way the whole scene felt like a carefully rehearsed play. It hadn't been some drunken college tradition. It had been an induction, an initiation into something far bigger than he could have imagined. The more Adam thought about it, the more pieces of his past began to fall into place. James Whitmore's odd behavior in the months leading up to graduation, his sudden disappearance after the ceremony, the strange, unspoken tension between them when they had last spoken. Adam had always assumed James had just moved on, maybe found a better opportunity. But what if James had been caught up in something much darker? What if he had been forced into a game that Adam was unknowingly a part of? And it wasn't just James. As Adam dug deeper, he began to notice an eerie pattern. Every significant figure he looked into, former professors, alumni, seemed to have some kind of link to the society. Not all of them had been members, but many had been influenced. Secret meetings, business deals that defied explanation, political donations to shadowy causes. There was something about the way these events were woven together. Each piece, each person, subtly nudging the world into a direction they couldn't even begin to explain. The symbols, skulls, bones, hidden messages in plain sight, kept reappearing. Adam couldn't escape them. A skull carved into the corner of an old photograph. A bone motif hidden in the background of a political speech. Every detail began to feel deliberate, like he was being pushed toward a truth that he wasn't ready to face. That night, unable to sleep, Adam decided to take a risk. He dug through old university archives for information on the 2008 Skull and Bones initiation, looking for any tangible clue. That's when he found it, a mention of a mysterious figure who had been present that night. The document referred to him simply as the benefactor, a name with no face, a figure who had supposedly influenced the initiation process, guiding the new members through an unspeakable rite. Adam sat back, his mind spinning. The benefactor. Was this the key? The one person who might hold the answers? It seemed that, no matter where he turned, the society's shadow loomed over every corner of his life. And yet, he had no idea who this shadowy figure was, or what role they played in the web of power that stretched out from Yale's gates. He had to know more. The pieces were in front of him, but the pattern was still unclear. And the deeper he went, the more he could feel the weight of the society's eyes on him. Was this what James had gone through before he vanished? A search for truth that only led to more questions? Or had James simply disappeared into the fold? Of the Skull and Bones, his fate sealed like so many others before him? Adam couldn't stop now. He was too far in, but each new discovery only deepened the paranoia. He was being watched. The night air was heavy with tension as Adam paced around his small apartment. His eyes kept darting to the shadows outside his window, a sensation gnawing at him that he couldn't shake. Every light felt too bright. Every sound felt too loud. The words in the letter, "Initiation complete," kept echoing in his head like a haunting refrain. And the more he uncovered, the clearer it became. The Skull and Bones Society had no intention of letting him simply walk away from this. At first, Adam had hoped that by digging into the past, he could expose a long-buried conspiracy, a story of secretive power brokers pulling strings from the shadows. But the more he discovered, the less certain he became. This wasn't just a hidden history. It was a living, breathing entity that still held sway over much of the world's most powerful institutions. And somewhere, deep in its labyrinthine corridors, his name had been written into its twisted ledger. He was in too deep. That's when the phone call came. It was nearly midnight when his cell buzzed, startling him out of his thoughts. He stared at the unfamiliar number, his finger hovering over the answer button. He had stopped answering strange calls weeks ago, but something about this one felt different. He didn't recognize the number, but it seemed urgent, almost as if whoever was calling knew exactly where he was. He pressed the green button, trying to steady his breath. "Hello?" His voice came out hoarse, his pulse quickening. "Adam Price," a cold voice answered, the words hanging in the air like a threat. "You're getting too close." His throat tightened. He couldn't place the voice, deep, smooth, with a hint of menace, but there was no mistaking the warning. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even a plea. It was an order. "You've been poking around places you shouldn't," the voice continued, "digging into things that have been buried for a reason." Adam's heart pounded in his chest as he stood up, walking toward the window. The street outside was eerily quiet. The usual hum of traffic, the occasional distant voices of pedestrians, all gone. His hands shook as he held the phone to his ear, trying to mask the panic rising in his chest. "I don't know what you're talking about," Adam said, though the words felt hollow. His mind raced, connecting dots he wasn't sure he wanted to connect. "Who is this?" The voice chuckled softly, almost as if it enjoyed the fear it was instilling. "It doesn't matter who I am, Adam. What matters is what you think you know." Adam's breath caught. The person on the other end of the line knew about his research. They knew about the file. They knew about the ritual, about James Whitmore, about everything Adam had uncovered. The web of the Skull and Bones Society was more extensive than he'd realized, more invasive, and it was watching him. "You can stop digging," the voice said, its tone shifting to something darker, more insistent. "You don't want to learn what lies at the center of this. Trust me." There are things you don't want to know, people you don't want to meet. Before Adam could respond, the line went dead. He stood frozen for a moment, the weight of the warning sinking in like a stone in his stomach. His first instinct was to flee, to drop everything, to leave New Haven, and never look back. But the truth, whatever it was, tugged at him like a magnet. If he turned away now, he would never know the answers. The mystery would haunt him forever. He had already uncovered too much. There was no turning back. And yet, the threat hung in the air like a storm cloud, promising a danger that Adam could no longer ignore. As he hung up the phone, a sense of dread settled over him. The room felt too small, the walls too close. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, waiting. The next morning, Adam decided to take a step back. He'd been pushing too hard, too fast. Maybe it was time to approach this from a different angle. He would lay low for a while, clear his head, and maybe, just maybe, he'd find a way to approach the situation with a bit more caution. But as he left his apartment, locking the door behind him, he couldn't shake the feeling that his every move was being tracked. And then, as if to confirm his paranoia, he saw it. Across the street, in a black car parked under the flickering streetlight, a man was sitting. Adam's breath caught in his throat. The man was staring directly at him, his face obscured by the shadows of the vehicle, but Adam could see his eyes, cold, unblinking. Adam quickly turned and ducked into the alleyway, his heart pounding in, his chest. He felt like a rabbit, being hunted by something far more dangerous than he could imagine. Was this part of the society's reach? Or was it someone, more personal? The man in the car didn't move, but Adam could feel his gaze like a heavy weight pressing down on him. He picked up the pace, his footsteps echoing in the empty streets. Get to safety. Get somewhere safe. That was all he could think as he turned the corner, praying the shadow in the car wasn't following. As Adam made his way back to his apartment, the dread he felt began to solidify into something sharper, more defined. The warning wasn't just a threat. It was a test, and Adam had failed. Adam couldn't escape the feeling that something had changed, something deep and irreversible. Every step he took in New Haven felt like a step toward a shadow that clung to his every move. He tried to tell himself it was just paranoia, the kind of paranoia that comes from uncovering too much too fast. But the more he thought about it, the more his instincts told him this was something else. The warning from the mysterious voice echoed in his mind, a constant reminder that he had crossed a line. And now, as he sifted through the last of the documents in his apartment, one page caught his eye. It was the final piece of the puzzle, the last thing he needed to see. Adam had spent the last few days retracing his steps, revisiting every corner of the university archives, hoping to find a clue, a slip-up that might explain everything. It was in an old, neglected folder tucked away in the back of the Yale archives that he found it, an article from the New York Times dated May 15, 2008. The headline alone sent a jolt through him. Yale graduate found dead. Unlikely suicide raises questions about secret society. Adam's pulse quickened as he read on. The article was a brief piece about the mysterious death of a Yale graduate named Thomas Drake. According to the report, Drake had been a member of Skull and Bones and had been found in his apartment, a bullet wound to the head. The police had ruled it a suicide, though many of his friends and family had insisted it wasn't. But what caught Adam's attention was the last line of the article. The journalist had written that Drake had recently begun questioning the power structure of his alma mater, specifically the role of the Skull and Bones Society in shaping political and economic outcomes. Adam's breath hitched. The date of Drake's death matched the date of the ritual he had witnessed. The same night he'd seen James Whitmore among the Skull and Bones members. Was it possible that Thomas Drake had been involved in the same events? Had he been pushing to uncover the same truth that Adam was chasing? But there was something even more chilling in the article. an excerpt from a note that had been found in Drake's apartment. It read, "They know. It's not just Yale. It's everywhere. I saw it. The influence is too deep to escape." Adam stared at the words, his mind racing. They know. Who? What influence? And what was it that Drake had seen? His hand shook as he turned the page, looking for more information. The article referenced a shadowy figure who had supposedly been present at Drake's last meeting, another enigmatic member of the Skull and Bones Society, known only as the Benefactor. The same name Adam had seen in the archives, the same name that had been mentioned in relation to the secret ritual, the same name that had been linked to every attempt to track the Society's true power. Adam couldn't ignore it anymore. This wasn't some isolated incident. Drake's death, his obsession with uncovering the Skull and Bones Society's influence, was no coincidence. This was exactly what Adam had been afraid of, a warning that those who dug too deeply into the truth didn't live long enough to tell the tale. As Adam leaned back in his chair, the weight of the revelation pressed down on him like a vice. He could feel the walls closing in. He wasn't just uncovering a conspiracy. He was a part of it now, a pawn in a game much bigger than he could have imagined. But there was no going back. He knew too much. The sound of a knock at the door made him jump. His heart thudded in his chest. He wasn't expecting anyone. And after everything that had happened, he couldn't help but think the worst. His breath caught as he stood slowly, moving toward the door. He didn't look through the peephole. He didn't need to. He already knew who it was. Before he could open it, the door creaked open on its own, and there, standing in the dim light of the hallway, was James Whitmore. Adam's heart skipped a beat. James, his old roommate, the person who had vanished from his life without a trace, only to reappear now, standing before him, a dark look in his eyes. "James," Adam said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Where the hell have you been? I've been looking for you. I found something. I found your name. In the files, the society, the ritual, all of it." James's eyes narrowed, and for a split second, Adam saw something dark flicker in his gaze, something that sent a chill down his spine. James wasn't the same person he'd known at Yale. He looked different, more calculated, colder. He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. "You shouldn't have looked," James said, his voice low and steady. "You don't know what you've gotten yourself into." Adam felt a cold sweat break out on his neck. "What is this? What's going on? You've been involved with the Skull and Bones all this time, haven't you?" James didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a slow step forward, his expression unreadable. "It's bigger than you think, Adam. Bigger than me. And you've already crossed the point of no return." Adam's mind raced. Was this a warning or a threat? Was James here to help him, or had he come to silence him? The Benefactor, Adam whispered, his voice shaking with the realization. "He's the key, isn't he?" James froze. For the briefest moment, Adam thought he saw something flicker in his eyes, a brief flash of fear. But just as quickly, it was gone. "You have no idea what you're dealing with," James said, his voice tinged with regret. "But you will, soon enough." And with that, the door slammed shut behind them, locking Adam in a world he no longer understood. The room felt suffocating, the walls closing in on Adam as James stood there, his presence casting a long shadow over everything. The words, "You have no idea what you're dealing with," echoed in Adam's mind, and a sickening sense of dread began to settle deep in his stomach. Whatever James had become, he wasn't the same person Adam had once called a friend. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Adam stood frozen, unsure of whether he should run or confront James. His mind raced through 100 different questions, each one more pressing than the last. But before he could find the words, James spoke again. His voice cold, almost detached. "The Benefactor," James said slowly, "is not just a person. It's a title. a role passed down through the generations. The benefactor is the one who ensures the society stays in power, guides its decisions, controls its influence. You've already seen the evidence of that. But Adam, James paused, his eyes darkening. It's not just about power, it's about control. And the deeper you go, the more of your life you'll lose. Adam swallowed hard, his hands clammy. Then why are you here? Why come to me now? You've been a part of it this whole time. James's face hardened, and for the first time, Adam saw a flicker of something. Regret, maybe. Guilt. He couldn't tell. You think you've uncovered something new, don't you? That you're the first to see through the cracks. But Adam, the society has always been one step ahead. You don't understand what you're about to unleash. They won't stop until you're silenced. Adam's mind was spinning. Who are they? What exactly is it that you're trying to protect? James turned away, running a hand through his disheveled hair. He was tense now, like a man caught between two worlds, and Adam's pulse quickened. Was he trying to warn him? Or was he just trying to manipulate him? You don't know what's at stake, James muttered, his back still to Adam. The benefactor's more than just a title. It's a lineage. Those who control it control the very fabric of society. Politics, business, global events. They are all manipulated by the hands of the few who are born into it. James slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on Adam with an intensity that made Adam take a step back. You think this is about some college prank? Some fraternity tradition? It's not. It's about domination, control of the future itself. They've set things in motion, Adam, and there's no stopping it now. Adam's head was spinning. The benefactor. A legacy. A hidden force that controlled the most powerful people in the world. It was too much. Too big. Then why are you still here? Adam said, his voice rising in frustration. If you know all this, why are you telling me? Why not just walk away? James didn't flinch. He walked toward Adam, each step measured, deliberate. Because you're involved now. You're not just some innocent bystander, you're a part of this, whether you like it or not. Adam stumbled back, his mind racing. No, I'm not part of this. I'm trying to stop it. But James cut him off, his tone cold and final. You think you can stop it? You can't even see the whole picture yet, Adam. They're watching. Always watching. You're already in their sights. You're their next target. Adam's breath caught in his throat. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. Everything, every piece of information he had uncovered, every discovery, every strange encounter, it all led to this. The society was watching him, and it wasn't going to let him expose its secrets without consequences. He was already marked. James took a slow step back, his face clouded with resignation. This was your choice. You dug too deep, and now you'll see just how far they'll go to protect their secrets. Adam wanted to scream. He wanted to demand answers. But before he could speak, there was a loud bang from the hallway, the sound of boots on the stairs. Adam's heart dropped. He knew that sound, heavy, deliberate, unmistakable. Someone was coming. We need to leave. Now, James said, his voice sharp, a command rather than a suggestion. He grabbed Adam by the arm, pulling him toward the door. But Adam resisted, his mind a swirl of confusion and fear. What's happening? Who's coming? They're here, James whispered, his face grim. They know you've been digging, and they've come to finish it. Before Adam could respond, the door crashed open, splintering against the wall. 3 men in black suits entered, their faces expressionless, their eyes cold and calculated. One of them was holding a gun, the barrel aimed at Adam. "This is your last warning," one of the men said, his voice flat and emotionless. "You've crossed a line, Mr. Price. We suggest you come with us quietly." Adam's heart raced. His mind was screaming at him to run, to do something, anything, but his body refused to move. He couldn't understand what was happening. Was this it? Was this how it ended? James stepped in front of Adam, blocking the men's path. Not yet. He's mine to deal with. The men didn't flinch. They simply stood there, waiting. Adam was frozen. Was James protecting him? Or was this part of some twisted plan? He had no idea who to trust anymore. "This is your only warning," the man with the gun repeated. "The society has decided. There is no turning back." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Adam could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. The gun was still pointed at him. He had only seconds to make a decision. Should he trust James? Should he fight? Before he could act, James turned to him and whispered urgently, "Get out. Now." It was like a spark, a surge of adrenaline. That shot through Adam's veins. He bolted for the window, kicking open the glass as the men started to move. He didn't look back, not even for a second. The streets outside were dark and empty, but Adam didn't care. He ran, and he didn't stop. As he sprinted down the alley, his mind raced. The benefactor, the skull and bones, the secret society that controlled everything, shaping the world in their image. What had he uncovered? What was he supposed to do with the truth now that he had it? And why had James helped him escape? Adam's breath came in ragged gasps as he disappeared into the night. His journey was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Adam's legs burned with every step, but he didn't dare stop. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty streets, his breath ragged, filling the night air with urgency. He had no plan, no direction. His only thought was to put as much distance between himself and those men in suits as possible. But the deeper he ran, the more a sinking feeling took hold of him. They knew, they always knew. And now that they were after him, there was nowhere to hide. James had helped him escape. At least that's what Adam wanted to believe. But as he sprinted down the alleyway, thoughts of betrayal and doubt gnawed at him. Why hadn't James stopped? Them? Why hadn't he taken action to fight back? Was James part of it all along? He skidded around a corner, heart hammering in his chest. The city was silent, but Adam's mind was a storm of questions. The benefactor, the secret society, James's cryptic warnings. All of it was too much. There was too much at stake now. The truth had dragged him to the edge, and Adam felt as though he were teetering on the precipice of something monumental. As he stumbled through the streets, a chill ran through him. He stopped, pressing his back against a cold brick wall, trying to catch his breath. The silence was deafening. And then, suddenly, it wasn't. A voice from behind him. "Don't run, Adam." Adam's heart lurched and he whipped around, his body on high alert. Standing in front of him, framed by the dim light of a nearby lamppost, was James Whitmore. But something was different about him now. His face was hard, unrecognizable. His eyes were cold, almost empty, as though the person Adam had known had vanished entirely. "James," Adam said, his voice shaky, "what the hell is going on? What did you do?" James didn't answer at first. Instead, he looked past Adam, scanning the street as though making sure no one was watching. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and laced with an unsettling calm. "You're too late," James said. "They've already found us. The benefactor knows you're on to them." Adam's stomach twisted. He thought he'd left it all behind. The ritual, the secret meetings, the file. But it had followed him. He couldn't outrun it, and he couldn't outrun James either. What was his game? "What is it you want, James?" Adam asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. "What's going on? You're not acting like yourself." James's gaze hardened, his jaw tightening. "You think I want this? You think I wanted any of this?" Adam recoiled. "What are you talking about?" "I never wanted to be a part of this, Adam," James spat. "But you don't get to walk away once you're in it. You can't. The skull and bones don't let you out." The benefactor doesn't let you walk away. You're already in. You don't know what you're asking for. Adam's pulse thundered in his ears. He stepped back, confusion clouding his thoughts. This was bigger than he realized. All this time, he thought he was just trying to expose a secret group of powerful men pulling strings in the dark. But now he realized this wasn't just about power. This was about control and the moment. He'd uncovered the society's secrets. He'd become a part of it. James looked down as though ashamed. I was just trying to protect you. I'm not the same person I used to be. They've got too much power, Adam. Too many eyes everywhere. They're always watching, always listening. The words sank in slowly, like a weight settling in Adam's chest. Too late. He had already crossed the line. There was no undoing this. And he wasn't alone anymore. He was tangled up in something far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. Then what do we do now? Adam asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The dread in his stomach grew, but a part of him was desperate for answers. There was no going back now. They were already caught in the web. James met Adam's eyes, and for the first time since their conversation started, there was a flicker of humanity in his gaze. Sadness. A tear welled up in James's eye, but he quickly wiped it away. We confront them, James said, his voice hardening again. We have to face them head on, and if we don't stop them, they'll control everything. They already control too much. Before Adam could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed down the alley. Another set of black-suited figures emerged from the darkness, their faces shadowed, their eyes cold. Adam's heart dropped. There were more of them. How many were watching him now? How many had been tracking him this whole time? Without warning, James turned to Adam. Run. Get out of here. I'll buy you some time. Adam's breath caught in his throat. Run? How could he leave James? But James was already moving, stepping between Adam and the men in suits. Don't make this harder than it has to be, one of the men said, his voice eerily calm. James, you know how this ends. Adam froze, torn. This was it, the moment he'd been preparing for. He could run, or he could stay and face whatever the hell was coming. James! Adam shouted, but James was already stepping forward, his hand raised in a signal for Adam to go. Go! James yelled. Adam's heart broke. This was it. James had been a part of this all along. Whether by choice or by force, it didn't matter now. Adam had to move. The men were closing in. Adam turned, his legs moving on instinct, and sprinted back into the shadows. He couldn't see where he was going. He didn't care. He just had to get away. But even as he ran, he could feel the heavy weight of the society's watchful eyes on him. There was no escaping now. The trap had been set. As he disappeared into the night, Adam couldn't help but wonder, would there be anyone left to stop the skull and bones? Adam stumbled through the dark streets of New Haven, his lungs burning with each desperate breath. Every step felt like it might be his last. The cold air bit at his skin, but he barely noticed. The world had narrowed to one single thought: survive. The echo of James's voice, "Run," still rang in his ears, but it was already fading, replaced by the pounding rhythm of his own heart. He couldn't afford to think about what had just happened. James, the benefactor, the men in suits. It was all too much, and yet Adam had Hugh. No choice but to keep moving forward. But where? To what end? He rounded a corner, seeking cover, but there was no place left to hide, no place left to run. The streets, once familiar, now felt like a labyrinth, a trap. The city seemed to close in around him, each shadow a potential threat, each rustling breeze a warning. He had come to a grim realization. There was nowhere to go, no place to escape the society's reach. And then, a voice. Cold, unforgiving. "You can't outrun this, Adam." Adam's blood ran cold as he froze, turning toward the sound. Standing in the street, half lit by the flickering streetlight, was a figure dressed in black. A man whose presence felt like an unspoken command. a man who radiated authority. The benefactor. The words James had spoken earlier flashed through his mind. The benefactor controls everything. The skull and bones are not just about influence, they are about shaping the very world itself. Adam's pulse quickened. He couldn't breathe. This was the end. He was face to face with the puppet. Master, the one who held the strings. "You've made a mistake, Adam," the benefactor said, his voice smooth and predatory. "You thought you could uncover the truth, but the truth was never yours to find." Adam's mind spun. He wanted to shout, to scream. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. How could he fight this? How could he fight a system that had been in place for centuries? The benefactor stepped closer, his gaze locked on Adam's. "You've already crossed the line, boy. You're part of the game now. There's no going back." Adam's throat tightened. You control everything, don't you? The politics, the businesses, the wars, the lies. It's all you." The Quadheen benefactor's lips curled into a smile. "That's the way it's always been. And you should be grateful, Adam. You were chosen for this. You were always meant to be part of this." "No," Adam gasped, his voice shaking. "No, I wasn't. I never asked for this." The benefactor raised an eyebrow. "But you found out, didn't you? You couldn't resist the temptation. And now you see the truth for what it is. The world is a game, and we are the ones who control the pieces. You were supposed to stay in the dark like everyone else, but you couldn't. And now..." The benefactor's smile faded, and he took a step back, his eyes narrowing with a cold, calculated intensity. "We'll make sure you're taken care of. One way or another." Adam felt the weight of those words settle into his chest like a lead ball. There was no escaping this, no fighting it. He had uncovered the society's darkest secret, and now it was going to erase him for it. But just as despair threatened to swallow him whole, Adam remembered something. Something James had said. "You're not the first," James's voice echoed in his mind. "There are others who have tried to expose them, but they never get the chance." Adam looked up at the benefactor, his fear slowly transforming into resolve. He couldn't let it end like this. Not after everything. Not after all he had learned. "What if I don't let you?" Adam said, his voice trembling but steady. The benefactor's smile returned, though this time it was mocking. "And what exactly do you think you can do? You're alone. You're powerless." Adam squared his shoulders. "Maybe, but I'm not afraid of you anymore." The benefactor's eyes flashed, a flicker of annoyance. He was about to speak, but Adam wasn't finished. He couldn't let this moment slip away. He couldn't let them win. "You think you control everything," Adam said, stepping closer, his voice gaining strength. "You think you can silence anyone who gets too close, but you're wrong. You may control the narrative, but you can't control the truth." The benefactor didn't respond immediately. For the first time, there was a subtle shift in his demeanor, a crack in his polished exterior. Adam saw it, the doubt. For the briefest moment, the benefactor looked unsure, but it was enough. In that instant, Adam realized something. The benefactor wasn't invincible. He wasn't a god. He was just a man, albeit a man with power, but a man nonetheless. A faint noise, a distant siren, began to rise in the background, growing louder by the second. Adam's heart skipped a beat. Police? Were they coming for him? No, the siren wasn't just a random sound, it was an alarm, a signal. Someone was coming for him. The benefactor's face twisted into a snarl. "You don't understand. You're not going to win this, Adam. You never will." Adam's mind raced. He was running out of time, but as the sirens grew louder, something inside him clicked. This wasn't over. Not yet. He had one more move. With a sudden burst of energy, Adam bolted past the benefactor, sprinting toward the shadows once more. But this time, he wasn't. Alone. The sound of footsteps behind him confirmed that someone had heard his cry for help. The game wasn't over. Not yet. Adam didn't know who had come or how they had found him. But in that moment, he didn't care. For the first time in weeks, he felt the smallest flicker of hope. And somewhere, deep inside him, he realized the truth. The skull and bones may control the world, but the truth was still in his hands. The battle was far from over. And that's a wrap. What do you think? Did the conclusion leave you questioning everything? Would love to hear your thoughts on the full arc. If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. It all started with a dusty old map. A map that had been hidden in plain sight for centuries. Professor Simon Blake had seen it before, hanging on the wall of an obscure library in North Carolina, its edges curled with age. But this time, something was different. The map, a centuries-old depiction of the Roanoke colony, showed more than just the outline of the settlement. It had strange symbols no one had noticed before, and one of them was a mark, almost like a symbol for something, or someone. Blake wasn't the first historian to study the Roanoke colony, but for some reason, the mysterious disappearance of its settlers, which had baffled scholars for over 400 years, had never fully captivated him. That is, until now. As the professor slowly traced his finger over the map, his mind couldn't help but wander to the eerie stories surrounding Roanoke. The settlers had arrived in 1587 with high hopes of establishing a new life. Yet, when the supply ship returned in 1590, the colony was abandoned, its houses standing, its belongings untouched. The only clue was the word Croatoan carved into a tree. Theories ranged from natural disasters to hostile native tribes to even the possibility of the settlers simply disappearing into thin air. But Blake knew there was something more. Something darker. He had always dismissed the more outlandish conspiracy theories. Time travel, interdimensional portals, even ancient curses. But the symbols on the map seemed too intentional, too deliberate to ignore. There was a dark force at play here. He could feel it in his bones. The call came late that night. An anonymous voice on the other end of the line. "You've seen the map, haven't you?" Blake's heart skipped a beat. Who is this? Does it matter? What matters is you're asking the right questions. Now, follow the map. Find the truth before it finds you. The line went dead. A cold chill ran down Blake's spine. Who was that? And why was this person so certain he was on the verge of uncovering something monumental? Blake's mind raced. Was the disappearance of Roanoke truly just a mystery of lost settlers? Or was there something darker at play? Something powerful that had been hiding in the shadows for centuries? The next morning, Blake returned to the library. As he sat hunched over the map, he found a new layer to it, one that wasn't immediately obvious. A set of coordinates hidden within the symbols led to an abandoned section of the coast near Roanoke Island, an isolated stretch of land that was untouched by time. Blake's pulse quickened. This couldn't be a coincidence. The symbols weren't just decorations, they were a map within a map. He had no idea where it would lead, but the questions gnawed at him. What was hidden there? And more importantly, who wanted him to find it? Blake packed his bag and, without another word to anyone, made his way toward the coast. He had to uncover the truth. Whatever it wasn't just about the settlers. It was about something older, something much darker. He stood at the edge of the cliff, staring out at the sea. The wind whipped around him, biting at his skin, and in the distance the soft murmur of the waves crashing against the shore seemed to call out to him. The sea had always been an enigma, but this felt like a summons. As Blake turned to leave, a shadow moved in the corner of his eye. He froze, but when he turned back to the cliffside, there was nothing, just the dark stretch of ocean and the eerie feeling that something unseen was watching. Was it a trick of the light, or had something, or someone, been waiting for him? Blake's breath caught. His heart raced. The deeper he went into this, the more he realized that the disappearance of Roanoke was just the surface, and what lay beneath would make him question everything he thought he knew about history and reality. But there was no turning back now. He had started down this path, and something told him it wasn't just history that was about to reveal its secrets. It was something darker, something that had been hidden until now. Blake's fingers brushed against a strange weathered stone at the base of the cliff, carved with the same symbols from the map. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A new message. He glanced at the screen. It was from the unknown caller. "Do not touch the stone." Blake's heart pounded. What had he just uncovered? What's behind these cryptic messages? Is the professor getting closer to the truth or being pulled into something far more sinister? The strange message from the unknown caller weighed heavily on Professor Blake's mind as he stood before the stone, its surface cold and oddly slick under his fingertips. The wind whipped through the trees, carrying with it a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, like a voice carried on the breeze, speaking his name. He froze, his blood running cold. No, he thought. This was ridiculous. There was no way this was happening. He pulled his hand away from the stone, instinctively looking over his shoulder. The dense woods behind him were eerily silent now, the sounds of nature muffled by an oppressive sense of foreboding. Blake had spent enough time in historical sites to know how the mind could play tricks, how a gust of wind could sound like voices. But this felt different. This felt deliberate. The phone buzzed again, snapping Blake back to the present. He hesitated for a moment before glancing at the screen. Another message. This time it was clearer. "You're not the first to look, and you won't be the last." Blake's pulse quickened. The words seemed to carry weight, more than just a warning. It was as if whoever sent them knew more about him than they should. Who else had come here? What was it about this stone, about the Roanoke colony, that had driven others to seek answers before him? His thoughts swirled. Maybe it wasn't just the colony's settlers who had disappeared. Maybe those who sought the truth had vanished as well. Against his better judgment, Blake took a step closer to the stone. He couldn't help himself. It felt like the key to unraveling everything. He knelt down and examined it more closely, his fingers tracing the intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. Some of the symbols matched those on the old map, while others were entirely unfamiliar, newly carved, perhaps, or hidden away for centuries. A crackling sound broke through the silence. Blake snapped his head up to see the trees swaying, though the wind had died down. Then he saw it. A figure standing just beyond the tree line. A man. Or at least he looked like a man. But something about the way he stood, motionless, unnervingly, still, made Blake's skin crawl. His face was obscured by a dark hood, his hands hidden in the folds of a long, tattered cloak. Blake's instinct screamed at him to run, but instead, his legs moved toward the figure, as if drawn by an invisible force. The man didn't move as Blake approached, his presence more ominous than anything Blake had ever encountered. "Who are you?" Blake called, his voice shaky despite his attempts to sound confident. The man didn't answer at first. He simply tilted his head slightly as though he were studying Blake, waiting for him to understand something. Then, at last, he spoke, his voice low and gravelly, almost as if it came from somewhere deep within the earth. "Not all mysteries are meant to be solved, Professor Blake. Some things are buried for a reason." Blake's throat tightened. "What Do you mean? Who are you? The figure stepped forward, just enough for Blake to see the sharp gleam of his eyes beneath the hood. The Roanoke colony was not just a settlement. It was an experiment, a grand design, and like all designs, it has its purpose. But your curiosity, it's dangerous. Blake shook his head, trying to make sense of the words. Experiment? What are you talking about? The settlers were never meant to settle, Blake. They were chosen. The man's words hung heavy in the air, the meaning elusive and terrifying. And they were never lost, not in the way you think. Blake's mind raced. This was beyond anything he had expected. An experiment? Chosen? What could that possibly mean? And why hadn't anyone else, anyone who'd studied Roanoke before him, uncovered this? Before Blake could ask more questions, the figure turned and began walking back into the woods, disappearing into the thick fog that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. Blake was left standing, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached for his phone again, fingers trembling. The screen was blank. No new messages. No trace of the mysterious caller. He stared at it for a long moment, trying to understand what had just happened. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination brought on by his obsession with the mystery? No. Something deep inside him knew it hadn't been. He had been in the presence of something, or someone, far older and more powerful than he could ever have imagined. But the most terrifying thought of all crept into his mind. What if the experiment never ended? Blake turned to look back at the stone. The symbols on its surface seemed to have shifted, slightly altered as though they were adapting to something he had said or done. He touched the stone again, but this time it felt warmer, alive, almost. Suddenly, his phone buzzed once more. This time, the message was unmistakable. Leave now. They are watching you. Who are they? And why is Blake suddenly caught in something much larger than he ever imagined? What happens when history doesn't just repeat itself, but reaches back? The forest felt suffocating now. As Professor Blake stood in front of the stone, his mind raced with the cryptic warning he had just received. Leave now. They are watching you. Who were they? Was it the shadowy figure from earlier? Or something more insidious, a hidden presence that had lurked around the Roanoke colony for centuries? The warm pulse from the stone under his fingers sent a wave of unease through his body, yet he couldn't pull himself away. There was something undeniable about this place, something primal, something ancient, as if the land itself held a secret, buried so deep that only a chosen few could ever uncover it. Blake turned his back on the stone, feeling an uncomfortable heat on the back of his neck. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was out, there, watching him. This is ridiculous, he thought. I've been in dangerous situations before. This is no different, but it was different. This wasn't just some historical mystery anymore. This was something far darker, something connected to forces Blake couldn't even begin to comprehend. As he made his way back to his car, the world around him seemed to shift. The trees appeared taller, the air thicker, as if the very atmosphere was conspiring to slow him down. He forced himself to focus on the road ahead, the rhythmic crunch of his boots on the forest floor almost hypnotic. Suddenly, a flash of movement in the corner of his eye made him freeze. There, just beyond the tree line, stood the same figure from earlier. The cloaked man. But this time, he wasn't alone. There were others, shadows flitting between the trees. Faces that were indistinct as though they were mere reflections in water, barely solid. Blake's heart raced, and for the first time he felt a real sense of dread. He wasn't just dealing with one person anymore. There was something much larger at play. He kept his eyes on the figure. The man in the hood raised his head slightly, just enough for Blake to see his eyes gleaming from beneath the cloak. A knowing look, one that sent a shiver down Blake's spine. "Why are you following me?" Blake called out, his voice shaky but defiant. The man didn't speak. Instead, his mouth barely moved as a whispered voice. Blake couldn't tell if it came from him or from the wind itself, carried through the air. "The past is never truly gone. Professor Blake, it waits." Blake's heart hammered in his chest. The past is never truly gone. What did that mean? Was this some sort of psychological manipulation? Or was the figure speaking literally? Blake didn't wait to find out. He spun on his heel and hurried back toward his car, his breath coming in shallow bursts. As he reached the vehicle, a strange unease crept over him. He paused, looking at the dashboard, specifically the old map he had rolled up and stuffed in the passenger seat. For some reason, the map had changed. The symbols seemed more defined, bolder, as though they were slowly moving across the paper. He didn't know why, but the sight filled him with an undeniable sense of urgency. He had to get out of there. Fast. The engine roared to life, and as Blake pulled out onto the main road, his eyes glanced into the rearview mirror. The cloaked figure, along with the shadows, was nowhere to be seen, but the nagging feeling of being watched didn't leave. His skin prickled, and the whisper from the woods, "It waits," echoed in his mind. Hours later, Blake arrived back at his hotel room, desperate to regroup and process what he had seen. But as he walked through the door, he was struck by the unsettling quiet. The air was thick, heavy. He felt presence. Something was in the room with him. The first thing he noticed was the map. It was no longer in the passenger seat where he had left it. He darted toward the desk. The map was spread out before him, neatly unfurled as if someone had laid it out intentionally. And it wasn't just the map anymore. Alongside it were new notes, hastily scribbled in a handwriting Blake didn't recognize. Notes that seemed to bleed off the paper, spilling into the corners of the room. "Follow the patterns," one note said. "The symbols align, but they were never meant for you. They chose you because you were too curious." Blake recoiled, stepping back. The handwriting. It was almost alive, swirling and shifting before his eyes. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, but when he looked back, the writing had stayed the same, frozen in place. What was happening? Had someone been in his room while he was gone? As Blake scanned the rest of the room, his gaze landed on a mirror above the dresser. It wasn't a large mirror, but in its reflection he saw something that made his stomach drop. In the reflection, standing just behind him, was the cloaked figure. Blake spun around, but the room was empty. His breath caught in his throat. His eyes darted back to the mirror, where the figure's eyes gleamed, now staring directly at him, his features obscured by shadow. The whisper came again, this time clearer, more forceful. "They are watching, Blake. You don't have long, Blake." Backed away from the mirror, his chest tight with panic. But as he turned to run, the map on the desk fluttered, as though something invisible was tugging at it. He froze. The map had moved. Again. And this time, the symbol on it, the same one he'd seen in the woods, had shifted. It was pointing. Somewhere. Somewhere. Blake didn't want to go. Who are these shadowy figures, and what do they want with Blake? What connection do the symbols on the map have to his increasingly dangerous search for the truth? And, most chilling of all, how far will Blake go before the past catches up with him? Professor Blake couldn't breathe. His eyes were locked on the map, its edges trembling, as if the symbols had a life of their own. The whisper, clearer now, almost deafening in his ears, seemed to pulse through the room. "They are watching, Blake. You don't have long." Couldn't think, couldn't process. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to leave, to get as far away from the map and the mirror as possible. But his legs refused to move. It wasn't fear holding him in place. It was something darker, something that had already sunk its claws into his very soul. The mirror, the reflection. It hadn't just been an illusion, had it? There had been someone there. Someone who had been watching him. He turned slowly, his eyes now drawn to the door. The hotel room felt like it was closing in around him. The very walls seemed to exhale a deep, mournful sigh. Blake's heart hammered in his chest as he reached for his phone, his hand shaking. He had to call someone. He had to reach out to someone who could help. His fingers hovered over the screen, but before he could make the call, the phone slipped from his hand, clattering to the floor. The room seemed to tilt, just for a moment, and Blake found himself stumbling forward, grabbing the edge of the desk to steady himself. The world spun. He looked back at the map. It had shifted. The symbols now formed a strange constellation-like pattern that pointed directly at a place, a location just outside of Roanoke. The feeling of being watched intensified, as if someone or something was waiting for him to make the next move. He swallowed hard, the taste of dread heavy in his throat. The map, the symbols, the warning, they all pointed to the same place, the same part of the coastline, the part that, up until now, had been mostly unexplored. But there was no going back. The puzzle had already started to piece itself together in his mind, and every step he took now would bring him closer to the center of something much larger than he had ever imagined. Blake shook his head. What is this? What am I doing? A sudden, sharp knock at the door made him jump. His body froze and his heart skipped a beat. Who could it be at this hour? And more importantly, how had they known exactly where he was? He glanced at the clock. It was past midnight. No one else should have known about his hotel reservation. No one, except... The knock came again, louder this time. Blake's breath quickened. His mind raced, but no coherent thought emerged. He didn't have time to answer, to reason. His hand found the door handle and twisted it. The moment he opened the door, the air seemed to change. The temperature dropped sharply, a cold wind sweeping in from the hallway. Blake's eyes went wide as a tall figure stepped inside. The door, creaking loudly in protest. It was a woman, dressed in black, her features obscured by a hood, the same as the man he had seen in the woods. But this woman moved with purpose, her presence almost commanding. "Professor Blake," she said, her voice eerily calm. "You've come too far." Her words cut through the tension like a blade, but it was the way she said it that sent a ripple of unease through him. She knew him. "Who are you?" Blake demanded, his voice unsteady despite his best efforts to sound authoritative. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she stepped closer, her piercing eyes locked on his. "I'm not here to explain what you don't understand. I'm here to warn you." Blake felt his chest tighten. The walls seemed to close in further. He had been expecting an explanation, but all he got was more mystery. "You don't have much time," the woman continued. "There are things about this place, this land, that have been hidden for centuries. Things that were never meant to be found. You must turn away, Professor. Leave this place or it will destroy you." Blake shook his head, panic bubbling to the surface. "I can't. I have to know the truth. You know something. You know what happened to the Roanoke settlers. You know what's hidden here." Chiudi inini. Woman's lips curled into a thin, almost sad smile. "It's not the settlers you should be worried about." Blake felt his heart skip. "Then what? What is it?" Her gaze never left his, but her words were heavy with a warning, one that Blake could feel pressing down on him. The Roanoke colony was never just about disappearing settlers. It was about what came after they vanished, and it's been waiting, watching, for someone to come back. Someone like you. Blake's head swam. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. "What? What do you mean?" Blake demanded, his voice rising now, desperation creeping in. "Who is waiting? What's been hidden?" The woman took another step forward, closing the distance between them. Her hand, cold as ice, gripped his wrist. "You're already too deep. The truth has already begun to reach you." and it will stop at nothing to drag you into its depths. Suddenly, her grip tightened, sending a jolt of panic through Blake's body. She leaned in close, her voice barely above a whisper. "You've been warned. Don't make the mistake of trying to find out more." With that, she released him and stepped back, her eyes lingering on him for one long moment, as though she were measuring the weight of his next decision. Before Blake could speak, she turned, vanishing into the hallway without a sound. Blake stood, frozen, his pulse pounding in his ears. He glanced down at his wrist where the woman had touched him. There, just beneath his skin, was a faint, strange symbol, the same one he had seen on the map. But it was more than just ink on paper. It was alive. And as Blake's gaze turned back toward the map on the desk, he realized with a cold chill that the symbols had begun to move again. Who is this mysterious woman? What truths are buried beneath the shadows of Roanoke? And why is Blake being warned away? The deeper he digs, the more dangerous the path becomes. But can he resist the urge to find out what truly happened to the Roanoke settlers, and what has been waiting for centuries? Professor Blake stood in the middle of his hotel room, still reeling from the woman's cryptic warning. Her presence had lingered in the air, thick and oppressive, as if she had left a part of herself behind. The strange symbol on his wrist burned beneath his sleeve, a cold, tingling sensation that refused to fade. Blake's mind was a storm of questions, but one thought rose above the rest. What had she meant by, "It's been waiting, watching, for someone to come back"? The map lay before him, its symbols now shifting in front of his eyes, moving in strange, deliberate patterns. It was like the map was a living organism, one that was evolving with every step Blake took in this mystery. But what did it all mean? What was this "it" that had been waiting for centuries? He couldn't shake the feeling that he was no longer just a historian searching for answers. He was part of something much larger, and the more he uncovered, the less control he seemed to have over the situation. Blake's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. He jumped, his heart thudding painfully against his ribcage. He was starting to feel like a man, trapped in his own nightmare, a nightmare that seemed to have no end. He approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. To his surprise, there was no one there, just the empty hallway, dark and quiet. But then, as he was about to turn away, a small piece of paper fluttered onto the floor at his feet. He bent down and picked it up, his eyes scanning the hastily scrawled words. "The key lies beneath the earth. You must find it before they do. Trust no one." Blake's hands trembled as he read the note over and over again. The key? Beneath the earth? Who had left this, and why? He had no time to waste. He had to go back to Roanoke. He had to see for himself. He didn't tell anyone he was leaving. There was no point. The warning from the woman and the strange symbols had already made it clear that whatever this was, it wasn't something the outside world would understand. It was something he had to solve on his own, or risk becoming a part of the very thing he was trying to uncover. As Blake arrived at the outskirts of Roanoke Island, the mist seemed thicker than before. The once comforting smell of salt water now felt heavy, as though the air itself was saturated with secrets. He parked his car and stepped out, the ground beneath his feet soft and unyielding. Every step felt like he was sinking deeper into something ancient and malevolent. He found the area marked on the map. It was an isolated section of coastline, hidden from the main paths, overgrown with thick brambles and wild vegetation. It was eerily quiet here, the only sound being the rustling of the trees, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Blake pushed through the underbrush, his heart racing with every step. He knew he was close. The key, whatever it was here, and then he saw it. Half buried in the sand, a large stone slab, smooth and unnaturally placed, as though it had been put there with purpose, not by nature. Blake crouched down and ran his fingers along the edge of the stone. There, etched into its surface, were the same symbols he had seen on the map, now glowing faintly like embers in the dark. He could feel the heat radiating from the stone, a warmth that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. His breath caught as he pressed harder against the stone. Something shifted beneath it, an audible click. Slowly, the stone began to slide aside, revealing a narrow, dark opening. A small, ancient staircase led down into the earth. Blake didn't hesitate. Every instinct told him to turn away, to abandon this insane quest, but his mind was already consumed. There was no going back now. As he descended into the darkness, the air grew colder, denser. The silence was oppressive. It felt as though the very walls were closing in on him. And then, just as he reached the bottom, Blake's flashlight flickered, casting long, wavering shadows across the cavernous space before him. The beam landed on something that made his stomach turn. A series of markings were carved into the walls. More symbols, but these were different. These were jagged, chaotic, as if someone had been in a desperate frenzy. They seemed to pulse with energy, almost as though they were alive, shifting with every blink of his eyes. Blake's breath quickened as he stepped forward. And then, he saw it. Something so horrifying that it nearly made him drop the flashlight. A body. But it wasn't a body like any other. This one was ancient, mummified, its skin pulled tight over a skeletal frame, but its eyes were wide open, staring straight at Blake, unblinking, lifeless. He staggered back, nearly falling over in shock. The figure was dressed in old, tattered clothes, the same style worn by the Roanoke settlers. But this one wasn't just a victim. It was something else, something more. Blake reached out to touch the body, but just as his fingers brushed the skin, the ground trembled beneath him. The symbols on the walls flared with light, and a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the chamber. "You should have stayed away, Blake." Blake's blood ran cold. He whipped around, but no one was there. The voice had come from nowhere. And then, as if on cue, the stone door slammed shut behind him, trapping him in the underground chamber. The temperature plummeted, the walls closing in around him, and the voice returned, louder now, as if it were coming from everywhere. "You have unleashed what should remain buried. Now, you will pay the price." Blake's heart raced, his breath ragged as he scrambled toward the door, but it was locked tight. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow brighter now, the energy in the air thick with malice. And as Blake's flashlight flickered again, he realized with a chill that the mummified figure's eyes had moved. Now they were staring directly at him. Blake was not alone. Who, or what, was the mummified figure? And why was Blake being hunted by something so ancient, so powerful? What did he just awaken beneath Roanoke Island? And what will happen to him now that the past has found him? Blake's pulse pounded in his ears as he stumbled backward, the cold grip of fear tightening around his chest. The mummified figure's eyes seemed to follow his every move, a terrible and unblinking stare that dug into his soul. The voice, the deep, resonant voice, had not stopped its taunting echo in the chamber. It reverberated around him, twisting the air into a suffocating vice. "You have awakened what was meant to stay buried." Blake's breath caught as he scrambled toward the stone door, desperate to escape. His flashlight flickered violently, casting wild shadows across the walls, but the symbols, the chaotic, jagged marks that adorned the stone, seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The light shifted, and for just a split second, he saw something. Something moving within the darkness behind the wall. His heart skipped. Was he seeing things? Or had something just moved? "You shouldn't have come here, Blake." The voice boomed again, and this time it seemed to come from every direction, surrounding him, closing in. Blake froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The walls around him vibrated with the voice's power. He could feel the stone beneath his feet quaking as if the very earth itself was alive, reacting to his presence. The symbols on the walls flared even brighter, their jagged edges glowing like fire. Blake's hand was trembling as he reached for the door, his fingers slipping against the stone surface. Why won't it open? He yanked harder, but the door held firm, as if it had been sealed by something far older than he could understand. The past has waited long enough. You will not escape what you have set into motion. The voice grew louder, more frantic now, as if something was coming to life. Something that had been dormant, slumbering beneath the surface for centuries. Blake's eyes darted back to the mummified figure. The eyes, they had moved again. Horrifying realization washed over him. The figure was alive. Not in the way a human would be, but it was aware. Something in the room was waking. Something connected to the symbols, to the ancient experiment that had been set in motion with the arrival of the Roanoke settlers. The ground beneath his feet rumbled again, and this time Blake could hear something more. A faint scratching sound, like nails against stone. It was coming from behind him, from the darkness where the symbols seemed to swirl and shift. No, 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 no. Blake turned and stumbled toward the far corner of the room, his heart thundering in his chest. He had to find a way out, but the chamber was vast, and the door, his only escape, was locked tight. Why couldn't he just leave? The scratching sound grew louder, more frantic. Something was crawling toward him. Something ancient, something that had been waiting for centuries, tied to the very symbols he had uncovered. Blake's eyes were wide with terror now. He had to understand. What was this thing? What was it tied to? He had spent so long, too long, trying to understand the disappearance of Roanoke, but this wasn't just a mystery. This was something alive, something with a hunger for the truth that had never been meant to be uncovered. The symbols on the walls shifted once again, forming a new pattern, one that seemed to lead deeper into the heart of the cave. Blake's gaze followed the trail, his mind struggling to process everything that had happened. The truth, this truth, was buried so deeply that no one had dared to touch it for centuries. Until now. And Blake had just crossed the line. A guttural growl echoed from the darkness behind him, the sound of something massive moving, something powerful, something hungry. Blake spun around, his breath coming in sharp gasps, his body frozen in place. From the shadows emerged a figure. No, not a figure, a creature. The mummified body had not remained still. Its skeletal form had shifted, and now it stood tall before him, its hollow eyes glaring through the darkness. The air around it shimmered with an unnatural energy, as if the very atmosphere had thickened and become alive with its presence. Blake's knees nearly buckled beneath him, the weight of terror, too much to bear. The creature stepped forward, its bones creaking, the symbols on the walls seeming to respond to its every movement. "You woke it," the voice whispered, but it wasn't just the voice of the creature anymore. It was everywhere. It was the voice of the land itself, the land that had held its secrets for so long. Blake couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. He was trapped, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And then, just as the creature's outstretched hand reached toward him, something shifted in the air, an electric charge that seemed to snap the very fabric of reality. A sudden, violent gust of wind blasted through the chamber, making the creature's form waver like a mirage. Blake looked up, his eyes wide in confusion. The air crackled again, and then, out of the shadows, emerged a figure. Another person. This one, alive. The cloaked man from the woods. But this time he was no longer standing in the shadows. He was right in front of Blake, his eyes gleaming with something that was neither human nor entirely malevolent. "You shouldn't have come this far," the man said softly, but his voice was different now, urgent. "The past is awake, and you've stirred it." Blake tried to speak, but his voice failed him. His mind was spinning, caught between the impossible reality unfolding before him and the fear of what was to come. The creature's hand reached forward again, but this time it was stopped. The cloaked man stepped between Blake and the creature, raising his hand with a command. The air itself seemed to freeze. "Leave him be," the man said, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "He's not ready. Not yet." The creature snarled, its hollow eyes narrowing, but it didn't move. Instead, the man's gaze never wavered from Blake. "You've seen the truth, but you're not ready to face it yet," he said. "But soon, you will." The air shifted again, the chamber humming with a strange energy, and then, without warning, the man vanished, leaving Blake alone with the creature. The symbols on the walls flickered one last time, and then, with a deafening crash, the stone door flew open, the cold light of the outside world flooding in. Blake didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward the door, his mind consumed with questions, his body running on pure adrenaline. But as he reached the exit, something caught his eye, something terrible. In the distance, at the edge of the darkened chamber, the mummified figure's eyes followed him as he ran. It wasn't over. What is the terrible truth that Blake has uncovered, and what has he awakened in the process? Who, or what, is the cloaked figure, and what will happen to Blake when the land's ancient forces begin to turn against him? Blake's feet pounded against the cold stone floor as he sprinted through the open door, heart hammering, gasping for air. The sounds of the underground chamber, the growling, the shifting shadows, echoed in his ears. His body was in full flight, and yet his mind was paralyzed by one single thought. It's not over. The sunlight felt unreal after the suffocating darkness below ground. He squinted as he emerged into the clearing outside the cave, the world still and silent. The storm he had heard in the depths had not followed him, but he could feel it, something, lingering just beyond the edge of the forest, waiting. Behind him, the cave entrance loomed like a mouth ready to swallow him whole. He dared not look back, but his instincts screamed at him to keep running. The symbols, the voices, the creature, they were all still fresh in his mind, like ghosts pulling at his very soul. The cloaked man's words rang in his head. "You've seen the truth, but you're not ready to face it yet." The man had saved him, or had he? But why? And why did Blake feel more certain than ever that something terrible was closing in on him? He had to get away. He had to go back, find answers, find the key to this madness. There was a growing feeling inside him, something impossible to ignore. The answers were never meant to be found. And yet, here he was, deeper in this nightmare than anyone had ever been. As Blake stumbled down the rugged path leading away from the cave, he suddenly felt the distinct sensation of being watched. A prickling on the back of his neck, the quiet whisper of footsteps behind him, too light to be real but too vivid to ignore. He whirled around. Nothing. Then, just as quickly, he was shoved to the ground. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, pain shooting up his side. His breath was knocked out of him, but before he could react, a figure loomed above him, the cloaked man. Blake gasped and scrambled backward, his hands pressing into the dirt. His mind raced to piece together the puzzle. This man had been his guide and tormentor, his savior and his enemy. What was he? What was he really after? "Get up." The man's voice was calm, but it sent a chill through Blake's spine. His voice held weight, like the words themselves carried centuries of forgotten power. Blake stood shakily, still trying to understand the situation. The man looked at him, his eyes gleaming from beneath the hood. For a moment, Blake was sure the man's gaze could pierce straight through him. "You've seen the signs, Blake. You know what you've awakened," the cloaked man said, his voice now tinged with a sharpness that cut through the air. "And I'm here to make sure it doesn't consume you." Blake's breath hitched, his pulse racing. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" The cloaked man stepped closer, a grimace creeping onto his face. "You've found it, haven't you? The key beneath the earth. the one that connects everything. Roanoke, the settlers, the darkness that has been waiting. You weren't meant to find it. None of you were. Blake's head spun. The key. Was this what the symbols were leading him to? Had he opened a door that was never meant to be opened? What are you talking about? What is this key? The cloaked man paused, his gaze softening for a fraction of a second. Then he spoke, each word deliberate, heavy with something more ancient than Blake could possibly grasp. The Roanoke colony was never just a failed settlement. It was a sacrifice. The settlers were chosen, not to live, but to vanish. They were bait, part of a ritual to bind something far worse than any of us could imagine. And you, the man's eyes flashed with a dark warning, you are now part of that fate. Blake's stomach churned. A sacrifice. The settlers weren't lost. They were taken. And now, the dark force that had been lurking in the shadows was awake, and he was part of it. Before Blake could speak, the cloaked man raised his hand. Listen, you must understand what is at stake. The forces you have unleashed are older than you can comprehend, and they are not something you can fight. The land itself is alive with their hunger. The wind shifted again, colder now, and Blake could feel the air itself crackling, humming with a malevolent energy. He glanced behind the man, almost afraid of what he might see. The forest around them was darkening, even though the sun was still high. Who are you? What do you want from me? Blake's voice faltered as his chest tightened with panic. The cloaked man finally dropped his gaze, his lips curling into a grim smile. I want you to survive. Blake froze. Survive? You're not the first to try and understand this curse, the man continued. Others before you have sought the truth, but none of them made it out alive. And none of them understood that they were simply playing into the hands of something far more dangerous. Suddenly, Blake heard a low rumble, like thunder, but the sky above him was clear. The ground beneath his feet shifted again, and he realized it wasn't just the wind. Something was moving. The cloaked man's eyes snapped to the distance, his face paling. His voice grew tense. It's here, and it's looking for you. Blake whipped around, his breath catching. In the distance, through the trees, something was moving toward them. Something massive. And Blake knew instantly that it wasn't just an animal. The creature, the same one from the cave, was coming. Its form loomed over the trees, its skeletal, limbs twisting as it advanced, its hollow eyes glimmering with an unholy light. Run! The cloaked man said urgently, his voice now harsh. Run, Blake. The ritual begins now. If it catches you... He didn't finish the sentence. His eyes were filled with a mix of dread and warning. Blake didn't need any further encouragement. His legs moved before his mind could catch up. He sprinted, heart thudding, lungs burning as the creature's growls rumbled through the earth. He glanced back once, just once, and saw the cloaked man standing, still, facing the approaching monstrosity. His figure disappeared into the trees, but his final words cut through the air. You've awakened it. Now, you must stop it. Blake's chest heaved as he ran, but the creature's footsteps were gaining on him, each thundering step sending tremors through the ground. The trees blurred past him as he pushed harder, faster, but something inside told him that no matter how fast he ran, there was no escaping this. He looked ahead, and in the distance he saw a familiar shape. The stone slab from before. Could it be the key to stopping the creature? Or was it too late? What will Blake do now that the creature is on his trail? Can he still stop what he's unleashed? Or will he become yet another victim in the long line of sacrifices made by the Roanoke settlers? Blake's breath burned in, his chest as he sprinted through the dense woods, the creature's thunderous footsteps growing louder with each passing second. The ground beneath his feet seemed to quake, and the very air he was breathing felt thicker, more oppressive. He didn't dare look back, but every instinct in his body screamed that it was right behind him. "Run, Blake, run!" The cloaked man's words echoed in his mind. It wasn't just a warning, it was a command, and Blake knew that there was no choice but to obey. His legs felt like lead, each step harder than the last, but he forced himself to keep moving. The stone slab, the key, was his only hope now. His thoughts raced faster than his body could keep up, each question multiplying like wildfire. Could it stop the creature? Could it stop what he had unleashed? Ahead, through the trees, he saw the stone slab looming in the distance, half buried in the earth. The spot where he had first discovered the symbols. The very site where he had uncovered the ancient force that had been dormant for centuries. But as Blake drew closer, he could feel it, the darkness pulsing from the stone. It wasn't just a physical presence. It was something else, something older, something that wanted him here. The wind began to howl, and the air grew colder still. Blake's footsteps faltered as he reached the stone slab, its surface glowing faintly with the same symbols that had haunted him from the very beginning. But now, as his hands touched the cold stone, something changed. The symbols moved, shifting in an almost hypnotic pattern. Blake's fingers trembled as he traced the marks on the surface. The warmth that had emanated from the stone before was now gone. Instead, the symbols felt like ice, cold, unyielding, and threatening. He pulled away, heart racing, the creature's growls now close enough that they seemed to vibrate the very air. And then, something extraordinary happened. The earth trembled, and a deep, resonating voice filled the space around him. The voice, but this time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a roar, a command that shook the very foundation of the land. "You've come too far." Blake staggered back, his heart pounding in his ears. The voice was inside his mind, echoing off the very walls of reality. It was deep, ancient, but unmistakably furious. It was the creature, or rather, the thing that had been controlling it. "No," Blake gasped, his voice shaking. "I didn't mean to." "It's too late for apologies," the voice boomed. "The ritual is complete. The sacrifice is yours." The ground beneath Blake cracked, and from it, a swirling mass of shadow erupted, forming into a monstrous, hulking figure, its skeletal body towering over him, its hollow eyes glowing with a furious, ancient power. It was alive, not just a figment of myth, but a force that had been bound to this land for centuries, waiting for someone like Blake to come along. Blake stumbled backward, his mind racing. The thing, the creature, was here, fully realized, and it was beyond anything he had imagined. He could feel its hunger, its wrath, a power too great for him to comprehend. "No," Blake shouted, panic rising in his chest. "I can stop it. There has to be a way." The voice cut him off like the echo of thunder. "You cannot undo what has been done. You awakened me, and now you will pay the price." Blake's pulse thundered in his ears. The creature's massive form loomed. Before him, its skeletal claws reaching down toward him, its mouth opening in a silent roar. He had only one chance, one desperate, reckless hope. He turned to the stone slab once more, his mind scrambling for a solution, his eyes scanning the shifting symbols. The answers were right there, but they were so close to slipping through his fingers. The stone was alive. It was the key. But how? Suddenly, he remembered the woman's warning. The key lies beneath the earth. The key wasn't just the stone. It was everything. The land itself. The sacrifice. Without thinking, Blake reached into the earth, his hands trembling as he clawed at the soil beneath the stone. His fingers brushed against something cold, something hard. It was a hidden compartment, and inside it was a jagged, obsidian shard, sharp and ancient, pulsing with an unnatural energy. The moment Blake touched it, the ground shook. The symbols on the stone flared with a violent light, and the creature stopped, its hollow eyes narrowing. "No!" the voice screamed, but it was already too late. Blake plunged the shard into the earth, and in an instant, the land rejected it. The earth split open, and a wave of pure energy surged outward from the stone. The creature shrieked in fury as the light engulfed it, its form flickering like a broken illusion. For a split second, Blake saw its true form, a vast, unfathomable darkness, a swirling abyss that had been trapped beneath the earth for centuries. And then, with a deafening crash, it was gone. The air went silent. Blake collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His whole body was shaking, his mind spinning with the weight of what had just happened. The stone was still glowing faintly, the symbols now still, as if the land had finally come to rest. He didn't know what had just happened. Was the creature truly gone? Had he stopped it? Or had he simply become part of something bigger than himself? As Blake looked around the clearing, he felt the weight of the land itself, as if the earth was watching him. The feeling of being watched never fully went away, but for now, at least, he was alive. He had stopped the creature. But the question remained, at what cost? Blake stood there, the stone still humming faintly in his hands. What had happened to the land? Was it truly at peace? Or had something even darker been stirred beneath the surface? He looked around at the once silent trees, the stillness of the air. And then, with one last look at the glowing symbols of Roanoke, Blake turned away, his heart heavy with a singular thought. What if the land wasn't done with him yet? Is the mystery truly over? Or did Blake's actions awaken something much larger, something that has yet to make itself known? What else lies hidden in the shadows of history, waiting to be uncovered? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. It started like any other day. Ethan Grayson wasn't remarkable by any measure, a mid-level software engineer in a bustling city, living in a cramped one-bedroom apartment that echoed his quiet, predictable existence. The kind of life where he found comfort in routine, the same coffee shop, the same work commute, the same late-night scroll through conspiracy forums he didn't even take seriously. But on this particular Tuesday, his routine cracked. As he stepped out of his apartment, Ethan noticed something unusual. His mailbox, one of those old rusting ones with a squeaky hinge, was open. Strange, because he never forgot to lock it. Inside, among the usual junk mail and unpaid bills, was a single envelope. No return address. Just his name, scrawled in shaky handwriting. Curiosity sparked. His fingers fumbled as he tore the envelope. Open. Inside was a single page, yellowed as if aged. Its contents, a date, March 27th, 2032. 10 years from now? Ethan muttered under his breath, flipping the paper over for more. Nothing. No signature. No explanation. Just that date, bold and centered, etched into the page as if it were burned into his future. The whole day, Ethan couldn't shake it. The number followed him like a shadow. Why that date? Who had left it? He thought of tossing the letter, but something gnawed at him. The kind of unease that worms its way into your thoughts and refuses to leave. Later that night, Ethan's routine took over again. With his laptop perched on the armrest of his sagging couch, he scrolled mindlessly through conspiracy forums. UFO sightings, secret societies, time travelers, typical fodder for late-night escapism. Normally, he'd laugh at the absurdity of it all, but tonight, the forum felt different. As he absent-mindedly refreshed the page, a new thread popped up at the top. March 27th, 2032. The day the world changes. Ethan froze. The post's author, someone with the cryptic username Watcher88, claimed they had seen the future. The thread detailed glimpses of a catastrophic event, though the details were hazy, veiled in cryptic riddles and warnings. About meddling too deeply, Ethan couldn't breathe. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? For the next few hours, he scoured every corner of the internet, chasing a trail of breadcrumbs that only led to more questions. Articles, videos, even old chat room archives, whispers of March 27, 2032, appeared again and again, always hinting at something monumental, but never saying what. Then, at 3:17 a.m., his screen blinked, a private message from Watcher88. You've seen the date. Don't ignore it. Meet me tomorrow at 8 p.m. at the Blue Star Cafe. Come alone. A cold chill ran down his spine. Ethan's rational brain screamed at him to shut his laptop and forget it. It was a prank, a joke, an elaborate hoax to get a rise out of him. But another part of him, the part that had felt that first twinge of unease when he found the letter, begged him to go. Just to see. Just in case. The next evening, Ethan found himself at the Blue Star Cafe. It was a dimly lit hole in the wall, the kind of place that reeked of burnt coffee and fading dreams. He scanned the room nervously. No one stood out. Just a handful of patrons nursing their mugs, their faces buried in books or glowing screens. Then a man appeared. He was older, mid-60s maybe, with a face weathered like cracked leather. His eyes locked onto Ethan with an intensity that froze him in place. The man walked over, sliding into the booth across from him without a word. "You've seen the date," the man said, his voice low and rough. "That means it's already started." "Started?" Ethan echoed, his voice barely a whisper. The man leaned in closer, his expression grave. "The future isn't what you think, and if you're not careful, it'll take you too." Before Ethan could respond, the man placed a small worn notebook on the table and stood. "Don't trust anyone, not even me." And just like that, he was gone, leaving Ethan with a mind racing faster than his heart. He opened the notebook, hands trembling. Inside were sketches, futuristic machines, strange symbols, timelines scrawled in frantic handwriting. And then, at the very end, a single sentence. "If you're reading this, it's already too late. What would you do if you found a date tied to the future, and every answer only led to more questions? Would you walk away or dig deeper?" Ethan barely slept that night. The notebook sat on his coffee table, staring at him like an unanswered riddle. His mind churned, replaying the man's cryptic words. "If you're reading this, it's already too late." By morning, his life felt split in two. The mundane safety of his routine and the gnawing pull of a conspiracy that felt too elaborate to be a prank. He opened the notebook again, this time determined to make sense of it. Page after page revealed erratic sketches, some of machines that resembled sleek futuristic towers, others of landscapes scarred with strange geometric patterns. Each page felt like a whisper from a world Ethan didn't yet understand. One sketch stood out. It was of a symbol, a circle split in half by a jagged line, with a series of numbers scrawled beneath it. 2032, 03, 227, 12, 18, UTC. The numbers hit him like a jolt. The date from the letter. A specific time. But what did it mean? Was it an event? A deadline? His stomach churned as he searched for any logical explanation. When he flipped back to the first page, a phrase caught his eye. Written in shaky script, it read, "Seek the gatekeeper." "The gatekeeper," Ethan murmured, typing the phrase into his laptop. Thousands of results flooded the screen, ranging from mythological references to obscure blog posts. But one link caught his attention. Project Kronos. A gatekeeper. To the future? The article described a highly classified experiment conducted in the early 2000s by a shadowy organization called Aeon Industries. According to the Post, Project Kronos was rumored to involve time dilation and parallel realities. The experiment's lead scientist had mysteriously vanished in 2005, leaving behind only fragments of his research. Ethan couldn't help but notice a familiar symbol embedded in the article, the same split-circle design from the notebook. Compelled, he dug deeper. Aeon Industries was notorious in conspiracy forums, often linked to technological breakthroughs that were never made public. Rumors swirled about secret labs, erased timelines, and people who claimed to have seen things they weren't supposed to see. Ethan found himself spiraling down a rabbit hole, devouring every fragment of information. Around noon, his phone buzzed. A text: "No caller ID. Stay offline. They're watching." Ethan's heart skipped a beat. Who sent this? How did they know what he was doing? He glanced around his apartment, half expecting to see a shadowy figure outside his window. The streets below were quiet, ordinary. Yet the air felt heavier now, every creak in the floorboards sharper. Against his better judgment, he ignored the text and kept searching. Hours later, Ethan found himself in an obscure online chat room dedicated to Project Kronos. Most of the messages were standard conspiracy chatter, debates about whether time travel was real, wild theories about government cover-ups. But then, a user named Gatekeeper22232 posted something that froze him. "You've seen the notebook. Meet me at the Crossroads Library. Midnight. Don't bring the notebook." Ethan stared at the message, his pulse pounding in his ears. He didn't respond, unsure whether it was directed at him or someone else. But deep down, he knew he couldn't ignore it. He looked up the Crossroads Library. It was an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, long shuttered and forgotten. What kind of person would meet there at midnight? What kind of person agrees to meet them? That night, as he approached the library, the air grew colder, almost unnaturally so. The building was a relic of another era, its cracked windows and ivy-covered walls whispering secrets of its own. Ethan's flashlight barely cut through the darkness as he stepped inside. Dust motes danced in the stale air, and the faint smell of mildew clung to the walls. "Hello?" Ethan called out, his voice trembling. No answer. He wandered deeper into the library, his footsteps echoing eerily. Rows of empty bookshelves loomed around him like silent sentinels. Then, from the far corner, a faint light flickered. Ethan's heart raced as he approached. The light came from an old lantern placed on a table. Beside it stood a man, a different one this time. He was younger, perhaps in his early 30s, with sharp features and a calm, calculating expression. "You're Ethan," the man said, as if it were a fact, not a question. Ethan nodded cautiously. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he slid a file across the table. "Aeon Industries is watching you. If you want to survive, you need to understand what you've stumbled into." Ethan opened the file, his hands trembling. Inside were grainy photos of people, some in lab coats, others in suits, standing near massive machines. A few pages detailed experiments, diagrams, and what looked like classified documents. One page stood out, a black and white image of the same split-circle symbol. "You were marked the moment you touched that notebook," the man said. "They don't like loose ends." "Who are they?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man leaned closer. "You'll find out. Soon enough. But if you want answers, you need to keep moving. Leave the notebook behind. Burn it if you can." As Ethan drove home that night, his mind was a whirlwind of fear and questions. Who were Aeon Industries? Why was the notebook so important? And what did this all have to do with March 27th, 2032? One thing was certain. He was in deeper than he ever intended. What would you do if you were warned to destroy something that might hold the answers you've been searching for? Could you walk away, or would the curiosity consume you? Ethan couldn't shake the man's warning. Burn the notebook, leave it behind. But how could he? The notebook wasn't just a random collection of scribbles. It was a puzzle, a lifeline to answers. Answers he wasn't sure he wanted, but couldn't walk away from either. That morning, Ethan sat at his kitchen table, the notebook open before him. He flipped through its pages again, hoping a second or third look might reveal something he missed. That's when he noticed it, a faint watermark on the edge of one of the pages. It was almost invisible, only visible when he tilted the page under the sunlight. The watermark wasn't a logo or text, it was the same split circle symbol. Ethan grabbed his phone and snapped a picture, uploading it into an image search. The results were sparse, but one caught his eye. A 1997 photograph of an experimental lab. The photo was grainy, but in the background was the unmistakable split circle emblem, etched into a machine that resembled a giant metallic ring. The article accompanying the image was from a fringe science journal, discussing a rumored project, called Chronosgate. According to the article, the machine was designed to manipulate time. The split circle symbol, the piece suggested, represented the boundary between two timelines, one fixed, one fractured. But the project's lead scientist, Dr. Victor Haldane, had vanished under mysterious circumstances before the machine could ever be tested. As Ethan read on, the air seemed to thicken. He wasn't just chasing ghosts. There were breadcrumbs, patterns, pieces of a larger picture, and somehow he was part of it. Later that afternoon, Ethan noticed something odd. As he walked through his neighborhood, the familiar sights, the coffee shop on the corner, the florist with its rainbow of blooms, seemed off, subtly wrong. The coffee shop sign, which had always been red, was now green. The florist's window display featured tulips, but Ethan was certain it had been daisies just yesterday. At first, he chalked it up to stress, but the anomalies kept stacking up. At work, his desk calendar had shifted. The date he'd circled for a client meeting was now blank. His favorite podcast had a new episode he swore he'd already listened to, but the description was completely different. Was it paranoia? Or was something truly changing around him? That evening, Ethan returned to the notebook, desperate for clarity. He started mapping out the anomalies, jotting down every inconsistency he noticed. As he wrote, he realized they weren't random. The changes clustered around certain times of day, specifically between 11:00 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. What was happening during that window? He decided to test it. The next morning, Ethan sat in a cafe, phone in hand, notebook tucked into his bag. He sipped his coffee slowly, keeping one eye on the clock. At exactly 11:03 a.m., his phone buzzed. It was another message from the same, unlisted number as before. "Stop looking. You're putting yourself in danger." Ethan's hands trembled as he stared at the screen. He looked around the cafe, scanning for anyone who seemed out of place. A man at the counter glanced his way, quickly averting his eyes. A woman by the window appeared engrossed in her book but hadn't turned a page in 5 minutes. Were they watching him, or was he losing his mind? At 11:27 a.m., it happened. The world seemed to ripple, not visibly, but in the way it felt. A low hum filled the air, barely audible but unmistakable. Ethan's vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, the cafe looked the same, yet different. The layout of the tables had shifted slightly. The barista now wore a blue apron instead of black, and the man at the counter, gone. Ethan's chest tightened. This wasn't paranoia. It was real. He rushed home, heart pounding, and reopened the notebook. His eyes landed on a diagram he hadn't paid much attention to before. It showed a series of overlapping circles, each labeled with a time. The intervals were irregular, but one stood out, 11:27 a.m. The notebook wasn't just a collection of sketches. It was tracking something. Shifts, anomalies. And if he was right, they were happening all around him. Desperate for answers, Ethan reached out to gatekeeper Taitu 2032 in the chat room. Ethan, the shifts are real. I saw it happen. What am I supposed to do? It took a few minutes before a reply appeared. Gatekeeper Taitu 232. If you're seeing shifts, they know you're aware. You've been flagged. Ethan, flagged? By who? Gatekeeper DT 2032. Aeon, they monitor the shifts. You've crossed into their territory. Ethan felt the blood drain from his face. Aeon Industries wasn't just a rumor. They were real, and they were watching him. By nightfall, Ethan's paranoia had reached a boiling point. Every sound, every flicker of movement outside his window felt like a threat. He tried calling his sister, just to hear a familiar voice, but the line was dead. Even his internet connection flickered, as though someone, or something, was trying to isolate him. He flipped through the notebook one last time before collapsing into bed. His eyes lingered on one page, where a single phrase was scrawled repeatedly. Trust. No one. The future is already fractured. What would you do if reality itself seemed to shift around you? Would you search for answers or try to return to normalcy? Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Every creak in the floorboards, every flicker of light in his apartment felt like a signal, a reminder that his world was no longer his own. He stared at the notebook on the coffee table, its pages still open to the ominous phrase, "Trust no one. The future is already fractured." He wanted to burn it. He wanted to follow the stranger's warning, erase the notebook, and whatever trail it left behind. But curiosity clawed at him. He needed answers, needed to understand why this symbol, this date, and these shifts seemed to center around him. It was nearly midnight when his phone buzzed again. "We know you still have it. Stop digging. Destroy it." The text sent a jolt through his chest. He glanced around the room, his breath quickening. Someone knew. Someone was watching. The next morning, Ethan decided to leave his apartment. Staying cooped up felt like a trap. He needed air, space to think. He threw on a hoodie and sunglasses, hoping they'd make him less noticeable, and headed toward the park. The city felt off again. Cars passed as they always did. People hurried to work, but there was an undercurrent of something unnatural. He couldn't quite place it. Was it the way the shadows seemed longer than they should be? The faint electrical hum he swore he could hear in the distance? As he turned a corner, a man bumped into him. Hard. "Watch it," Ethan muttered, steadying himself. The man didn't reply. He just stared at Ethan with piercing, almost unnatural blue eyes. Then, just as suddenly, he walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Ethan felt something in his pocket. His stomach dropped. Reaching inside, he pulled out a small piece of paper. On it was the split circle symbol, and beneath it, a single line of text. Midnight. Warehouse 12. Come alone. Ethan debated whether to go. Every part of his rational brain screamed that it was a trap, but the part of him that needed to understand, the part that had already followed this mystery too far, couldn't resist. At 11:45 p.m., he found himself standing outside Warehouse 12, a crumbling structure at the edge of the city's industrial district. The air was cold, sharp with the smell of rust and oil. The building loomed like a monolith, its broken windows staring back at him like empty eyes. With a deep breath, Ethan stepped inside. The warehouse was massive, its cavernous interior lit only by faint streams of moonlight. Rows of abandoned machinery cast long, jagged shadows across the floor. Ethan's footsteps echoed, each step amplifying his growing unease. "Hello," he called, his voice bouncing off the walls. A flicker of light caught his eye. Across the room, a single bulb dangled, from a wire casting an eerie glow over a table. On the table was a laptop, its screen displaying the split circle symbol. As Ethan approached, the screen flickered to life. Lines of text began to appear, typed out as if by an invisible hand. "You've crossed a line. Aeon knows you're watching." Ethan froze. "They've seen the anomalies. You've been marked as a risk." "What do they want from me?" Ethan whispered as though the machine could hear him. The screen flickered again. Not what, when. Before he could process the words, a low rumble filled the air. The ground beneath his feet seemed to vibrate, and for a moment, the world around him blurred. It was the same sensation he'd felt during the cafe shift, but stronger, more visceral. Suddenly, a voice spoke behind him. "You shouldn't have come." Ethan whirled around. The man with the piercing blue eyes stood in the shadows, his face partially obscured. "Who are you?" Ethan demanded, his voice trembling. "I'm here to help you," the man said, stepping closer. His tone was calm, but his eyes carried an intensity that unnerved Ethan. "But you're making it difficult." "Help me? By stalking me?" Ethan shot back. "Who are you, and what does Aeon want from me?" The man sighed, as though frustrated by Ethan's questions. "Aeon doesn't want anything from you. They want the timeline to remain intact, and you're disrupting it." "Disrupting it? I don't even know what's happening." "You're carrying something you shouldn't have," the man replied, gesturing toward Ethan's bag. "The notebook. It's not just a record, it's a tether. It's pulling you into their field." Ethan clenched his jaw. "If it's so dangerous, why didn't you just take it from me?" The man's expression darkened. "Because it's already bound to you. Destroying it now won't erase what's already begun." "What's begun?" Ethan asked, his voice barely a whisper. The man hesitated, then said, "The fracture." Before Ethan could press further, the rumble intensified. The air grew heavy and the room seemed to warp around them. Objects shimmered, their edges blurring as if reality itself were coming undone. "We have to leave." "Now," the man said, grabbing Ethan's arm. "Wait, what's happening?" "They've found us," the man hissed. "Move!" Ethan barely had time to react, as the man dragged him toward the exit. Behind them, the air split with a deafening crack, and a blinding light filled the warehouse. Ethan glanced back and saw a figure emerge from the light, tall, featureless, its form shifting like static. "What is that?" Ethan screamed. "A correction," the man replied grimly. "And if it reaches us, you'll never find out the truth." They burst through the warehouse doors, the cold night air hitting Ethan like a slap. But even as they ran, he couldn't shake the image of the figure, nor the words the man had spoken. The fracture. If you were told you were disrupting time itself, would you try to fix it, or run as far as you could? The night air stung Ethan's lungs as he ran, the mysterious man with piercing blue eyes pulling him along. Behind them, the sound of the crackling rift grew louder, like static tearing reality apart. They didn't stop until they were several blocks away, crouching behind a stack of abandoned shipping containers in a dilapidated industrial yard. Ethan doubled over, gasping for breath. "What? What was that thing?" he managed to choke out. The man didn't look at him. Instead, he kept his eyes on the warehouse, scanning for movement. "It's a temporal correction. A failsafe Aeon deploys when timelines go out of sync. That thing wasn't after you. It was after the fracture you've caused." Ethan's head spun. "The fracture? What fracture? I didn't do anything." The man turned to face him, his expression hard. "You didn't do anything. You picked up that notebook, didn't you? You started seeing the shifts. You started digging. The second you became aware of the timeline anomalies, you became part of the problem." Ethan shook his head, trying to make sense of it. "But I didn't ask. For this. I didn't even know any of this existed until a few days ago." "That doesn't matter," the man snapped. "Time doesn't care about intentions. The moment you interacted with that notebook, you disrupted the balance. And now, Aeon is scrambling to fix it." Ethan slumped against the container, his head in his hands. The events of the past few days, the letters, the shifts, the cryptic warnings, were too much to process. Okay, so let's say I believe you. What does Aeon want? And why me? I'm nobody. The man hesitated, then crouched beside him. For the first time, his voice softened. Aeon Industries is a lot of things, but at its core, it's a watchdog. They monitor the flow of time, ensuring the future unfolds the way it's supposed to. That notebook, he gestured to Ethan's bag. It's a relic, a fragment of a future that's no longer possible. You weren't supposed to find it, but you did. And now, you're tied to it. Ethan blinked. A future that's no longer possible? What does that mean? It means something, or someone, broke the timeline, the man explained. Think of time like a river. When it flows naturally, everything happens as it should. But sometimes there's a disruption, a dam, a fracture. The timeline splits, creating alternate possibilities. Aeon's job is to erase those possibilities and restore the original flow. And the notebook? The man's jaw tightened. It's evidence of one of those possibilities. It's tethered to a fracture, a future Aeon erased. And because you've interacted with it, you're now caught between the erased timeline and the one that's supposed to exist. Ethan felt like he was drowning. So, what do I do? How do I fix this? The man didn't answer immediately. When he finally spoke, his voice was grim. You can't. Once a person becomes aware of a fracture, there's no going back to normal. Aeon will either erase you or assimilate you into their system. Erase me? Ethan's voice rose. You mean, kill me? Not exactly, the man replied, though his tone offered no comfort. Erasure isn't death, it's deletion. You'll never have existed. Every trace of you will vanish like you were never here. Ethan's stomach churned. And assimilation? They'll pull you into their network, force you to work for them. You'll exist, but not as yourself. More like a tool. Those are my options? Erased or enslaved? The man nodded. Unless... Ethan sat up straighter. Unless... What? Unless you uncover the truth before they reach you, the man said. The notebook isn't just a tether, it's a map. Somewhere in its pages is the key to understanding what caused the fracture and how to close it. If you can, fix the timeline, Aeon might leave you alone. Ethan's mind raced. You said the notebook was from an erased timeline. How does it even exist? The man's eyes darkened. That's the part that doesn't make sense. Aeon's methods are thorough. When they erase a timeline, nothing is supposed to survive. The fact that the notebook exists means someone inside Aeon wanted it to. Before Ethan could respond, a sharp ringing sound split the air. The man stiffened, pulling a sleek black device from his pocket. Its screen glowed red, displaying an intricate web of lines and symbols Ethan couldn't decipher. They're closing in, the man muttered. He grabbed Ethan's arm, pulling him to his feet. We need to move. Wait, who are you? Ethan demanded, yanking his arm free. You keep telling me what Aeon wants, what I've done, but you haven't told me anything about yourself. How do I know I can trust you? The man hesitated, his expression unreadable. Then, finally, he said, My name is Kieran. I used to work for Aeon. Ethan stared at him, stunned. You worked for them? I was part of their temporal monitoring unit, Kieran admitted. I helped identify fractures and eliminate them. But then I found something they didn't want me to see. So I ran. What did you find? Kieran's eyes met Ethan's, and for the first time there was fear in them. That Aeon isn't protecting the timeline. They're controlling it. The fractures aren't accidents. They're choices. And if we don't stop them, the future they're creating won't include any of us. The weight of Kieran's words settled over Ethan like a crushing wave. The notebook, the shifts, Aeon's pursuit, it all led back to a single, horrifying possibility. The timeline wasn't broken, it was being rewritten. As the ringing sound grew louder, Kieran grabbed Ethan's. arm again. "We have to go, now." Ethan didn't resist this time. But as they ran into the night, one question burned in his mind. If Aeon controlled the timeline, how much of his life had ever truly been his? What would you do if you learned your entire reality had been manipulated? Would you fight to uncover the truth, or try to escape its consequences? Ethan and Kieran ran through the darkened streets, the cold wind whipping against their faces. Behind them, the sharp ringing grew louder, reverberating in Ethan's chest like an alarm he couldn't escape. The city itself seemed to pulse with the sound, shadows twisting unnaturally along the walls. "Where are we going?" Ethan shouted, struggling to keep up. "To somewhere they can't track us," Kieran replied. His voice was tight, his focus unbroken. They turned into an alley and stopped in front of a rusted maintenance door. Kieran punched in a sequence on a small keypad hidden behind a loose brick. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a stairwell that descended into darkness. "Down," Kieran said, already moving. Ethan hesitated, glancing over his shoulder. The sound, the hum of Aeon's presence, was closer now, like an invisible tide rushing toward them. Swallowing his fear, he followed Kieran into the unknown. The stairwell led to a cavernous underground space. The walls were lined with outdated servers, their blinking lights casting eerie patterns in the dim light. The air was thick with the smell of dust and metal. "What is this place?" Ethan asked, his voice echoing. Kieran moved to a central console, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "A dead zone. Aeon surveillance doesn't reach here. They can't track us as long as we stay inside." Ethan dropped into a chair, his legs trembling from the adrenaline. "How do they even track us? The shifts? The notebook?" "It's all connected," Kieran said, not looking up. "The notebook's tether to the erased timeline makes it a beacon. They can trace its presence anywhere in the current timeline." Ethan frowned. "Then why haven't they taken it already?" Kieran stopped typing and turned to face him. "Because the notebook is more than a tether. It's encrypted. The information inside it is fragmented, scattered across multiple layers of time. They need you to unlock it." "Me?" Ethan asked, incredulous. "Why me? I'm not some genius or time expert. I'm just a guy who got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time." Kieran's gaze softened, but his tone remained firm. "The notebook isn't just bound to the erased timeline, it's bound to you. Something about your connection to it is unique. That's why Aeon hasn't destroyed it yet. They need you to stabilize the fracture so they can control it." Ethan sat back, the weight of Kieran's words sinking in. The notebook wasn't just a mystery to solve, it was a key, and he was its lock. "So, if I unlock it, they win?" "Not if we do it first," Kieran said, returning to the console. "The notebook contains coordinates, locations tied to major anomalies in the timeline. If we can reach those points before Aeon does, we might be able to close the fracture on our terms." "And what happens if we don't?" Kieran hesitated. "If Aeon stabilizes the fracture, they'll rewrite the timeline entirely, erase everything they don't deem necessary." Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. "You mean people? They'll erase people." Kieran nodded grimly. As Kieran worked, Ethan flipped through the notebook again. His eyes landed on a sketch of a machine, one that looked eerily similar to the diagram of Kronos Gate he'd found online. Beneath the sketch was a set of coordinates. "These coordinates," Ethan said, showing Kieran. "Do they match what you're looking for?" Kieran's eyes scanned the page and he stiffened. "It's a stabilization node." "A what?" Aeon built nodes at critical points in the timeline to anchor their control, Kieran explained. "If we can disable this one, it'll destabilize their entire network." Ethan stared at him. "You're talking about taking down an organization that controls time itself. Do you even know how to do that?" Kieran smirked, a glint of defiance in his eyes. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't." The coordinates led to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. By the time they arrived, the air was thick with tension. The factory loomed like a monolith against the night sky, its windows dark and uninviting. "This is it," Kieran said, stopping the car a block away. "The note is inside." Ethan's pulse quickened. "And Aeon. They'll be here," Kieran said, loading a small device into a backpack. "They always are." "What's the plan?" Kieran handed Ethan a sleek, handheld gadget. "We split up. This will scramble their trackers, buy us some time. You'll head to the upper levels and create a distraction. I'll handle the node." Ethan stared at the device, his palms sweating. "You're seriously trusting me with this?" Kieran met his gaze. "You've made it this far, haven't you?" The factory was eerily quiet as they entered, their footsteps echoing off the metal walls. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as he climbed the stairs to the upper levels. Every shadow felt alive, every sound magnified in the oppressive silence. Reaching the top floor, he activated the scrambler. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and moments later, the factory came alive. Machines whirred to life, lights flickered, and alarms blared. Ethan's radio crackled. "Good, that'll keep them busy. Hold your position and stay alert." He barely had time to process Kieran's words before he heard them. Footsteps. Peering over the railing, Ethan saw them. Aeon operatives, their movements precise and calculated, sweeping the factory floor with military efficiency. They wore sleek, black uniforms, their faces obscured by helmets. One of them looked up. Ethan ducked, his heart racing. He clutched the scrambler like a lifeline, wondering how long it would be before they found him. The radio crackled again. "Ethan, they're on to you. I'm almost done here. Just hold out a little longer." "Easier said than done," Ethan muttered, pressing himself against the wall. Meanwhile, Kieran reached the stabilization node, a massive, cylindrical machine pulsing with light. He set the backpack down and began connecting wires to its control panel. Outside, the air shimmered. A rift was forming. Kieran's voice came through the radio, sharp and urgent. "Ethan, whatever you do, don't let them reach you. If they get their hands on you, this is over." Ethan swallowed hard, gripping the scrambler tighter as the footsteps grew louder. If you were in Ethan's shoes, would you hold the line knowing the odds were stacked against you? Or would you risk running, even if it meant jeopardizing the mission? Ethan pressed his back against the cold steel wall, his breath shallow, the hum of the scrambler buzzing faintly in his hand. Below him, Aeon operatives moved with precision, their dark uniforms blending into the factory's dim shadows. The whir of their equipment echoed through the vast space, underscored by the heavy thud of boots. He clenched his jaw, feeling the weight of Kieran's warning. If they get their hands on you, this is over. The footsteps were getting closer. He had seconds, maybe less, before they'd find him. Ethan's heart raced as his mind spun through his options. Fight? Hide? Run? None of them seemed viable, but doing nothing was worse. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the scrambler. If he could amplify the signal, maybe it would disorient the operatives long enough for Kieran to finish his work. He fumbled with the device, his fingers shaking, searching for a way to boost its range. Then, a voice rang out, a voice that sent a chill down his spine. "Ethan Grayson," the figure below called, their tones smooth and commanding. "We know you're here. Surrender now, and this will end peacefully." Ethan froze. The voice was eerily calm, almost inviting. He peeked over the railing, his pulse quickening at the sight of the speaker. A tall, authoritative figure stood at the center of the operatives, their face uncovered. They were sharply dressed, exuding an air of calculated confidence. "We're not here to hurt you," the figure continued, their voice echoing through the factory. "You've been misled. Kieran has filled your head with lies, twisted your understanding of the timeline. But it's not too late to fix this. To fix you." Ethan's grip tightened on the scrambler. Every instinct screamed at him not to trust them, but doubt crept in. What if Kieran was lying? What if Aeon wasn't the villain he believed them to be? The radio on his belt crackled. "Ethan, Kieran's voice came through, strained but urgent. Ignore them. They're stalling. I'm almost done, but I need a few more minutes. Do not engage. Ethan's thoughts raced. The operatives below were spreading out, sweeping the area methodically. He was running out of time. You're not a bad person, Ethan, the figure below said, their voice softer now. You were pulled into something bigger than you can understand. But we can help you. We can make this all go away. No more running. No more fear. Ethan's throat tightened. And what happens to me if I surrender? He called out, his voice shaky but defiant. The figure smiled, their expression almost sympathetic. You'll be protected. Integrated. Into the timeline. You'll finally understand your role in all of this. Integrated, Ethan spat. That sounds a lot like being erased. The figure's smile faltered. Don't let Kieran poison your mind. He's a fugitive, a traitor to the timeline's integrity. He doesn't care about you. He's using you to further his own agenda. Ethan's stomach churned. The words gnawed at him, planting seeds of doubt. Was Kieran really on his side? The radio crackled again. Ethan. Kieran's voice was sharp now, almost pleading. They're lying. That integration they're offering, it's erasure. They'll wipe your existence just like they've done to countless others. Don't listen to them. Trust me. Ethan clenched his fists. The pressure was unbearable, the weight of his choices suffocating. He had no way of knowing who was telling the truth, no way of discerning who the real villain was. Then, a flash of light erupted from below, and the factory trembled. Ethan's head snapped toward the source. It was coming from the direction of the stabilization node. Kieran's voice cut through the static. They're accelerating the timeline. I need 30 more seconds. Just hold them off. The operatives below reacted instantly, their movements coordinated and swift. One of them shouted, "Move to the node! Secure the asset!" Ethan's pulse spiked. He had to act now or risk losing everything. Without thinking, he grabbed a nearby metal pipe and hurled it toward the far side of the factory. The loud clang echoed through the space, drawing the operatives' attention. "There!" one of them shouted, rushing toward the sound. Ethan took the opportunity to dart to another position, keeping low. He knew his distraction wouldn't last long, but it had bought Kieran a few precious seconds. The figure below, the leader, didn't move. Their eyes scanned the upper levels, sharp and calculating. "You can't hide forever, Ethan," they called out. "This isn't a game. You're jeopardizing the timeline, the lives of millions. Is that what you want?" Ethan didn't respond. His focus was on the scrambler. If he could amplify it just a bit more. The hum of the device suddenly changed, growing louder, sharper. The lights in the factory flickered wildly, and the operatives faltered, some clutching their helmets as if in pain. Kieran's voice crackled through the radio. "That's it. Whatever you did, it's working. Hold on, just a few more seconds." But Ethan's victory was short-lived. The leader raised their hand, signaling the operatives to regroup. They pointed directly at Ethan's position. "Bring him to me," they ordered. Two operatives rushed up the stairs, their movements swift and precise. Ethan's heart pounded as he backed away, his mind racing for an escape route. Then Kieran's voice came through the radio, steady and firm. "Jump." "What?" Ethan hissed. "Jump, Ethan. Trust me." Ethan glanced over the railing. The drop was at least 20 feet. "You've got to be kidding." "No time," Kieran barked. "They're seconds away. Do it." Ethan squeezed his eyes, shut, and leapt. The air rushed past him, his stomach lurching as he fell. He hit something soft, a pile of old canvas tarps and crates that broke his fall. Pain shot through his shoulder, but he was alive. Kieran was there in an instant, hauling him to his feet. "Nice landing. Let's go." They sprinted toward the stabilization node, where the rift was growing, its light pulsating violently. Kieran pulled a small device from his bag and slammed it into the node's control panel. Sparks flew, and the hum of the rift grew deafening. "What's happening?" Ethan shouted over the noise. "We're destabilizing it," Kieran yelled back. This will sever Aeon's control, at least for now. The rift flashed brightly, and a shockwave rippled through the factory, sending both of them sprawling to the ground. When the light faded, the node was silent. The operatives were gone. Kieran helped Ethan to his feet. "We've bought ourselves some time," he said, breathing heavily. "But this isn't over." Ethan looked at him, his face pale but resolute. "Then what's next?" Kieran's eyes burned with determination. "We find the source of the fracture, and we end this. Would you trust someone like Kieran, knowing he might have his own agenda? Or would you seek answers on your own, even?" If it meant risking everything, the air around the factory was unnervingly still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Ethan and Kieran leaned against a rusted pillar, bruised and exhausted, but alive. The rift was gone, the stabilization node silenced, and Aeon's operatives had disappeared without a trace. For the first time in days, Ethan felt the faintest glimmer of hope, but it was fleeting. "This isn't over, is it?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Kieran shook his head. "No, we may have stalled them, but Aeon doesn't give up. They'll regroup, recalibrate, and come back stronger." Ethan's chest tightened. He wanted to believe they'd won something tonight, but he knew better. The notebook still sat in his bag, a constant reminder of the unanswered questions and the fractured timeline they were fighting to save. Or undo. "So, what's the next move?" Ethan asked. Kieran's eyes burned with a quiet intensity. "We find the source of the fracture. The timeline can't stabilize until we close it at its origin. And how do we do that?" Kieran hesitated, then pulled a device from his pocket, a sleek circular gadget with a glowing blue core. It's a temporal anchor. It can trace the fracture back to its source, but what? "It's risky," Kieran admitted. "Once we locate the source, we'll have to step into the fracture itself. Time inside a fracture is unstable. There's no guarantee we'll come back." Ethan stared at him, the weight of those words settling over him like a shroud. "So, we either fix this or disappear into oblivion?" Kieran nodded. "Pretty much." Hours later, they stood at the edge of a remote clearing on the outskirts of the city. The anchor's glowing core pulsed faster and faster, signaling they were close. The area was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that made the hair on the back of Ethan's neck stand up. "What's here?" Ethan asked, gripping the strap of his bag tightly. Kieran scanned the clearing, his jaw tight. "This is the site of the original experiment, the place where Aeon first fractured the timeline." Ethan's pulse quickened. "And you didn't think to mention that sooner." "There wasn't time," Kieran replied, already moving toward the center of the clearing. As they approached, Ethan saw it, a faint shimmer in the air like heat rising from asphalt. The fracture wasn't visible, but its presence was undeniable. The closer they got, the more the world seemed to distort. Colors shifted, sounds warped, and the ground beneath their feet felt almost liquid. Kieran stopped and turned to Ethan. "This is it. Once we step through, there's no turning back." Ethan swallowed hard. "And what happens if we don't make it back?" Kieran gave a grim smile. "Then at least we'll have tried." The moment they stepped into the fracture, the world exploded into chaos. Time unraveled around them, fragmented scenes flashing like broken film reels. Ethan saw glimpses of moments that weren't his, faces he didn't recognize, cities he'd never visited, events that felt both familiar and alien. "What is this?" Ethan shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of noise and light. "The fracture," Kieran called back. "It's every possibility that's ever been erased, colliding with what's left of the timeline." Ethan fought to keep his footing as the ground shifted beneath him. He felt weightless, untethered, as if he could be swallowed by the chaos at any moment. In the distance, he saw it, a massive, glowing structure, pulsing with an energy that made his skin crawl. It was the source of the fracture, a machine that looked eerily similar to the diagrams in the notebook. "That's it," Kieran shouted, pointing to the machine. "That's what's keeping the fracture open." They pushed forward, the distorted landscape pulling at them like quicksand. By the time they reached the machine, Ethan was barely standing, his body trembling from the strain. "What do we do?" Ethan asked, his voice hoarse. Kieran pulled out the temporal anchor and connected it to the machine. "The anchor will neutralize the fracture's energy, but it needs a stabilizing force. Someone has to stay behind to activate it." Ethan froze. "You mean one of us?" Kieran nodded, his expression unreadable. "The fracture will collapse. As soon as the anchor activates, whoever stays behind will be erased with it." Ethan's mind raced. This was it, the moment where everything came to a head. The fracture, the timeline, Aeon's pursuit. It all led to this impossible choice. "You planned this," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "You knew one of us wouldn't make it out." "I hoped it wouldn't come to this," Kieran admitted. "But it's the only way." Ethan clenched his fists. "Why me? Why not you?" Kieran met his gaze. "Because you're the tether, Ethan. The notebook chose you. If you survive, the timeline will stabilize naturally. You're the key to restoring balance." Ethan looked at the machine, then back at Kieran. His chest felt tight, his heart hammering against his ribs. "You can't ask me to do this." "I'm not asking," Kieran said, his voice steady. "I'm giving you a choice, the same choice I made when I left Aeon, to do what's right, no matter the cost." Ethan's eyes burned as he thought of everything he'd endured, the warnings, the shifts, the truth about Aeon. He didn't ask for this, but here he was, standing at the edge of something far bigger than himself. With trembling hands, he reached for the anchor. "No," Kieran said, stepping forward. "Let me. You have a life to go back to." Ethan stared at him, torn between relief and guilt. "Kieran, Just go," Kieran said, cutting him off. "You've got to trust me one last time." Ethan stepped back as Kieran activated the anchor. The machine began to hum, its glow intensifying as the fracture started to collapse. "Run!" Kieran shouted, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar. Ethan hesitated for a heartbeat, then turned and sprinted toward the edge of the fracture. Behind him, the world folded in on itself, light and sound imploding into a single point. He barely made it out before the fracture vanished, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Ethan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. The clearing was empty now, eerily calm. The fracture was gone, the timeline stabilized, but Kieran was nowhere to be seen. Ethan pulled the notebook from his bag, flipping through its pages. They were blank now, every trace of its cryptic contents erased. It was over, or was it? In the distance, Ethan heard a faint hum, the same hum he'd heard when the shifts first began. He looked up, his chest tightening. Had they really won? Or was this just the beginning? What would you do if you were left with no answers but the lingering feeling that the fight wasn't truly over? Would you move on or keep searching for the truth? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. A deep hum filled the air, low and almost imperceptible, but it rattled the windows of Dr. Julian Hart's lab like a ghostly vibration. He froze mid-step, holding his coffee mug as he stared at the massive data screen in front of him. The readings didn't make sense. Julian wasn't just any physicist. He was one of the youngest researchers at the prestigious Astrophysics Institute in Cambridge, a rising star in the field of black hole research. But tonight, he felt more like a trespasser in his own work. His latest experiment, modeling black whole event horizons, had delivered an anomaly so profound it sent shivers through him. The numbers were wrong, or worse, too perfect. "How can there be symmetry here?" he murmured, leaning closer to the flickering screen. The data showed a consistent, rhythmic pulse at the event horizon of Cygnus X1, a black hole he'd been monitoring for years. Black holes weren't supposed to behave like this. They were chaotic, untamed beasts of the universe. But this pulse, it was deliberate, almost as if something was signaling. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Julian replayed the readings. The pulse wasn't random. It matched a mathematical sequence, a Fibonacci pattern, a fingerprint of nature. But what was it doing here? Hours later, Julian sat in his dimly lit office, his desk littered with crumpled notes and empty coffee cups. He couldn't shake the feeling that this discovery wasn't his to make. Black holes had fascinated him his entire life, and yet this was different. This wasn't science, it was something else, something hidden. His thoughts were interrupted by the sharp ding of his email. The subject line read, "Cease and desist, Project Oppenheim." He blinked, his hands hovering over the keyboard. What was Project Oppenheim? He clicked the email open, and his stomach twisted into a knot. "Dr. Hart, your recent findings regarding Cygnus X1 have breached classified parameters. Terminate all research immediately. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary action." There was no sender name, just an IP address that seemed to trace back to nowhere. His pulse quickened. Who had access to his data? Only his internal team could have seen these results. Unless someone else had been watching. He leaned back in his chair, feeling an almost imperceptible weight pressing on his chest. The next day, Julian brushed off the email as a poorly executed prank. That was he, until his phone vibrated during his lunch break. A text message from an untraceable number. "Stop digging. The answers aren't yours to uncover." This wasn't a prank. His stomach churned as his eyes darted around the bustling cafeteria. Were they watching him now? Determined to understand what was going on, Julian decided to confront his findings, head on. That night, he snuck back into the lab after hours. It wasn't difficult. He had clearance, and the building was quiet. He connected his laptop to the telescope's database, running advanced simulations on the rhythmic pulse from Cygnus X1. The results came back fast, too fast, as if the system wanted him to see it. The pulse wasn't just mathematical, it was encoded. Buried within it was an intricate sequence of coordinates, like a map. But to where? Julian's hands trembled as he scribbled the numbers down. He recognized the format: Earth-based coordinates. Something deep within him screamed to stop, to pull away, but his curiosity overrode his fear. These coordinates pointed to a remote desert in Nevada, eerily close to where top-secret government facilities were rumored to operate. At 3 a.m., Julian sat alone in his car, parked near his apartment. He'd printed the data, stuffed it into his bag, and was now staring blankly at the steering wheel. The silence felt heavy, like someone, or something, was watching him. He shook off the paranoia and stepped out of the car. As he walked toward the building, a pair of headlights flicked on behind him. The roar of an engine followed. Julian turned, blinded by the light. The black SUV idled for a moment before slowly pulling away, disappearing into the night. He watched it leave, his heart pounding. The message was clear. Someone, or some organization, didn't want him to keep digging. But Julian wasn't the type to back down. He climbed the stairs to his apartment, locking the door behind him. Sitting at his desk, he unfolded the printed coordinates and stared at them. "This isn't just about black holes," he whispered to himself. "This is about something bigger." Julian didn't know it yet, but this was the beginning of an unraveling. The secrets he was about to uncover would pull him into a world of shadowy figures, hidden truths, and questions about the very fabric of the universe, and humanity's role in it, and the warning. It wouldn't be the last. Julian's apartment was dimly lit, his desk covered in papers and hastily scribbled notes. The coordinates from the black hole's pulse stared back at him like a challenge. Sleep was a distant thought. His mind raced with questions. What could a black hole possibly have to do with a location on Earth? And why would someone go to such lengths to warn him off? Despite the growing tension in his chest, Julian's scientific curiosity burned brighter. He wasn't just chasing answers anymore. He was chasing the truth. The next morning, Julian sat in the lab, staring at his computer. He couldn't trust the Institute's network. The email and SUV had proven that someone was monitoring him. Instead, he used his personal laptop, its screen flickering with the details he'd painstakingly pieced together over the night. The coordinates pointed to an isolated location near Groom Lake, Nevada, just a stone's throw from the infamous Area 51. It couldn't be a coincidence. Julian dug deeper, combing through satellite images of the area. Most of the terrain was barren desert, but one structure caught his eye. A circular array, faint but distinct, almost like the remnants of a massive excavation. "Why there?" he muttered under his breath. He zoomed in on the satellite image. But before he could study it further, his phone buzzed. The caller ID was blank. For a moment, he hesitated. But curiosity won over caution. "Hello?" A voice, calm yet unsettling, came through the line. "Dr. Hart, you're treading on dangerous ground." "Who is this?" Julian demanded, his voice sharp. "Someone who knows what you found. Listen carefully. The data you're analyzing isn't just theoretical. It's connected to classified experiments that were never meant to see the light of day." "What experiments?" Julian's grip tightened on the phone. A brief pause. Then the voice replied, "The kind that manipulate forces you can't comprehend. Forces tied to black holes, and far more." Before Julian could respond, the line went dead. By the time the sun had set, Julian was back in his apartment, pacing the floor. His gut told him this wasn't just paranoia anymore. Someone, some entity, was actively trying to suppress the truth. But why? And what could the government possibly want? With black hole research? Unable to resist, he pulled out a dusty box from under his bed, packed with old notebooks and journals. Years ago, during his doctoral studies, Julian had stumbled across whispers of similar research. Stories of scientists who'd vanished after delving too deep into black hole simulations. At the time, he'd dismissed them as urban legends, but now those tales felt disturbingly real. Flipping through the journals, he found an entry dated 6 years ago. It referenced a mysterious program known as the Singularity Initiative. His heart raced as he read his own words. Singularity Initiative, rumored government program investigating artificial event horizons. No public data. Whistleblowers, silenced. Possible ties to antimatter weapons. He had dismissed the idea as too far-fetched. But now, with the coordinates pointing to a government facility and his own data seemingly flagged by an unknown authority, it all began to fit together. Determined to uncover more, Julian reached out to an old mentor, Dr. Caroline Mead, a retired astrophysicist who had worked on classified projects in the 1980s. They met at a quiet cafe on the outskirts of town, the air heavy with unspoken tension. Caroline looked older than he remembered, her silver hair tied back tightly. Her piercing eyes scanned him as if deciding whether to speak. "You wouldn't have called me unless it was serious," she said, sipping her tea. "So, what is it?" Julian hesitated, then pulled out his notebook and showed her the coordinates and the pulse data. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Her hand froze midair. For a moment, her face betrayed something Julian hadn't expected. Fear. She glanced around the cafe before leaning in. "You shouldn't have this," she whispered. "And you shouldn't be asking these questions." "What do you know, Caroline?" Julian pressed, his voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes darted to the window. In the late 80s, there were rumors about black holes, man-made ones. The military wanted to create artificial singularities as a means of energy control. Theoretically, if you could stabilize one, you'd have access to unlimited power. But it wasn't stable. The last I heard, the project Oppenheim was buried. Oppenheim, Julian repeated, his blood running cold. The same name. From the email. Caroline grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Julian, they buried it for a reason. People disappeared. Scientists, engineers. They didn't just stop the research, they erased it." "But why?" Julian asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Because whatever they were working on didn't stay contained," she whispered. "There were anomalies, things that shouldn't exist." As he stared at the printed coordinates again, his phone buzzed. Another message, this time an image. The same satellite view he'd found earlier, but with one difference. A red circle marked the location, accompanied by a single phrase. "Don't go there." Julian's hands shook as he stared at the screen. Every instinct told him to stop, to burn the data and forget he'd ever seen it. But curiosity, dangerous, insatiable curiosity, had already won. If the government thought this place was worth hiding, it only made him more determined to find out why. Julian stared at the message on his phone, the bold red circle etched into his memory. "Don't go there." It was a warning, yet it felt more like a dare. He had spent his life chasing answers, unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. He wasn't about to stop now. The next morning, Julian dove deeper into his research, combing through old papers, classified archives, and even conspiracy theory forums. The same name kept resurfacing. Project Oppenheim. Its traces were faint, scattered across declassified documents and heavily redacted reports. Yet the patterns were there. Consistent references to gravitational manipulation, controlled singularities, and, most disturbingly, temporal anomalies. One phrase stood out. What happens when the boundaries of space and time blur? What happens to us? Julian's obsession grew. Day and night he pieced together fragments of information like a puzzle no one wanted solved. It wasn't long before he found the first undeniable anomaly. In 1989, a peculiar incident occurred near Groom Lake. Locals reported strange lights in the sky and tremors that shook the desert floor for miles. Official reports dismissed it as underground weapons testing. But eyewitnesses told a different story, of an unnatural darkness that seemed to swallow light itself, stretching across the horizon. Julian's breath quickened as he stumbled upon an old, grainy photograph taken during the incident. It showed a shadowy distortion in the sky, ringed with faint light. It resembled the very simulations he had been running of black holes, event horizons forming in controlled environments. But this wasn't a simulation. This had happened. That evening, Julian returned to the lab under the guise of routine work, locking the door behind him. He uploaded the coordinates into his private system, running them against gravitational data from NASA's archives. What he found left him stunned. The location near Groom Lake wasn't just a random desert site. It sat directly above a persistent gravitational anomaly, one that had gone unreported for decades. The anomaly was faint but constant, as if something enormous and powerful was warping space-time beneath the surface. Julian leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. Could the government have succeeded in creating an artificial black hole? And if so, what were the consequences? As he stared at the anomaly's data, a creeping sensation prickled the back of his neck. The numbers weren't just consistent. They were cyclical. Every 17 hours, the gravitational field spiked, emitting a pulse eerily similar to the one he had discovered from Cygnus X1. Julian's hands trembled. The patterns weren't just anomalies. They were signals, echoes of something alive, something deliberate. Later that night, Julian sat in his apartment, surrounded by his notes and a map of Nevada. His fingers traced the coordinates over and over. The pulses from Cygnus X1, the Groom Lake anomaly, the rhythmic Fibonacci sequences. It was all connected, but how and why? Lost in thought, Julian barely noticed the faint buzzing sound until it grew louder. His desk lamp flickered, then died. The hum deepened, vibrating through the floorboards, sending a chill down his spine. He grabbed his phone, switching on the flashlight, and scanned the room. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It wasn't mechanical, it was organic, almost as if the air itself was trembling. Then, just as suddenly, as it started, it stopped. Julian's phone lit up with a new message. No number, no trace. The patterns are the key, but the key opens more than you want to see. Shaken but resolute, Julian decided it was time to take action. He reached out to a contact, a cryptographer named Sasha, who had worked with him on a satellite project years ago. If anyone could decipher the hidden meaning in the patterns, it was her. They met in a secluded diner, the kind where no one asked. Questions. Sasha was sharp, her eyes constantly scanning the room as Julian explained everything. His findings, the warnings, and the message. She raised an eyebrow. You're saying a black hole is sending signals that match a government anomaly on Earth? That's not just science, Julian. That's terrifying. I know how it sounds, he said, pushing the printouts toward her. But look at the data. There's a pattern here, something deliberate. Sasha studied the papers, her expression darkening. This sequence, it's not just Fibonacci, it's layered. There's a secondary code embedded in the numbers. Julian leaned closer. What kind of code? She hesitated. It's not random. It's structured, like a transmission. But it's not coming from the black hole itself. It's reflecting something, like an echo. An echo of what? Julian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sasha shook her head. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's intelligent. As they left the diner, Julian noticed a dark sedan parked across the street. Its windows were tinted, the engine idling quietly. His stomach twisted. They've been following me, Julian said under his breath. Sasha frowned. Who? Julian didn't answer. He grabbed her arm and quickened his pace, his mind racing. If the patterns were a transmission, who or what was sending it? And why was the government so desperate to keep it buried? Back in his apartment, Julian spread Sasha's findings across his desk. She had only scratched the surface, but one thing was clear. The signals weren't just data. They were instructions. And the question that haunted him now was chilling. Instructions for what? As he stared at the blinking cursor on his laptop, a final thought crept into his mind, unshakable and terrifying. What if the signals weren't meant to be discovered? The air in Julian's apartment felt heavier than usual. The documents spread across his desk seemed to radiate a quiet menace, as though they weren't just pieces of paper, but something alive, something watching. He had reviewed Sasha's findings 12 times, yet the code buried in the signal still made no sense. Instructions, yes, but for what purpose? And if it wasn't meant to be found, who or what was it really for? The black sedan from the diner still haunted his thoughts. It had disappeared when they turned the corner, but Julian was certain it wasn't a coincidence. Someone was keeping tabs on him. At 3:17 a.m., his phone buzzed, jolting him awake. The room was dark except for the faint blue glow of the screen. A text message blinked into view. You've been warned. Stop now, or there will be consequences. His heart pounded as he stared at the words. His hands trembled, but he forced himself. to read the message again. It wasn't the first warning he'd received, but this one felt different. The tone wasn't just threatening, it was final. A part of him wanted to delete everything, burn the documents, and forget any of this had ever happened. But another part of him, the part that had spent years chasing the mysteries of the universe, refused to back down. The next day, Julian decided he needed answers. Answers that couldn't be found behind a screen. He booked a flight to Nevada, his mind racing with possibilities. If the coordinates led to Groom Lake, he had to see it for himself. It was reckless, yes, but curiosity had taken over. As he boarded the plane, he noticed a man in a gray suit, seated a few rows back. His face was unfamiliar, but the way he scanned the cabin, eyes sharp and calculating, sent chills down Julian's spine. Was this paranoia, or were they really watching him? The flight felt like an eternity. Every time the man shifted in his seat, Julian's stomach clenched. By the time the plane landed in Las Vegas, Julian was certain the man wasn't just another passenger. Julian rented a car and began the long drive toward Groom Lake. The desert stretched endlessly around him, the horizon shimmering under the blistering sun. The isolation was unsettling, but the silence gave him space to think. He replayed everything in his mind. The pulse from Cygnus X1, the gravitational anomaly, the layered code. What if the government hadn't just discovered these patterns? What if they had been experimenting with them? The thought made his skin crawl. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Julian finally reached the outskirts of the restricted area. He parked his car a few miles away and continued on foot, armed with nothing but a flashlight, a notebook, and an unshakable determination. The air grew colder as he approached the marked coordinates, a strange tension settling over him. And then he saw it. In the middle of the barren desert stood a massive steel structure partially buried in the sand. It resembled a bunker, its surface smooth and unmarked. But what caught Julian's attention was the faint hum emanating from within. It was the same sound he'd heard in his apartment, the deep, unsettling vibration that seemed to reverberate through his bones. Julian crouched behind a nearby rock, his flashlight off. His instincts screamed for him to leave, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. He watched as two figures in black uniforms emerged from the structure, their faces obscured by helmets. They spoke briefly before disappearing back inside. This wasn't just a government facility. It was something else, something hidden from the world. As Julian crept closer, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He froze, his heart racing. Slowly, he pulled it out and read the new message. Leave. Now. His breath caught in his throat. The screen flickered, then went black. The hum grew louder, almost deafening, and for a moment, Julian thought the ground beneath him was trembling. He turned to leave, but a sudden blinding light flooded the area. A spotlight swept over the desert, locking onto him like a predator spotting its prey. Panic surged through his body as a voice boomed from an unseen speaker. Stay where you are. Hands in the air. Julian's mind raced. He couldn't let them take his notes, his laptop, everything he had uncovered. He stuffed his notebook into his jacket and bolted, his legs moving faster than he thought possible. The sound of boots pounding against the desert floor echoed behind him. Flashlights cut through the darkness, growing closer with every second. Julian's lungs burned as he ran, his heart threatening to burst from his chest. He spotted a shallow ditch and dove in, pressing himself flat against the ground. The footsteps slowed, and he heard voices above him. Spread out. He couldn't have gone far. Julian held his breath, every muscle in his body trembling. The hum from the bunker grew fainter, replaced by the sound of the wind and his own pounding heartbeat. Minutes passed, though they felt like hours, before the voices faded into the distance. When he was certain it was safe, Julian crawled out of the ditch and sprinted back to his car. He didn't stop until he was miles away, the facility nothing, but a distant memory on the horizon. Back in his motel room, Julian collapsed onto the bed, gasping for air. His hands were scraped, his clothes covered in dust, but he didn't care. He had seen it. He had heard it. The anomaly wasn't just theoretical, it was real. And now, they knew he was on to them. As he stared at the ceiling, his phone buzzed. Once more. This time, the message was chillingly simple. You were warned. This is your last chance. Julian clenched his fists, anger rising in his chest. They could threaten him, chase him, even try to silence him. But he wouldn't stop, not until he uncovered the truth. Julian sat on the edge of the motel bed, staring at the message on his phone. His hands were trembling, though he wasn't sure if it was from fear or exhaustion. You were warned. This is your last chance. The weight of the words pressed down on him. Whoever they were serious, and dangerously close. But Julian couldn't stop now. He had already gone too far, uncovered too much. Whatever they were hiding in that desert facility wasn't just some classified project. It was something bigger, something that defied everything he thought he knew about science and the universe. By dawn, Julian was back on his laptop, piecing together the fragments of data Sasha had deciphered. The layered code embedded in the black hole signal wasn't just a transmission. It was a blueprint. As Sasha had suggested, the patterns weren't random. They were instructions. But instructions for what? He ran the data through a new algorithm, one he had designed to visualize complex energy models. His eyes widened as the screen lit up with a 3D rendering. The sequence wasn't just an abstract code. It was a physical structure, a massive ring surrounded by smaller, interconnected nodes. Julian's chest tightened as he realized what he was looking at. A man-made simulation of a black hole. But there was more. Embedded within the structure were faint energy patterns that looked disturbingly familiar. He pulled up historical data on the Nevada anomaly and overlaid it with the signal from Cygnus X1. The two matched perfectly. What the hell is this? Julian whispered, leaning back in his chair. If the government had succeeded in creating an artificial black hole, it wasn't just an experiment. It was a replication of something happening millions of light years away. Later that morning, Julian reached out to Sasha again, this time over an encrypted video call. Her face appeared on the screen, pale and tense. "Julian, are you sure about this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're putting a target on your back. I need answers, Sasha. The signal, the anomaly, it's all connected, but I don't understand how. Or why." Sasha sighed, running a hand through her hair. "I've been digging too, and it's worse than we thought." She paused, her voice trembling. "There's a classified government document floating around on the dark web. It's heavily redacted, but it mentions something called the Event Nexus." "The Event Nexus?" Julian repeated, furrowing his brow. "It's a theoretical point where space-time collapses," Sasha explained. "The document suggests the government didn't just create an artificial black hole, they've been trying to harness it. Stabilizing the nexus could mean unlimited energy, or even control over gravitational fields. But if they fail..." She trailed off, and Julian finished the thought. "It could collapse into a singularity and consume everything." Sasha nodded. "And that's not the worst part. The signal you found? It's not just an echo from space. It's feedback, like a ripple effect. Whatever they're doing, here is affecting Cygnus X1. The two are linked." Julian felt a chill run down his spine. If the government was tampering with forces on such a scale, the consequences could be catastrophic, not just for Earth, but for the universe itself. That night, Julian couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound, every shadow seemed to creep closer, suffocating him with its presence. As he tried to focus on the data, his phone buzzed. Another message appeared, this time a single file attachment with no text. Against his better judgment, Julian. He opened it. The video was grainy, but the audio was clear. a deep, resonant hum that mirrored the pulse from Cygnus X1. The footage showed a cavernous facility, its walls lined with glowing panels and humming machinery. In the center of the room was the ring, exactly as his simulation had depicted it, spinning slowly, its edges shimmering with unnatural light. Then came the voices. "We're approaching critical mass," one said. "The nexus is destabilizing." "Shut it down," another shouted. "We're not ready." The video cut off abruptly, leaving Julian in stunned silence. His mind raced. The footage was unmistakably real. Someone on the inside had leaked it, knowing full well the risks. Before Julian could process what he'd seen, there was a knock at his motel door. His breath caught in his throat. He hadn't told anyone where he was staying. Slowly, he crept toward the door, his heart pounding. "Who is it?" he called out, his voice shaking. "Dr. Hart?" a woman's voice replied. "My name is Elena. I'm here to help." Julian hesitated, his hand hovering over the lock. "How do I know you're not with them?" "Because I used to be," she said, her tone grim. "I worked on Project Oppenheim, and if you don't let me in, we're both dead." Julian unlocked the door cautiously, and a tall woman in a dark coat stepped inside. Her eyes were sharp, her movements deliberate, as though she were constantly scanning for danger. "You've uncovered more than they ever intended," Elena said, her voice low. "And now they'll do whatever it takes to silence you." "Why are you here?" Julian asked, still wary. "Because you're the only one who can stop this," she replied, pulling a small weathered notebook from her coat. "This is everything. I know about the project, the experiments, the failures, the cover-ups." Julian flipped through the pages, his stomach churning. The notes described tests on artificial singularities, attempts to harness their power, and the terrifying anomalies that followed. One entry stood out. Subject experienced temporal displacement. Time looped for 37 seconds. Subject unresponsive. "What does this mean?" Julian asked, pointing to the entry. "It means they broke something fundamental," Elena said. "Time, space, it's all connected. And if the nexus collapses, it won't just be this facility or this planet at risk. It'll ripple outward, destabilizing space-time itself." Julian's hands shook as he closed the notebook. He had known he was uncovering something dangerous, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. "We don't have much time," Elena said, her voice urgent. "They're accelerating the tests. If they activate the nexus again, it could be the end of everything." Julian nodded, his resolve hardening. He wasn't just chasing the truth anymore. He was fighting to stop a disaster that could rewrite the fabric of existence. The road stretched ahead of Julian and Elena like a dark ribbon, illuminated only by the headlights of their car. They were driving toward Groom Lake, toward the heart of Project Oppenheim. The stakes had never been higher. Elena's notebook sat in Julian's lap, its pages filled with details that defied everything he thought he knew about physics and humanity's limits. "The nexus," Julian said, breaking. The tense silence. "If it collapses, how bad could it be?" Elena gripped the wheel tightly, her knuckles white. "Bad doesn't even begin to cover it. The gravitational feedback could destabilize not just the Earth's magnetic field, but the very fabric of space-time. Everything we know could cease to exist." Julian swallowed hard. The hum of the car engine felt like a countdown, ticking steadily toward the moment of no return. As they approached the perimeter of the restricted zone, Elena pulled over and cut the engine. The silence was deafening. She pointed to a narrow ravine that ran parallel to the base's main fence. "We'll go on foot from here," she said, pulling a duffel bag from the back seat. Inside were 2 flashlights, a pair of black jumpsuits, and what looked like a key card. Julian raised an eyebrow. "How did you get that?" Elena smirked faintly. "Let's just say not everyone inside agrees with what's happening. We're not completely alone." They suited up and moved toward the base under the cover of darkness. The desert air was cold, and the faint hum of the Nexus grew louder with every step. Julian felt it in his chest, a vibration that seemed to resonate with the very marrow of his bones. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. Elena nodded grimly. "It's the containment field. They're running another test." As they reached the outer fence, Elena swiped the keycard against a hidden reader. The gate clicked open, and they slipped inside. The facility loomed ahead, a labyrinth of steel and concrete, its walls glowing faintly in the moonlight. Inside, the air was electric, almost alive. The hum was louder now, pulsing in a rhythmic pattern that made Julian's skin crawl. He clutched the notebook tightly, his mind racing. The gravitational feedback, the signals from Cygnus X1, it all pointed to one conclusion. The Nexus wasn't just a man-made black hole. It was connected to something far greater. Elena led him through a series of corridors, her movements precise and confident. She clearly knew the layout of the facility, but Julian couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. "Where are we going?" he asked. "The control room," Elena replied. "We need to shut it down before they push the Nexus, past critical mass." The control room was massive, its walls lined with monitors displaying incomprehensible streams of data. In the center of the room was a circular console, glowing with an eerie blue light. Technicians in black uniforms worked frantically, their faces tense as they monitored the Nexus's status. Elena pulled Julian into the shadows. "We can't stop it from here. The system is automated. The only way to shut it down is at the core." "The core?" Julian's voice wavered. "You mean the Nexus itself?" Elena nodded. "The Nexus is housed in the containment chamber at the center of the facility. If we can destabilize the control mechanism, it'll force an emergency shutdown." "And how exactly do we do that?" Julian asked. Elena opened her duffel bag and pulled out a small device. "With this, it's an EMP charge. If we can plant it near the Nexus, it'll disrupt the containment field long enough to collapse the artificial singularity." Julian's stomach churned. The plan was reckless, dangerous beyond belief. But there was no other choice. They moved deeper into the facility, dodging patrols and security cameras. The hum grew louder, almost deafening as they approached the containment chamber. The air felt heavier here, as though the gravitational field itself was warping reality. When they reached the chamber, Julian stopped in his tracks. Through the thick glass walls, he could see the Nexus, a swirling vortex of light and shadow, its edges flickering with an almost hypnotic rhythm. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, a living manifestation of the universe's most powerful force. "Now you see why they're willing to risk everything," Elena said quietly. "It's not just about energy. The Nexus, it's a gateway." "A gateway to what?" Julian asked, his voice barely audible. Elena hesitated, her eyes fixed on the vortex. "We don't know, but whatever's on the other side, it's trying to come through." Before Julian could respond, an alarm blared, shattering the tension. Red lights flashed, and the hum of the Nexus grew erratic. "They've detected us," Elena said, pulling Julian toward the chamber's entrance. "We have to move now." They slipped inside just as a team of armed guards rounded the corner. Julian's heart pounded as they sprinted toward the Nexus. The EMP charge clutched tightly in Elena's hands. The containment chamber was a chaotic storm of energy, the air vibrating with raw power. Elena knelt near the base of the Nexus, attaching the EMP device to the console. "Keep them off me," she shouted as the sound of boots echoed in the hallway. Julian grabbed a nearby metal pipe, his mind racing. He wasn't a fighter, but desperation gave him strength. As the guards burst into the chamber, Julian swung the pipe wildly, buying Elena the precious seconds she needed. "Done!" Elena shouted. "Go! Go! Go!" They bolted from the chamber as the EMP charge detonated. The hum of the Nexus reached a deafening crescendo, then suddenly stopped. For a brief moment, there was silence. And then the ground shook. Julian and Elena barely made it into the hallway before a shockwave ripped through the facility. The Nexus had collapsed, but the resulting energy surge was unlike anything they had anticipated. The walls shimmered, bending and distorting as space-time itself seemed to ripple. "What's happening?" Julian shouted, clutching the wall for support. Elena's face was pale. The collapse wasn't clean. The feedback, it's creating anomalies. The hallway ahead of them warped, stretching into an infinite loop. Julian stared in horror as his own reflection appeared at the end of the corridor, mimicking his every move. "Elena, what do we do?" he asked, panic rising in his voice. She grabbed his arm, her grip firm. "We run. Now." As they navigated the collapsing facility, Julian couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed them. The Nexus was gone, but its echoes remained, haunting, alive, and hungry. They emerged into the desert just as the facility behind them began to implode, swallowed by its own collapsing gravitational field. The sky above them twisted, the stars flickering in and out of existence. Julian stared in awe and terror. The Nexus wasn't just a gateway, it had opened something, and whatever it had let through wasn't done with them yet. The desert was eerily quiet, but Julian's ears rang with the echoes of the Nexus's collapse. The sky above them twisted unnaturally, the stars swirling in patterns that defied explanation. Time and space had unraveled, leaving reality fragile, fractured. Julian and Elena crouched behind a jagged rock formation, watching the remnants of the facility in the distance. A faint glow pulsed from the crater where the Nexus had been, like the last heartbeat of something immense and otherworldly. "We stopped the Nexus, but we didn't close it," Elena said, her voice trembling. "Something came through." Julian nodded, his thoughts racing. The air felt alive, charged with an energy that made his skin prickle. Whatever had crossed the threshold wasn't just an anomaly. It was intelligent, and it was searching for something. They didn't have long to speculate. The sound of helicopter blades tore through the stillness, and a searchlight swept across the desert. Julian ducked as the beam passed overhead, his heart pounding. "They're cleaning up," Elena whispered. "Anyone who knows too much is a loose end." Julian tightened his grip on the notebook. "We can't let them bury this. People need to know." Elena shook her head. "If they find us, there won't be anyone left to tell the story. We need to get to a safe location and regroup." The searchlight moved closer, and the hum of vehicles grew louder. Soldiers in black, uniforms poured out of the wreckage, their movements efficient and methodical. They weren't just containing the scene, they were erasing it. Julian glanced at Elena. "Do you have a plan?" She hesitated, then nodded. "There's a safe house about 10 miles from here. We can lay low and figure out our next move." 10 miles? Julian whispered, glancing at the approaching soldiers. "We'll never make it." Elena pulled a small device from her pocket, a signal jammer. "This will buy us some time." She activated the jammer, and the helicopter above them veered off course, its searchlight flickering erratically. The soldiers paused, their radios crackling, with static. Julian and Elena didn't wait to see what would happen next. They sprinted into the darkness, the desert stretching endlessly before them. The landscape seemed to shift as they ran, the distortion from the Nexus collapse warping the horizon. Julian couldn't tell if the ground beneath his feet was solid, or if he was running through a dream. Time felt slippery, moments blending together in a disorienting haze. "Elena," he panted, "do you feel that?" She glanced back at him, her expression grim. "It's the residual energy. The Nexus wasn't just a black hole, it was a bridge. The collapse disrupted space-time, but the connection is still there." "Connection to what?" Julian asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. "To whatever's on the other side," she replied. They reached a narrow canyon just as dawn began to break. The rising sun painted the sky in unnatural hues, pinks and oranges swirling with deep purples, as though the universe itself was bleeding. Julian paused to catch his breath, his chest heaving. "What now?" he asked. Elena pointed to a small cave at the base of the canyon wall. "The safe house is on the other side. We'll regroup there." But before they could move, a low rumble echoed through the canyon. The air grew colder, and Julian's breath fogged in front of him. A shadow appeared at the canyon's entrance, its form shifting and flickering like a mirage. "What is that?" Julian whispered, his voice barely audible. Elena's eyes widened in horror. "It followed us." The shadow moved closer, its shape coalescing into something almost human. But its edges were wrong, jagged and rippling as though it were only partially anchored to reality. It pulsed with the same rhythmic energy as the Nexus, each beat sending a wave of dread through Julian's body. "Elena," he said, his voice shaking. "What is that thing?" "It's a fragment," she said, her voice tight. "A piece of whatever's on the other side. When the Nexus collapsed, it didn't just break the bridge, it let something through." The shadow moved closer, its presence oppressive. Julian felt his mind slipping, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. The figure tilted its head as though studying him. "We need to move," Elena said, grabbing his arm. "Now." They ran toward the cave, the shadow following them. It didn't move like a physical being. Instead, it seemed to flicker in and out of existence, appearing closer each time Julian glanced back. His fear grew with every step, the sensation of being hunted gnawing at his sanity. When they reached the cave, Elena pulled a flare from her bag and lit it. The harsh red light filled the narrow space, casting jagged shadows on the walls. The figure paused at the cave's entrance, its form flickering violently. "It doesn't like the light," Elena said, holding the flare up like a shield. "But this won't last long." "What does it want?" Julian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Elena hesitated. "I think it wants to finish what the Nexus started. The collapse wasn't just an accident, it was a signal. And now, it's trying to open the door again." Julian's blood ran cold. "You're saying it wants to rebuild the Nexus?" "Not rebuild," Elena corrected. "Expand. If it succeeds, the ripple effect will spread. It won't just collapse our reality, it'll overwrite it." The shadow surged forward, testing the edge of the light. Elena threw the flare, and the figure recoiled, its form dissolving into tendrils of smoke before reforming. Julian's mind raced. "How do we stop it?" he asked. Elena pulled a small device from her bag, a prototype EMP generator. "This might work. If we can overload the energy signature, we might be able to sever its connection to this reality." "Might?" Julian asked, panic rising in his voice. Elena gave him a grim smile. "It's the best shot we've got." She handed Julian the generator. "I'll distract it. You need to plant this at the center of its form. Once it's in place, hit the trigger." Julian stared at the device, his hands trembling. "Elena, You can do this," she said firmly. "You've come this far. Don't stop now." Elena stepped out of the cave, the shadow surging toward her. She lit another flare, waving it wildly as the figure recoiled. Julian gripped the EMP device tightly, his heart pounding. This was it, the confrontation. He took a deep breath, then ran toward the shadow. Julian ran toward the flickering shadow, the EMP device clutched tightly in his hands. The figure pulsed with energy, its edges warping and twisting like a living glitch. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to turn back, but he forced his legs to keep moving. This was their only chance. Elena stood to the side, her flare casting a circle of flickering red light. The shadow recoiled at its edges, but each retreat was shorter than the last. It was adapting, growing bolder. She shouted, her voice urgent. "Julian, now!" The shadow turned toward him, its attention snapping into focus. Julian felt its gaze, if it could be called that, pierce through him. For a moment, he was paralyzed. Images flashed through his mind, not his own, but alien and incomprehensible. A collapsing star, a void stretching endlessly, whispers in a language that didn't exist. "Julian!" Elena screamed, breaking him free of the trance. He lunged forward, pushing through the oppressive energy radiating from the figure. The EMP device in his hand vibrated violently, reacting to the anomaly. With a desperate cry, he thrust the device into the center of the shadow's form. The moment it connected, the shadow convulsed, its entire structure rippling like water disturbed by a stone. Julian hit the trigger, and a deafening pulse of energy exploded outward. He was thrown backward, landing hard on the rocky ground. The shadow screeched, not a sound, but a vibration that rattled his very bones. Its form fragmented, breaking into smaller tendrils of smoke and light that writhed chaotically. For a brief moment it looked almost human, reaching, struggling, before collapsing inward. And then it was gone. The desert fell silent, the oppressive energy dissipating like a fog lifting. Julian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His vision blurred, and every muscle in his body ached. Slowly, he sat up, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Elena!" he called out, his voice hoarse. She emerged from the shadows, limping but alive. Her face was pale, her expression grim. "Did it work?" Julian nodded weakly. "I think so. It's gone." Elena dropped to her knees beside him, exhaustion etched into every line of her face. "For now. But the connection is still there. The nexus might be gone, but the link it created, it's permanent." "What does that mean?" Julian asked, dread creeping into his voice. Elena stared at the horizon, where the first rays of sunlight broke over the jagged rocks. "It means this isn't over. The bridge is closed, but the door is still cracked. And if they try to reopen it, if anyone tries, this will happen again. Worse." They spent the next several hours gathering what little they had left. Elena retrieved the remnants of the EMP device while Julian carefully packed her notebook into his bag. The desert around them was quiet, almost serene, but the unnatural colors in the sky remained. The world hadn't fully healed. "What happens now?" Julian asked as they trudged back toward the car. Elena glanced at him. "You have the data, the notebook, everything you've uncovered. You need to tell people. Scientists, journalists, anyone who will listen." "They'll call me a conspiracy theorist," Julian said, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "They'll bury it before it even gets out." "Maybe," Elena admitted, "but you've seen what they're capable of. If we don't warn the world, no one will be prepared when they try again." Julian nodded, the weight of the responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. He had spent his life searching for answers, but now he realized the cost of knowing. Too much. Some truths weren't just dangerous, they were deadly. Back in the car, Julian stared out the window as Elena drove. The desert stretched endlessly around them, but the hum of the nexus still echoed faintly in his mind. He wondered if it would ever truly leave him. "Where will you go?" he asked. Elena tightened her grip on the wheel. "Underground. There. Are others like me? People who've worked on projects like Oppenheim and seen what happens when things go wrong. We'll keep watching, waiting. And if it happens again?" Elena's jaw clenched. "Then we'll stop it, no matter the cost." Weeks later, Julian sat in his apartment staring at his laptop. The files he had collected, the data, the coordinates, the video from the anonymous message, were all organized neatly on the screen. He had written an article, a manifesto of sorts, detailing everything he had uncovered. But every time he hovered over the publish button, doubt crept in. Who would believe him? The story was too far-fetched, the evidence too easily dismissed. And if he did go public, how long would it be before they found him? His phone buzzed, breaking his train of thought. It was a message from an unknown number. They'll come for you if you publish. But the truth deserves to be known. Julian stared at the screen, his heart pounding. He didn't know who had sent the message, Elena, perhaps, or someone else entirely. But they were right. The truth deserved to be known. With a deep breath, he clicked publish. The article went live, the files attached for anyone to see. He didn't know how long it would stay up, but it didn't matter. The seed had been planted. That night, as Julian lay in bed, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The shadows in his room seemed darker, deeper, and the faint hum of the Nexus still echoed in his mind. He wondered if it would ever, truly be over. And as he drifted off to sleep, a single thought haunted him. What if the door wasn't just cracked? What if it was already open? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious.